Good morning and welcome to the Microsoft Virtual Academy. And this is a special Virtual Academy jumpstart of getting started with
the best one.
It's going to be the best
one ever.
Of getting started with PowerShell. Whether you're an IT pro or even a dev, this is the strongest, most powerful management tool you have in your arsenal to take control of your network. And we're going to take you through it today, step by step. And when I say we, well, it's a very special training event today. I'm Jason Helmick, but this is the inventor of PowerShell, distinguished engineer Jeffrey Snover.
Howdy.
And this is going to be a great event for all of us today. We're going to take you through step by step on how to get started in working with PowerShell, and who better to learn it from than Jeffrey Snover. So I'll tell you what, Jeffrey, let's start out with some intro since we're there. I'll flip the little slide thing.
Okay. Yeah, so howdy, I'm Jeffrey Snover. I'm a distinguished engineer, and let's see, so I started off the PowerShell team about 12 years ago, maybe a little bit more, and that worked out pretty well because after having shipped a couple versions, they made me a distinguished engineer and then the lead architect for Windows Server 2012. Which is
awesome.
That worked out pretty well, so now I'm the lead architect for Windows Server and System Center Data Center products, so having some fun.
Oh boy, having a lot of fun. And with PowerShell and what we're going to talk about, the Windows Management Framework, all of this bundled together, not just in Server 2012, but it works all the way backwards to 2003 so that we can do all of this management with everything that we have in our environment, not just necessarily the latest and greatest.
That's the plan. Back to filling up your arsenal. I like that term.
I like that term too. That's turning out pretty good. Arsenal. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Jason Helmick. I work with Concentrated Technologies. I do this for a living. I love to train. I do PowerShell, and I also work as an engineer and a consultant, mainly doing a lot of automation with it. Author of a new book that's coming out, Learn Windows IIS in a Month of Lunches. Tough title to say, and it's not only about learning IIS, but it's using PowerShell for it. So just some interesting little tidbits about me. Truly, what the best thing to know about me is, I get to sit next to him, so as we do this. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's start off with showing you what we're going to talk about today. So as you can see from the agenda, we're going to cover several topics today, and it's actually quite a few of them. We're going to start off with one of my favorite ones, which is don't fear the shell. You know, I think a lot of IT guys, when they first get started with this, I hear this all the time, they're scared to get started with PowerShell. They're not used to a command line. They don't want to say they're scared, but they're not used to using a command line.
Deep down, they see that console window and they just like,
I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So one of the first
Deer in the headlights.
Yeah. So one of the first things we're going to want to do is get rid of some of that fear. Show you how straightforward you can get started with PowerShell, and then we're going to take you into what PowerShell starts to look like. And of course, we're going to talk about the reasons why PowerShell even exists, and there's some incredibly important ones. So we'll also get into the help system, probably one of the most important things that we do today, the pipeline and extending the shell. All of this stuff that we're going to do is going to make more sense as we hit it, looking at what objects are and drilling into the pipeline. What is that weird character I keep seeing between these commands? And we'll get into one of the most important advantages that you have, which will be PowerShell remoting, which will let you do a lot of your stuff in scale.
That's where it gets fun.
That's where it really gets fun.
By the way, so people should be doing these exercises with us. So, you should be at your computer, fire up a PowerShell window, and type along with us. That's the way you get the most out of this course. And
actually, I think that's the best way to get the most out of this is, I know you want to kick back and kind of, sip some coffee or whatever and listen to us, but keep your fingers close to that keyboard and that console and PowerShell so you can work with us on this.
And you should be joining, are you going to tell them about the Q&A?
Yeah. Matter of fact, I got a slide coming up. Oh, okay, let's do the expectations things on our target audience, and then we'll talk about how to join us. This was designed for IT pros. However, if you're a dev, please join us on this. This was designed for IT pros to be a quick deep dive and get started with PowerShell. There are so many guys out there right now and gals that are trying to get started with PowerShell, and sometimes you find it really difficult. Well, this is the idea, is to get you through the difficulty. And we're not just doing an introductory level. We're going to go in pretty deep with using PowerShell, and it doesn't matter what product you want to use it with, whether you want to use it with Active Directory or SharePoint. You got to know the tool, and if you know the tool, then the products are easy to deal with. So if you're an IT pro, if you work in help desk, if you're a developer interested in what PowerShell can do for you, this is the place to be. And It has a couple of additional resources. First of all, we have chat available. If you're all in on chat, you can chat us questions, and I'll constantly be reminding you to chat in questions. We have an amazing support staff out there today. A lot of the PowerShell MVPs are joining us today to help answer questions, and we'll be out there answering questions. So we want you to join in and contribute and ask whatever questions you have, and we'll do the best we can to make sure you all get an answer to it.
Yeah, and the PowerShell community is blessed with some fantastic MVPs, a number of which are online, and they'll be coming and going throughout the day. So don't hesitate to ask questions. You got some rock stars out there.
You certainly do, and I also want to keep in mind that this particular virtual academy, we're going to have a second session, not the same thing. We're going to go beyond this session, further and further into scripting and tool making here in just a couple of weeks on August 1st, right?
Yep.
It's going to be on August 1st. So you want to join the MVA community. As a matter of fact, you can join the MVA community. You get signed in online as you go through the videos that are available out there. You get points. And for right now, you can get 50 special MVA points if you put in the code that's at the bottom of the screen. So make sure you keep track of what's going on with the MVA community so that you can get more sessions just like this one. I don't know. Think we're ready to maybe get started?
Go.
Let's get into this.
My favorite topic.
I know. I just love talking about this. So, folks, here we go. We're going to get into Don't Fear the Shell. Come on, you can hear the music, right? Don't fear the shell. Okay, maybe not.
No.
Okay, we'll stop that then. So, look, we're going to go through an overview of what PowerShell is, why it even exists, and of course, this is the great time for Jeffrey to help us out understand why we even have this. And then we're going to start going into how to take some of the fear out of running PowerShell. We'll show you how to get it installed and how to get it set up. So, let's rock and roll. First of all, the purpose of, and I just want to point out, can you see the slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at, you guys, you see the you and the them. That picture of you, that's a picture of me when I was younger. I swear to, no, it's not really a picture of me. So here's the idea. You're sitting there struggling with the day-to-day events of everything that's around you. You've got projects that you have to have done. There are things that are on fire, and everything's going wrong. And you have them. You have your end users, your boss, all of these people that are we need this now. We need this now. And in Microsoft environments, this has been a challenge. We've had some tools, and you've had some scripting languages, and we had VB script. But there were certain limitations that would challenge us, and it wasn't quite complete enough. It was also kind of hard, and doing automation and solving problems was a huge challenge. Then came along this product that you made. So why is it what is it that you were trying to solve for all of us guys in IT?
Yeah, when I came to the company, I said, well, we need an automation strategy. And they said, well, we have an automation strategy. I said, really, where? And they said, well, here. And it was VB script. It's like, no, my friends, that's not an automation strategy. And they said, well, here, we've got these great APIs. I was like, no, my friend, that's not an automation strategy.
I don't even like the sound of that.
Exactly. And so what I knew was that we needed to have an interactive shell, an environment that someone would say, hey, go explore the system, try this, try that, be able to get things done. And then from there, the idea is like, hey, I notice I do type the things over and over and over again. Why don't I put it in a script and just run it from there? And then say, well, that's great. Now it's, reduce my repetitive strain injury. And I'd like to parameterize it. Oh, I'd like to parameterize it. Now I can use it for a wider range of things. And now I'd like to share it with you. And now we'd like to use it to manage thousands of machines. So we had this model. We called it the admin development model, which really, Bruce Payette, superstar right. Bruce, he says the average lifetime of a command line script, of a script, starts at the prompt and ends at the carriage return. That it was very important that it be an interactive environment so that you can explore and honestly have fun. I mean, if there's two things you get out of today's session, one is the spirit of exploration. Hey, this is a great environment to go explore. And then two, just how much fun it is. I mean, it's just a blast to be able to use. And then from there, to be able to automate. Automate. You know, if we had just transformed, you know, a click, click, click experience to a click, click, click experience, like, okay, that's good. Like, lots of people prefer this over this, but you really wouldn't have transformed the platform. It's the ability to then do this, this, and this, and then say, save.
Right.
And then just say, click and run.
And I just want to emphasize that we're unaccustomed in Windows environments of having an interactive shell, a real-time solve your problem tool. I mean, we've always had basic commands, but that really wasn't solving our problem.
Yeah.
This means solve your problem and then literally copy, paste, or hit save, and now you can automate it.
Exactly.
And it doesn't require any more than have fun finding and solving the problem, and now I'm on my way.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you might say, well, why do I need to do that? And the answer is because everybody's scenario is different. So we were talking in the car last night about how, well, hey, in Exchange, you know, the GUI, you know, honestly, we spend a lot of time talking to customers and trying to understand the scenarios and put that into the GUI so that you just click, click, click. But the reality is, and Jason was telling me the story about it, hey, I did that, but then what I needed to do was I needed to have different quotas for these types of users versus those types of users versus those types of users, and the GUI didn't help me. You know, I had to go do a ton of clicking. So we might have gone and said, oh, well, okay, we'll add that to the GUI. But then all of a sudden, if you try and deal with everybody's scenarios in the GUI, it becomes big and it becomes complex and it becomes hideous, and then you can't use the GUI.
And I think that that's one of the biggest issues that people will start to see at first is that the graphical, there's nothing wrong with using a graphical interface.
Nope,
I mean, sometimes I use it too. I use it for things that I just need to do one-off, once every blue moon, you know, creating a site link in Active Directory. The graphical's great for that. But when you have business challenges that can't be met, such as, and I think what we were talking about last night was, I needed to set the mailbox limits of a particular OU in Active Directory. Well, the graphical doesn't support that, and I don't expect Microsoft to solve that problem for me, because how are they supposed to know what my issues are? PowerShell is the way that you can solve those issues and that you can get these business problems solved, and it doesn't take 6 months. You get them solved right now, and then you automate them. So the purpose to PowerShell really is all about making you more effective, getting stuff done faster, and solving problems that you probably had a hard time solving before. So let's
because often they're unique.
Yeah, very unique. So let's see here. Installing PowerShell. Now, right now, there's a lot of, it's kind of confusing for a lot of folks. First of all, let's talk about some of the versions of PowerShell.
Yep.
Nobody should have V1 right now, right?
Okay. You should upgrade up V2.
You've got to be.
At least, yeah.
Okay, so V2 came out a couple of years ago, right?
Yep.
A couple of years ago. And you should have V2 on Windows 7, and you should have it on 2008 R2. And V2 also works and is part of the update stream that you can update for Windows XP, and shame on you if you still have Windows XP, and of course Server 2003. Now V3 is the new one, and V3 came out for Windows 8 and for Server 2012. If at all possible, as the administrator, you want V3 on your box, and you're going to see plenty of examples of that today.
Oh, yeah.
Of needing to have V3. You can upgrade V3 and have that on your box for both the Windows 7 and Server 2008 R2, and that's it though, right?
Windows Server 2008? Windows
2008.
Server 2008 R2.
And 2008 R2. I got to make sure I get them all in there. So you can upgrade to V3. Now, you don't have to rush right out right now and start upgrading your servers to V3, and you should take some cautions out there. There are some products that aren't quite ready to handle V3, and there's plenty of information on that, so don't be that guy or gal that makes that mistake and accidentally upgrade a server to V3 if the product running on it is not ready for it. But on your administrative machine, you got to have V3. You're going to love the features we show you today with it.
Yeah, you should always read the release notes. You know, we tell you what it works with. You know, if you have this, don't install that.
Yeah, release notes are really good, along with, you know, testing is also really good as well. If you take a look at the slide real quick, you'll see that there's a place where you can download. It's a strange name to download PowerShell 3. It's called the Windows Management Framework. We're going to talk a lot more about what the term, the Windows Management Framework, means. It's not just PowerShell. And there's a link there for you so that you can get it downloaded. Now, if today you have V2 on your laptop, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
But probably during lunch, you're going to want to use V3. And just to let you guys know, so that we can get the confusion out of the way, what we're doing today is how to use PowerShell. What we show you how to use today is going to work on V2, V3, and that mythical thing that's coming out sometime in the future, V4-ish like stuff. So you're going to be just fine with whatever version you have. We're going to be using. It's all going to be about the tool today. So, well, let's talk about launching PowerShell. How do you find PowerShell to launch it? And guys, I'm actually going to demonstrate this off of my box real quick. One of the most interesting things here is if you're on Windows 8, you have this magnificent Windows key that brings up your desktop for you. And to find PowerShell, it's actually very simple. Just start typing the word PowerShell. Now, I have to tell you, the first thing that I always do is right-click and pin this to my taskbar. Right?
I do too.
You'll have this. You're going to have PowerShell open more than anything else that you work with. So you want to make sure you right-click and get this guy pinned. I've already got mine pinned down here on my desktop so that you can see it. Now, if you're working with a pre-Windows 8 operating system, you're going to have to click on the Start menu. And I've got a screenshot of what that looks like here in the slides. You'll click on the Start menu as soon as I can figure out how to bring the slide back up. And it's this guy over here. You're going to go under Accessories, and then Windows PowerShell will be at the bottom. And you're going to notice that there are two kinds of them out here. You're going to see some repeats, x86 versus ones that aren't x86. The x86 are obviously the 32-bit versions. You don't want to run those. You want to run the 64-bit version on your 64-bit OS. And we'll talk a little bit later about the ISE, but this is a great scripting editor that we can use as well. So as long as you got PowerShell ready to go, then we're ready to start to work with it.
Rock and roll, baby.
Now, let's talk a second about comfort. Comfort is important. Like these chairs right here in this studio are very, very comfortable, and that's very nice. We're going to spend a lot of time, and I'm rocking back and forth because they're so comfortable.
Swaying.
He's swaying. We're going to spend a lot of time looking at this console.
Yep.
And PowerShell does it use every possible character on the keyboard?
No, actually, there's the up arrow.
Great. It's the up arrow that we don't use. Oh, that's awesome. Well, guys, this is what I'm talking about. First of all, let me launch PowerShell and show this to you. Now, I'm going to launch it. I'm logged in as a regular user account. And I want you to notice when I launch PowerShell, the first thing, you take a look at the top of the screen here. See how it says Windows PowerShell? If you want to do some administration, that's not what you want it to say. So let me close this and show you. If you're in as a regular user account, you want to right-click and do Run as Administrator. If you're an administrator, it'll already launch it with administrator. If not, it'll prompt you for credentials so that you can have administrative access. We're going to talk about security later, but this is actually an important thing. Notice as I'm looking at the console right now, this is something that we're going to be staring at for a long time. So there's a couple of things that you definitely want to be able to tell the difference in.
By the way, one of the tricks there is if you're trying to do something and it's not working, like this morning, I was trying to set some things up, and I did get VM, and it showed me nothing. I was like, oh, do I have the wrong machine? Did I provision this? I recently provisioned it. Did I forget to set things up? And then I looked and I saw that I wasn't in admin mode. So then you bring it up in admin mode, and I say get VM, and you see all your VMs. So if something's going a little wonky, go check and see that you are running as admin.
And I just have to say that we're going to be doing several things today, and out of those things that we're doing today, if you're not in administrative mode, it isn't going to work. It's going to be very wonky. You're going to get error messages, access denied messages, and so you want to make sure you're in as administrator mode. Take a look at the characters I have on the screen. Can you see the difference on your screen what those characters are?
You zoom it.
Well, no, I want them to look at it and go, I can't tell the difference.
Oh.
I want them to go, no, I don't know what it is.
Don't you zoom it.
Yeah, don't you zoom it then. This is important. You need to make sure that this screen, you can see these individual characters. I've got a grave character or a backtick character, and then a single quote, and there's only a couple of pixels in difference. So here's actually one of the most important things to do when you're getting ready to use PowerShell. I'm going to go in here to the properties, and we're going to adjust this console. Now, I'm not going to change mine because that'll screw all the views up, but let me kind of show you the idea here. Under fonts, you want to use a font that is nice and bold and thick, and they gave you one called Lucida Console. Did I say that right?
I don't know.
Console? I have no idea. Consolus
I would say Lucida.
Never mind. That's okay. Consolus is a nice font, but it's thinner. I prefer the heavier weight font. And then you want to adjust the font size. But when you do that, to get it to a nice font size, you're going to notice in this preview pane that the pretty PowerShell window is going to extend to the right and go to the bottom. And these are all bad things. And let me tell you why. When PowerShell is giving you information, it wants to sometimes put information all the way to the right and all the way at the bottom. And so if your screen has extended beyond the boundaries of your desktop, you're not going to see anything. So, and you don't want scroll bars all over the place. So let me show you how to fix that.
Oh, you don't use bold? I always use bold.
Do you use bold?
Always.
Really?
Yeah.
That scares me.
Oh.
Because it feels like it's yelling at me or something.
Okay.
Well, you want to turn bold on?
I always turn bold on.
Okay, we'll turn bold on.
I find, well, here's the deal. When you present, if any of you ever present to the audience, always use bold, because then it's just easier to read like a couple hundred feet away.
Well, it's screwing up my desktop. I don't want to turn it on now. So
no, okay. Okay.
Now in layout, guys, layout is where you're going to adjust your screen width and so that it fits. And then what you want to do is fit just like this in the preview window. Let me show you two things. The window size for width is right here, and that'll adjust its width. And I'll screw mine up for a second and see how it's kind of going off to the right over there. You don't want that. You want your width so that it fits, so you don't have a horizontal, I think that's this way, horizontal scroll bar. When you adjust the window width size, you also want to make sure that you keep the buffer size. You don't want things going off into the buffer where you'll never be able to see it. Height is an important one as well. I want you to notice as I scroll up and down this height, what I don't want to do is scroll that all the way below my desktop, because then when you see data will get put down at the very bottom and you won't see it. So I want it to fit on my desktop. A vertical scroll bar you'll have will be okay. Make sure that for the height buffer size, you get at least 3,000 or greater. And I want to warn you that when you're working with some products that have a PowerShell console, that console is set to 300 by default. So you definitely want to change that. You're going to lose information and not be able to scroll back and see it. When it comes to colors, oh, dude, I'm not changing the colors because I like the color scheme you picked out. I mean,
good.
I mean, but you know, if you want to change the colors to something that you like to read, you know, you want to make it green screen or whatever, or come up with some weird color combination, knock yourself out. But I'm going to leave it at the default color size. The important thing
that
is,
looks good.
Yeah, I know. I thought the yellow would look great. The important thing is that your console is now ready to go, and it's all set up, and it's in a comfortable font. So while we move on, take a second and make sure that you've got a nice looking PowerShell console to take a look at. So let's see what we're doing next here. I think we're ready to kind of get into some demonstration stuff. Ooh. Oh, yeah. This is looky. This is
oh man, that's old.
And you get like this milk mustache going. I just think this is great. Get PowerShell. This is awesome. So let's talk a little bit and start off by taking some of the fear out of PowerShell. Before we talk about this, this magic word commandlet, you needed to come up with your own commands, not the Windows native ones. You needed your own commands. Why the term commandlet?
Yeah, so there's two answers to that. So first is that PowerShell, we wanted to have a model of composition. Okay, and so the model of composition, if you actually take a look at it, the commands that you write are really, really, really small. And the idea is that then you leverage the engine to do common processing. So if you had each one of the commandlets try and do big tasks by themselves, I want to get things and I want to process things and I want to format them, then every developer would be doing things differently.
Right.
You know, oh, well, I like the term sort and you like the term order and order by and all that. And so he said, no. You write the things that you and only you can do, and then leverage the engine to do everything else. Okay, and so these commands got really, really small, and that was the whole point. They're really, really small, and you use the pipeline to do bigger tasks, and because of that, you get a regularity. That is to say, you're going to learn something, and then you can use it over and over and over again. So that's where the term commandlet came from. But then, when we went to bring it out, the documentation people said, no way, you can't do that. We don't make up terms. It's called command. And it's like, well, no, we're going to call it commandlet. And they just went to the manual. It's like, no. I said, I'll tell you what. Bring up a search window. I said, say, search for command. and there was like X 100 million things. I said, now search for commandlet, and it was X thousand. I said, every single one of those is related to PowerShell. And they're like, oh, search engine optimization.
There you go, a little SEO on
exactly.
using the term commandlet. And I just have to say that my wife refers to them as Kimblets because that's the way they're spelled. But at any rate, commandlets. Now, how a commandlet looks is also kind of bizarre. If you've never been at the command line, I mean, if you've been at the command line, you see dir. But now you're seeing these. Well, we've got verbs and we've got this dash and we've got this noun. Why did you?
Yeah, so a lot of people take a look at PowerShell and they say, oh, it looks very much like Unix, right? And by the way, it's just, we actually tried to use Unix, right? We didn't start off wanting to invent something. We started off saying, I got to solve a customer problem. And so there were some really great tools out there, the Unix tools. So my first effort was to get those tools available on Windows. But it turned out that didn't work. And the reason why is because Unix is very much of a document-oriented operating system, which is to say a lot of the management is done through documents or files, whereas Windows is an API-oriented operating system. Okay, now both have their advantages, but here's the thing: the management's completely different. So when I got Bash and awk and sed and grep available on Windows, okay, it didn't help that much. Right? Why? Because then you go and you say awk doesn't work against the registry. grep doesn't work against WMI, sed doesn't work against Active Directory. And so in Unix, those tools, those text manipulation tools, are management tools. But on Windows, they're just text manipulation tools, and there's not much text, so they didn't help. So we had to invent our own stuff. And so then the question is, okay, well, we want to invent as little as possible, and so we leveraged a lot of the technology, a lot of the concepts of Unix, the compositional model. But Unix, love Unix. You guys did a great job. On the other hand, it has weaknesses as well. And this is an area where we looked more to VMS, DCL, or the AS400. They have very good production-oriented environments, and they were extraordinarily regular in their environments, which is to say you had verb-noun, and then this well-defined set of parameters. And what happened, the first time I learned it, right, I was a Unix guy for a long time, and then I had to do VMS. And I got on it, I was like, I hate this thing. I despise this thing. It's a piece of junk. And I would go around telling everyone this, and it's like, okay, but I got to do it for my job. And I'd try somewhere, and I hate it. And at some point, I just had to, sit myself down and, put your big boy pants on, Jeffrey. You got to learn this. And so it's like, okay, stop. Get out of your head condemning things, just experience it. And so about an hour later, I'm like, hey, this thing's pretty cool. And then all of a sudden, 2 hours later, it's like something new comes up. And having learned a set of things, I said, boy, I wonder if that works. And it worked. So what happened was you learned the schema, right? Verb-noun, or was slashes there. But then it was the schema. You learned it once, and then you were able to do it over and over and over again. And that was the joke at DEC. At DEC, we used to say, hey, somebody put a fish finder on the VAX. Can you manage it? And they're like, sure, show fish finder. Get fish finder / no log / confirm.
And I think that's really, that's the epitome of what's going to help us all out, not only today, but going forward, is the fact that you get used to I want to work with X. Well, I know that I've got these common verbs that I'm going to use. I'm going to be able to get this. I'm going to be able to set this, change it. I'm going to be able to create something new. And I think that's very important. And I started out in AS400s, and my first, while I was being trained, there was a problem, and my first thing was, can't we just reboot it? And I thought the operator was going to punch me when I
he should have.
So yeah, he should have. So hey guys, let me show you what these commandlets are. Take a look at my current directory location. Now, if I was in something like DOS, you guys know that I could do CD /, but we have commandlets now. So watch, set - location C:\\. Yeah, that's cool. Now, if I wanted to get something like a directory listing in DOS, you guys know you can do dir. But here's the interesting thing: we have commandlets for this. So get child item will give me a directory listing. If I want to clear the screen, if this was DOS, we'd do CLS, but we have a commandlet for that called clear -host. Please tell me that you're not impressed yet. Yeah, thanks. We got the guys in the back there going, yeah, that was... Let's start to take the fear out of PowerShell. One of the things that helped me tremendously, especially when I got started with PowerShell, was that Yes, there are commandlets, and yes, we're going to show you how to discover and learn and use those commandlets, but you can start using PowerShell right now, even if you don't know those commandlets. Let me show you. This is kind of interesting. I'm going to close my shell and reopen it again. And so if I want to change from this directory location back to the root of C, CD, oh, it worked. If I want to get a directory listing, dir worked just perfect. If I want to clear the screen, CLS. See, it's working as I would expect. And here's the interesting thing. Let's see, if I was a Unix guy, how would I get a directory listing? LS. How would I clear the screen? Well, clear. It's doing Unix stuff, and it's doing Windows stuff, and it's making me happy because I can be a Windows guy and I can sit down and start using PowerShell. A Unix guy can sit down and start using PowerShell. My question is why is that working?
Yeah, so what we do is we got a regular experience, right? So you've got get child items, set location, etc. And you can always use those things. And then what we did was we put personalities on it, which is to say we knew that Unix guys would be coming to this, we knew that DOS guys would be coming to this, and so we have aliases. And so the aliases, as much as possible, we wanted people's first experience to not be a frustrating one, that they try a set of things and they just work. PS continues to work.
Exactly, and I think this is one of the interesting things is that they're aliases. And aliases, think of them as shortcuts to real commandlets, okay? So we're not using the actual ls command or anything. It's pointing to a PowerShell commandlet, but the idea was, and I love your use of the term personalities, we built personalities into this, is that it makes it comfortable for whatever environment you're coming from so that you can get started right away. As a matter of fact, let me just kind of show you, get-alias gives you a list of the current aliases. By the way, you guys should print this out and memorize this in the next few minutes, so you have all the aliases. But this is what allows you to start working, and things like making a directory. I can make a directory. Oh boy, see, I can go right to work right away. And this starts to bring us to another. Oh, we're going to talk.
If you're a Unix guy, you'd use
makedir, right? Right.
Give it a try.
Let's see, makedir.
Hope this works.
Jeffrey.
Woo,
awesome.
woo, woo.
See, it's all that easy. So basically, your normal command line experience you can bring right to PowerShell. But wait, there's more. Okay. Yes, there's more. There's more.
You're going to get a Ginsu knife out of this.
Even better than a Ginsu knife. Now, first of all, I just want to kind of point out that we're going to talk about help extensively. But if you want to get help, you can type help. And if you're a Unix person and want to type help, you can type man. Now, personally, I think, Unix is kind of sexist for the whole man thing. But in PowerShell, if you want to get a list of, aliases, you can type get-alias. But there's an alias for get-alias called gal. And see, this is what makes me so happy is that PowerShell isn't sexist, so you should use this. Anyways, let me show you. Stupid, but so here's where it gets really cool. You know what I can do from PowerShell? Besides working in an environment that already kind of feels comfortable with me, I can use Windows native commands. I love this. Ping a computer, and it works. This is so awesome. Yeah, I can run Notepad. Oh yeah, I know everybody's impressed now. oh look, calculator. And oh, hey, you know what? I haven't tried this yet on Windows 8. I should try this. Can I run, do we still have MS Paint? Oh, this is awesome. So we still, okay, but the point was this, is that you can still use your Windows native commands in here. You guys are always checking, ipconfig and all that stuff. Don't be that guy or that gal. And I have to tell you, this is one of the funniest things. I was teaching an advanced scripting class for PowerShell. And this guy, I've known him a long time, was writing this magnificent tool to go out and do a bunch of things to a couple of computers. And he's sitting there going, oh, my script's broke. Can you help me? And I'm like, well, what's your problem? And he says, well, the script's broke, and because it's getting those two machines, but it's not getting anything from that machine. And I looked at him and I said, well, first of all, don't forget you're an engineer. What do you usually do if a machine's not responding? How do you test that? And he says, oh, I'll ping it. And I'm like, yeah, see if it's even turned on. Very good, very good. So he's sitting at a PowerShell console.
No.
You know what he did?
Yes.
Start programs, accessories, opened up command prompt to type ping. I literally looked at him and went, get out. So the idea, guys, is you have your Windows native commands, and they work the way that you expect them to work, so that you have an environment to get started in. So between aliases helping you out, and between running Windows native commands, the idea is open up PowerShell. Don't open up the command prompt. Open up PowerShell and start using PowerShell, because you're going to start then learning the commandlets, which we're going to do today, but you're going to start learning the commandlets and make your learning curve much easier this way. It was designed for you to do it this way, and so make your life easy and just go ahead and start using it. And make sure you show your other administrative friends. Open up the shell and start using it. It's going to work for you. So at least that's taking a little bit of the fear out of it.
Let's hope.
So, besides having aliases and all that kind of good stuff, folks, we want to do kind of a reminder for you.
Oh, wait, can you go back?
Oh, yeah, I can go back.
Yeah, can I show them something?
You
can you go to my screen? Okay. Hoo-ha, perfect. Let's see. Okay, so I don't know if you know this, but so the aliases, right? So you saw aliases for gal, PWD, right? Okay, so there are these personalities, yeah?
Right.
Okay, but if you take a look, there's just a ton of these things.
Yeah.
And so you notice, like, what are they alias to? It's all verb, noun, sorry, yeah, okay. But the aliases are very regular as well. Okay, so take a look at this. Let's say gal, G, star. Okay, notice wildcards. So notice all the G's start with get. Okay.
You know what? I don't think I've actually ever noticed that.
Okay. Now here's the thing. Now that's sort of obvious, right? But
Well, apparently not.
Apparently not. But here's the interesting thing. Look at this one. GSV. Okay. Let's see if I got the zoom it working here. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay. So get service GSV. So then the question is, well, geez, what about if I did gal star SV? And look there. Okay. So you got some, but GSV. Yeah. SASV, start service, SPSV, stop service. So look at this, SASV, okay? So let's see. Ooh, I'm getting good at this. SASV is start service. So SV for service, let's say gal SA star, and look, start. So it's not always the case, right? Sal, AL for alias, but yeah, SA, JB. So we've even been tried to be thoughtful and schematize the aliases as well.
And you made them easy to search through. And this has become really important when we get to start talking about using the help system, which is what we're going to do next. But you've made them easy to search through to find aliases. And one of the things, guys, I want to show you is on to what Jeffrey was showing you, is with those aliases. A lot of times, get alias, a lot of times you're going to have a commandlet and you're going to want to know what the alias is for the commandlet. There is a way to do this, and we're going to explain what parameters are. They alter the command, and there's a parameter called definition, and if I were to type in a particular commandlet, it'll tell me what the aliases are available for it. Notice in this case there's a couple of them, PS and GPS for it. So there's a couple of different ways to find and work with your aliases. I find it much easier if you just memorize the list. No, just kidding. Don't memorize the list. As a matter of fact, don't memorize anything. But we'll talk about that more.
Can you talk about that more? Good.
Because we don't want you memorizing stuff.
No.
That just takes the pain out of it. So, questions or comments? Make sure that you're in the chat rooms, you're asking questions, and we're going to be checking on you guys as we go throughout this to see if you have any questions. And there will be a recording of this later. I know a lot of people are asking if there's going to be a recording of this. Absolutely, and it will be available for you online with MBA. So, and I'm going to remind you with this slide often to ask questions and stuff like that. So you ready to do a little help and help me out and do a little help?
Yeah.
Because, guys, this is probably the most important section of the entire day. And it may not even seem like it at first, but I swear to God that this is the most important thing. And here's why it's so important. When you go to PowerShell, you're going to stare at that console and go, now what do I do?
Yeah.
This is the answer. So
Kierkegaard called that the dizziness of freedom. You look at that prompt and you can do anything, and you're like, what do I do?
And that a lot of it affects all of us, and a lot of us, you get past that with what we're going to do now.
Yeah, exactly.
The help system. But I think for a lot of folks, I see it all the time. That okay, it made sense when you were doing it, but now I'm staring at that console and I just don't know what to do.
Yep.
And I don't know where to go. And they create a solution for you. This is a beautiful solution. So what we're going to start off with is looking at the help system, showing you how to get it updated. And this is actually a fascinating feature in V3. Remember I was saying you're going to want to be using V3, and this is going to be one of them. The most important thing is the discoverability that the help system provides you. Basically, it is your Bing for PowerShell. It answers all of your needs and all of your questions. And also, we're going to show you how to read syntax and so forth. So let's get started with the help stuff. And here in about 10 minutes, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back in and look at all the syntax and start getting into it. So first of all, why you need help? Well, I just want to go to bullet number 2 right off.
Exactly.
Can we talk about this? I'm a smart guy, but I'm not smart enough to just know everything.
Absolutely.
So tell me what the idea here is.
Yeah, so one of my jokes, although it's actually true, is that PowerShell is such a great product because I'm such a deeply flawed human.
Okay,
it's true. I'm a deeply flawed human, and I was in a position to say, hey, let's build a tool that helps me. Right. So concretely, I can't remember all that stuff either. I'm a terrible typist, etc. So you'll see there's a ton of stuff in PowerShell that helps for those things. So it really is a goal to not be able to memorize things. Actually, there's a great story. They recently did a study of Unix admins and came out with this report. And I was really amused by this because basically about 25, 30 years ago, they had done exactly the same study and produced exactly the same results. And here's what they did. They took a bunch of beginner Unix admins and expert Unix admins, and they said, hey, here's a test. If you wanted to do this, how do you do it? And a written test. And what was interesting was that when you scored these, there wasn't very much of a difference between the expert Unix admins and the beginning Unix admins. And so then it's like, oh, why are we paying these experts so much money? They can't... objectively, they're not that much better than just some beginner, right? And so then they said, okay, well now let's put them in front of a machine and give them a set of tasks. And what you saw was this huge difference in performance, that the experts were able to perform amazing things that the beginners struggled with. And the conclusion was that what expert Unix guys are great at is not knowing things, but in figuring things out. Okay, and so that's the deal. This is not about you sitting there saying, hey, it should work this way, right? No, that's not the deal. The deal is, hey, let me figure out how to do things. And so that's what it's all about. What you're going to learn is a schema, right? You're going to learn a set of things. You're going to learn how to learn, and then you're going to use those techniques over and over again. And that's why once you learn how to use PowerShell and you're managing, say, Exchange, then when someone says, oh, we got this link server, it's like, well, let me have at it. And you'll be able to go and you'll be able to learn and learn and learn and just figure stuff out.
So basically what you're telling me is that the first time I walked up to a Unix guy and I said, hey, how'd you do that? And he turned around and usually barked at me going, RTFM.
Yeah.
He was actually trying to educate me. He wasn't just being a terrible person.
No, both.
Oh, okay, he's being both. But I think, and this is really the moral of the story, is you're not going to be able to memorize stuff. Guys, PowerShell v2 had like 236 core commandlets. Okay, I might be able to memorize those, but here's the deal. When you start working with products, Exchange has, depending on your version of Exchange, has between 535 and 610 commandlets. You got 500 and some odd commandlets for SharePoint. You've got 100 and some odd commandlets for Active Directory. In Server 2012, you have thousands of commandlets now.
Yeah, thousands, yep.
There's no way to memorize them. So what they did is they created a help system. Now, before you go, oh no, not another help system. Yeah. Because I know if you've, and I'm not, okay, maybe I am. If you've used the help system in a particular product before and have found it unuseful, well, just remember, that wasn't spent a lot of time on. This was spent a lot of time on by people who wanted you to be successful and knew that the only way that you're going to be successful is to have a great help system. We, all of us, use this every single day. And I want to point out that, as Jeffrey was saying, it's about using the help system, reading and comprehending it, and then figuring it out. We're IT pros. That's what we do. We figure things out. This is actually fun when you start working with it. But one of the challenges that we have is the RTFM side. I mean, as an IT pro, one of the reasons I got into IT is because I was really good at sitting down at a computer and just figuring it out. I didn't have to read the manual. Well, that's not going to work here. We're going to have to use and read and comprehend the manual, and they've made it really easy for us. So let's start doing a little get help stuff. First of all, and guys, some of this stuff is in the slides, and so we're just going to demonstrate it. First of all, let's talk about update help versus the way that we used to have it.
Yeah, okay. So we used to ship the help with the product, and turned out that there were all sorts of problems with that. So basically the way Microsoft works, because we ship to hundreds of millions of people, right, it really matters that the release is buttoned up, right, which is to say that you stop changing things, and then you test, and you test, and you test, and you test, and then you release it. So what ended up happening was that just as soon as you're like putting the finishing bits on the code, the documentation has to be done. And of course that doesn't work, but now it's cooked, like, hey, don't change it because you might break something. So then it gets shipped, and the documentation, there's differences between the documentation and the product. And the answer used to be, well, hey, just hang in there, we'll release again in 3 years and we'll fix that. Well, that's kind of a crummy answer. And then there was a second problem. The second problem is, guess what? The help is huge. Right, because there's a ton of it. And then would you say, well, geez, I'm now going to a cloud world where I've got a gazillion machines, I get a gazillion servers. I want to use those, be as efficient as possible with those servers, and you don't need the help on all those servers, right? You need the help on the machine you're managing them from. Right. And to put the help on all those systems is just bogging down those servers with stuff that you're not going to use. So because of those two problems, in PowerShell version 3, we moved to an updatable help model, which is to say we ship, and there's some very kind of like structural help that we generate based upon metadata. You'll see some examples of that. But then all the help text is available from download from the internet. So that's the way that works.
And let me just say that in V2, one of the challenges was if you were using the help system and there's an example in there, there was a possibility, that maybe that example was wrong. And I'll show you a way around that if you're in V2. To get the latest information for it. But really the joy here with V3 is as soon as Microsoft updates a help or they find an issue, my help gets updated on my management station. So the first thing that we're going to do, and then we're going to take a break here in just a couple minutes.
Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you ever used WQL.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So I can never remember WQL. I just can't. It's one of those things. There's certain things that just never sink in for me. WQL is one of them. And so constantly whenever I went to use that, I'd have to do search. And there's something about the search, the content, I can never find it on the internet either. Right? And so at some point somebody had exactly the same problem. So they went on Microsoft Connect and said, you ought to have an about topic for WQL. And guess what? They went and wrote one. And so now we have an about WQL, and it's just there. Point was, you didn't have to wait for another release. You had a problem. You told us about your problem, and we responded. And then in a matter of I forget how long that one took, but there was one where somebody complained about an error in the documentation. 2 days later, we had an update. So this is pretty peppy. It's continuous publishing.
And so what you want to make sure that you're doing is you're updating help. And let me show you how to do that. First of all, you're going to need an internet connection. Now, there is a way around that, but let's just start off with the basic update help here. And so we've got a commandlet for that called update, get it, dash.
What would you have? What would you want to update?
Yeah, what do you want to update? The help. So the verb, the noun. So that's working out. And I like to use dash force. And guys, this is something that you can run every single day to make sure you have the latest and greatest help. And what it's going to do, it's going to go out to the internet and it's going to download all of the help files that you need for all of the stuff that you have on your system.
See that progress bar? It says, ooh.
Which is what it should say in PowerShell. Ooh.
So cool.
Now, look, if you have a bunch of machines that don't have direct access to the internet, you can save this help with save help. You can save this help and
figured
then
it out
as a set of files, and then you can update from that set of files. But having the internet connection sure does make your life a lot easier. Now, here's the idea. We're going to take a break here. And so what we want to do is make sure that you've got a PowerShell console up and make sure that you've updated help, because when we come back, we're going to start using my favorite things. And let me just show them to you real quick. Get-help, which, yep, that's going to get us help on stuff, but it's also going to help us search for stuff. And so that's its most important thing. Before, though, we go, I want to show you there's a difference. You're going to see people use get-help. You're going to see people use help. And you're going to see people use man. And I want to show you that there's a difference between these two. Get-help. And I'm just going to pick a commandlet. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep things real simple right now. And I want you to notice my screen. It's scrolled all the way to the bottom. Now, this is not a complete help file, but we'll get to that after break. But I want you to notice it's scrolled all the way down to the bottom. Now, watch the difference between using help on the same thing. Look at the bottom of the screen. See how I've got that little more? So I can, and you probably heard that, I can spacebar now and move through the help file. Man does the same thing. So man, and I'll do get service, gives you that same, you know, like you pipe to more kind of deal, where you can pound your way through it. Use whichever one makes you happiest. And probably today you should experiment. I know I've got friends that are just help. I always only use help. I happen to be a get-help kind of guy because I like it to scroll to the bottom of the screen. The help system is this super discoverable, great tool to help me find things. And let's do a couple of examples. I'll start off and then you can join in.
Ooh,
Guys,
ooh.
this is going to be really awesome because, and don't memorize or write down anything that we do.
Yep.
I swear to God, don't do it because that's kind of the whole point. So let me give you an example. First of all, help has the ability to discover stuff. And I'm a get-help kind of guy, so I'm going to use get-help. And I want to find out, here's my I want to see if there's any commandlets that could help me work with services. So I'm going to do star service star.
Yeah, by the way, star is your friend. Star is a wild card, and it says find anything at the beginning or find anything at the end. Match anything at the beginning or the end.
Yeah, and make sure that when you mean wild card, you use a wild card, because some commandlets will let you not use the wild card, and that's not a good practice to get into. So, oh my gosh, look at all of these commandlets. So many commandlets that have service in them. Whoa! But now's where the fun begins. Look, is there a commandlet that in this list that looks like it might retrieve or, I don't know, get me a list of services on my computer? So, yeah, there happens to be one right here. See, get-service. It would probably get me a list of services.
Show them the up arrow. Show them the up arrow.
What am I doing?
You can just use the up arrow. Now watch this. Now use the right arrow, left arrow, and put a G in front of the star. Check this out. Now do it.
Oh, got a short list.
These wild cards are great.
The wild cards are great, and actually knowing how to do a good search is really good. This is great. This is great. So here's the idea, and we're going to do this a couple times. The idea is you search for, and probably by noun, you search for the thing that you want to find. I want to know something about processes, or I want to know something about services, which are the examples I'm going to use a lot. But it could be as simple as AD computers or something like that. And you search for what you want, and when you find it, well, there's a help file for it. So let's go in and take a look. I'm going to do get help, get-service. Now, this is the simple view of the help file. And let me just show this to you real quick. It gives you the name, synopsis, syntax, which we're going to talk about here shortly. Gives you a description of what the commandlet does and some related links and information. Now, this is not the full help, so don't panic. We're going to do the full help. But let's try this discovery thing again. I want to do, let's see, get help, and I want to find something that would, and I'm going to use your trick. I'm going to say that would G star, something with AD computer in it. Because I want to work with Active Directory computers. Oh, look, there's a command there. Get AD computer. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking in my head, that's probably going to solve my problem. But to be sure, what I'm going to do is do get help, get AD computer, and take a look at it. And again, this is the simple help view, and we'll get to better ones here in just a second. But so the concept is pretty simple. What you want to do is you want to discover what you want to work with, and then look at the help for what you want to work with. Now, the concept is simple, but doing this seems to be a big challenge for a lot of folks. You have to become trusting in that this is how we do it and this actually works. No matter what product you're working with, think of what is it that you want to do something to. What's the noun that you want to find? And then have help search for it.
Yep.
Sounds like a great way to get help to work for it.
Yeah, we very much tried to create a world where you could think about what you want, type it, and get it. Okay, so let's just say you wanted to assign something. Well, you'd look for assign and you wouldn't find that. And you'd then quickly learn that we use the word set. And so you'd say, well, okay, so there's an infinite number of nouns, but the verbs are pretty regular. So imagine you wanted to get the help on the verbs. Like,
yeah.
you type, who are...
Go ahead.
Okay, so what you do is you'd say get verb. And it shows you all the verbs. And so these are all the verbs that you're going to learn. And you see, well, how many are there? So you might want to say, well, I'd get the verb, I'd like to measure them. And you see that there are 98 verbs. And here you see we break them up into whether they're security verbs or communication verbs, etc. Anyway, so those you're going to learn those 98 things, and then you're going to be able to think, type, and get what you want.
And what happens often is you're not even going to learn all 98 of those. You're just going to learn a few of them because you'll know that what the verbs will do for you, and you end up looking for the nouns. So it becomes a very easy process to follow through. But let's start getting into what this help can do for us. So once again, I'm going to do this. Get help. I want to find commandlets that'll retrieve me some services. Now, notice, well, there's get service, and so I want to take a look at what this can do for me. So I'm going to do get help and get service. Again, this is the simplified help view, but there's more to help than just this. Once you've updated help, this help can be extended or expanded upon. And let me show you a couple of things. This is where it gets just so happy for me. Because, watch, I'm going to do get help on get service, but we have a parameter that will allow us to get detailed help. And here's what detailed help is going to show us. I'm going to scroll all the way back to the top, and get service gives you the synopsis, again the syntax, which we're going to talk about in a second, and the description. This is what we saw before, but here's this. When we talk about syntax, we're going to start talking about what these things are, parameters. These parameters change how the commandlet acts. Well, I don't necessarily know what these things mean. Well, when you go to detailed help, look, the parameters are listed here with an explanation of what they mean. And so what you'll do is you'll actually be up here looking and going, I have no idea what that is. And then you can just scroll down and get a definition of the parameters. Also, as I scroll down here, I want you to notice something really interesting. Now we start to get examples. Now, I want you to think about this for a second. I've got a commandlet called get-service. So let's think about what it's probably going to do. I haven't run it yet. It's probably going to give me, and if I read the description, a list of all of the services on my computer, whether they're running stopped or paused, and it'll tell me about that. How many examples of that do you really think we need? Well, we need 11 of them. And here's why I want to point this out. Apparently we need 11 examples of this, and there's a reason for this. Because the people that worked so hard on these help files knew that there were going to be all kinds of different ways that you're going to want to try to use this, and they wanted to give you examples. What happens is oftentimes you'll be thinking of a business problem or trying to solve a business problem, and you'll say, gee whiz, I found the commandlet, let me go look at the example. You'll find an example that is really close to probably exactly what you wanted to do, which is one of the cool things. So a big shout out to all the folks that work on.
You know, the other thing we did was there were a few of the ones we knew people were going to use a lot, like get process. Boy, you always want to spend time looking at get process. Because there what we did was we said, hey, get process, get service, people are going to use these a lot. And so in our help and our examples, we show you not just how to use get process and get service, but we also show you some very common PowerShell techniques that then help you, kind of lead you to the next step. You start off saying, oh, I'd like to get services, what do I want to do? And then you say, well, geez, actually I'd like to format it a little differently, or I'd like to find these things, filter. And so we use those high volume topics to kind of go a little bit deeper to teach you the next level of PowerShell.
which is you're going to, as we take you through learning all of this deep level part of PowerShell, you're going to look at these help files in a totally new way, and you'll see that examples of sorting and filtering and getting the kinds of information that you want and changing the kinds of information you want. A lot of times writing the examples. A lot of people, the first thing they do is they go to examples. As a matter of fact, there is, rather than detailed, you have a parameter called examples that will take you right into just the examples if you want to get there real quick. Something else that you can do, and this is going to become a big deal this afternoon as we work through this, there's also full help. I don't know, Jeffrey. I don't know if they can handle the full help. I mean, that's an awful lot.
Let's
of help.
stress test them.
Here we go. Full help.
Put your seatbelts on.
Put your seatbelts on. Full help, guys. I'm going to tell you right now. The full help is very similar to detailed, except when you're in the parameters, there's some special information, and this is going to make in the next section when we're going to talk about what this information means to you. It's actually very important to us, and this will help us understand how the commands work in the pipeline. And so we're going to talk about that stuff in a little bit. So right now, when you're running get help, you can use detailed or you can use examples, but a little bit later on, you'll always end up using full. Now, I promised you earlier that for you folks that are running PowerShell v2, and even if you're running v3, sometimes if you're running v2, your help files, they're not up to date, and you want the latest. I need the latest and greatest information. Well, you can't run update help if you're in v2, which is why on your admin box you should be running v3. However, let me just show you. This is how we used to get around that. Microsoft helped us with this. -online. I love this. -online. Looky what it just did. Takes me, opens up a browser and takes me out. Look, updated, shows you when it was last updated, and here's the full help for whatever it is that I was looking for. In this case, get service. So again, don't close that. I'll lose the chat. -online. Now I
Can I show my favorite?
Yeah, because I hope you do. Now this, I was confused by this at first, but go ahead.
By what?
Well, yeah, I'll show you. You go.
Okay, so let's swap to mine. So here we'll do get help, get service. So here's the thing. You can say examples, right? Examples, and they say, "Oh, that's cool. Let's run this. Let's do one of these." Okay, and you type that. And by the way, so you do enter and then left mouse button. And okay, great. Now you want to do the next one. Oh, well, so you see, the workflow's all messed up. So what you can do is you can say, get help minus show window. And look here, comes up in a window. Okay, and now this has all sorts of great stuff. One of these is settings. And you can say, hey, I want to just see, I don't want to see all this stuff. I just want to see the examples. Look at all the stuff you can have control over.
It's amazing to me.
So now you just go here, cut, paste, paste, and do that. And then the next one, cut, paste. And so it's a very nice workflow, much nicer workflow.
Yeah.
So again, that is this show window. And you'll see there's some really fun stuff with show window. Can I spend some more time on show window?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so now let's turn all this back on there. Okay, so you see it's got lots of stuff here. Okay, so now in the show window, you can do things like, remember, what is it? Well, anyway, you got to find here, right? So you can find stuff like depend. Okay, and so notice it gets highlighted and it says here, it says 18 matches, okay, and you can search. I don't do that very well. Anyway, so then you can start searching for these things, and so it's super nice.
I think the addition of this was added to v3, and I think the addition of this is really phenomenal. Because guys, let me show you. Traditionally, you're going to spend so much time in the help file, and you're going to want to do just that. You're going to want to cut and paste from a help file, or you're going to want to read a help file while you're working in PowerShell. That a lot of times what a lot of guys would do is, if you take a look at my screen, I'm just going to launch 2 PowerShell sessions. Now, if you have 2 monitors, this is great, right? So you do help in one, and then you can work in another one. But with v3, having the show window stuff, well, first of all, it fits better on your screen. It's easier to move around. You can have the help. It's easier to get stuff out. The part that always confuses me is, and then we're going to fix this later when we start talking about the magical ISE, but it's the cut and the paste, man. It's that whole It's that right clicking and stuff in the console. Why can't we fix that? Why can't we fix that? Why can't we fix that console?
Because it's horrible. Yeah. So
okay,
anyway,
that's the answer I want.
No. So here's the thing. So let me give you a little tutorial about some of the behind-the-scenes stuff at Microsoft. So there was some point where people said, "Oh, Microsoft stopped advancing IE. That just proves what bad guys they are. There's no competition. They stopped innovating." No, my friends. Honestly, that's not what happened. What happened was that it got to the point where every time we made a change, we broke a bunch of people, right?
Right.
And so there's like, well, people are like, "Hey, jerks, stop breaking us." And so they stopped doing that. And then all of a sudden some competitors got up there, and so now they went and started doing things, even though sometimes things break. Same thing happens with the console window. The console window, man, every time you change that thing, you break tons of people. You just break tons of them. And so you don't want to change that thing very much. Now here's the thing. Actually, I'm pretty hostile to the console window. Okay, so that's it. I'm trying to make this thing die. I'll just be straight up about it. Make it die. And why is that? And the answer is that there are these things called console apps. Okay, now a console app only works in the console. Now here's why I want to kill the console, because I want to kill console apps. And it turns out that the reason I want to kill console apps is you go and you do something on the console app, and it writes directly onto the console, which means you cannot automate it. Okay, you can't run something, get its output, process the output, and do something with it, because it writes directly on the screen. So this is just evil incarnate. It is the enemy of automation, so we're trying to get rid of those things. So we're trying to get everybody onto PowerShell ISE, which is a much richer investment. So by the way, stop asking me to fix the console. I'm not going to fix the console.
And that's the point that I want to, is that the console, and look, I know cut and pasting in the console, and some guys go, the console's driving me nuts. A little bit later on today, we're going to help you with, well, he hates it, and so there's actually a really cool solution to it, but I want you to wait till we get there with the ISE. So to cut and paste in the console is, if you haven't done it, it's you highlight it, you right-click, and then you can right-click again. So no Control-C, no Control-V in this puppy. I think we may have something cooler for you later on, but right now, that's how you do it. So right-click, and right-click will take care of it for you. Jeffrey, you know what we need to do? We need to start to take a look at and explaining syntax, because here's the thing. Everybody wants to work with Commandlet, but Commandlet's going to do great stuff for you, but sometimes you want the Commandlet to alter its output or change what it's actually doing for you. Get service is great, but it's going to give you a list of all your services. Maybe I just want the one called bits or something like that. So the syntax of the commandlet will explain to you the options that you have available to control the commandlet. And so at first it looks very, very confusing. Now, we've got slides for this, and so it's all in the slide deck. But let's take a look here. I've got get service up right now, and I'm going to take a look at something pretty simple.
But you know what? If you do this in show window, it comes out better.
You like it in show window better?
Yeah, because watch. Do it.
No,
you do it.
Let's see. Let's do show window.
See, because one, you got the zoom there, down at the bottom. You never notice that?
Oh,
see that
yeah.
Zoom.
Oh, that's
and so the nice thing is that it highlights some things. So it's I think it's a little bit easier to read.
Very easy to read.
And it's easier to select and say.
Okay, so we're going to use this instead. This is much better. So take a look at this right here. See the thing with the dash in front of it? So you'll notice that I've got a commandlet, and then it starts followed by all of this magical characters. And we're going to explain what all these characters are. But the first thing I want you to notice is look how many times under syntax I see the name of this commandlet. I see it 3 times. Now, Jeffrey, technically this is called parameter sets. But why am I seeing 3 of these?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Imagine, take a look at the net command. right? There's net use and net view, etc. These are different parameter sets. And what happens is when you type net view, you get one set of functionality. When you type net use, you get a different set of functionality. So what happens is that then they reuse the command net. Now, that's essentially what a parameter set is. Now, we take a different take on it. Net use is extremely different functionality than net use, okay? So we don't like that. We want to be clear. But the point about get service is that there are different parameter sets. Sometimes you want to say get service based upon its name, or you're going to say I want to get service based upon its display name, okay? So those are two different parameter sets. Or a better example would be get process. Sometimes you want to say get process whose name is this. Sometimes you want to say get process whose ID is this. Or sometimes you're going to just say get process and get them all.
And get them all.
Yeah, so those are different parameter sets.
And let me show you what Jeffrey's talking about is notice in these three different get services, and yeah, don't worry, we'll take a look at get process too. In these three different get services, look at this one. This one has dash name. Down here in these other two, you don't see dash name. This one has dash display name. You don't see that in the other two. So that's what makes that particular parameter set unique. And matter of fact, I'm going to demonstrate these here in just a second. But again, look at these dashes. These dashes indicate that they're parameters. Dashes, parameters. Parameters will allow you to change the results of what the command is going to do. And I want to do an example for you. Let's take a look at dash name. I want you to notice it's followed by these characters here. I just kind of go like this, call them chihuahuas or something like this.
Chihuahuas? No, that's the technical term. Not many people knew that. I didn't realize that you...
The official technical term now is chihuahua. Chihuahuas. And what this is this is the kind of values that you can give
I think
this
we're going to get in trouble with HR on that one.
Really? Okay, these things. Well, no, like Pac-Man.
Ah, Pac-Man.
So these can be... No. These are the values that you can give to the parameter. And I'm going to show you. So let me give you a quick example here. Let me lower this down. Well, I'm not going to lower it down. I'll just do it here. Watch. I'm going to do get service, and I'm going to use one of the parameters. Now, parameters always begin with a dash. So make sure you always put a dash in front of the parameters. And now I'm going to put in a value that would be inside those chihuahuas. And it said that the value type was string, which means alphanumeric. And I'm going to put in the name, which is a short name of a service. I'm going to do bits. Instead of getting the entire service list, this parameter now is going to allow me to just get the service that I want. So here's the idea. Parameters can have these arguments on them. And a lot of parameters can take multiple arguments. And let me show you what that looked like. Let's say I wanted 2 services. Notice the comma in between. Now the space is optional, but if you put a space in there, it makes it easier to read. Now I get those 2. Let me show you how that looks in the syntax. And so let's go back here. Notice up here at dash name, that's the parameter. Then we have the chihuahuas with the type of data that we can put in there, the value type. See these guys inside? These guys? And you got to do them close together because we've got these guys and we've got these guys.
So these are chihuahuas. What are these?
So chihuahuas, I just call them binkies because they're inside. Yeah. So you've got chihuahuas, and inside the chihuahuas, you have these binkies. If you see binkies in there, that means it can take multiple values separated by a comma. Now, I'll show you some stuff later where you won't see the internal binky. And so, boy, there's going to be a whole phrase book now. And so it can only take one value. And this is very important for you to be able to know. But here's the part where it starts to get a little confusing. Let me do a little demonstration here of dash name with multiple values, which I just did. But let me show you something else. This isn't the confusing part. I'm going to ask Jeffrey about this confusing part. Again, you can do wildcards. So dash name B star means I'm going to get all the services listed that begin with B.
By the way, there's no conflict between wildcards and arrays or collections. So do this. Do that up arrow. Now now comma C star.
Oh yeah. This is that's great point.
Yeah.
Great point. So now I get both the ones that begin with B's and with C's. And see, that's awesome. That's totally awesome. So, I closed my show window. So let me go up here and open up the show window. Here's the part where I start getting kind of confused here. And this originally kind of threw me off. Is I want you guys to notice this guy down here, computer name. And I want you to notice what's around computer name. See these brackets that surround both the parameter and the argument there? So it's not the internal binkies inside of Chihuahuas, it's these things that surround either the parameter or the parameter and its argument. This means you don't have to use it. It's optional. But wait, we're not done yet. A great example is take a look at this first syntax, this syntax up here. Notice that everything has these around it, which means that there's nothing actually required that I type in. Notice I've got them around here, got them around here, and every single one of them, optional. That means all I need to do, or all I have to do, is type get service, and it gives me a whole list. In other words, no parameters were required. But take a look at this inside the syntax. Look at this second syntax. I want you to notice, look at this guy down here. See how display name doesn't have these around it? Well, that means if you're going to use display name, you've got to put it in, and then you've got to give me a value for it. Now, here's an example. Display name, by the way, is the long name. So it's this really long name. And I can get services by that display name, but I want you to notice that you've got a choice, dash name or dash display name. So get service, dash display name. And now I can type in whatever long, lengthy, and I'm just making it up, display name that I want to type in. But if you're going to use display name, now you have to use display name and the value that goes with it. That's what gets you into that other syntax. Let's do something else. Let's do stop.
Oh, wait, you didn't show. Yeah, so here's the thing. Yeah. So imagine you wanted to get, like, do a get service B star.
Just V star?
B.
Oh, B star.
B as in boy. Okay, so look at this. The name for BitLocker Drive Encryption Service is BDESV. Now remember we said, oh, well, you want to create a world where you think about what you want, you type it and you get it. How many of you were thinking, oh, I want to get the BDESVC service, right? Like, blah. So, no, you want BitLocker, okay? So then you want to say, okay, well, get service minus display No, you can't type BitLocker. It's BitLocker Drive Encryption Service. So remember, PowerShell's great because I'm flawed. I can't remember BDESVC, and I'm definitely not going to remember BitLocker Drive Encryption Service. And look, even if I could remember it, I can guarantee you I cannot. I'm like incapable of typing that correctly. So what you do is you type
display name
bit star. No, just bit.
Oh, just bit star, yeah.
Bit star. Something to do with BitLocker. Yeah. Boom, and it just works.
It got us by the long name, which actually makes more human sense than those little tiny short names.
See, one of the things we said was with PowerShell, it's like programming with hand grenades versus sniper rifles. You know, it's just sort of like over there. I don't know if I ever told you that story. No. My buddy, out of college, my roommate used to be in Vietnam. He was Vietnam A-Team, Special Forces, and no, it was actually the other guy I worked with. He was a Navy SEAL. And the Navy SEALs get their own weapons, right? So everybody else, like you're this kind of guy, you get this kind of weapon. The Navy SEALs, like the gun manufacturers would make them guns. And he talked about this thing, I never quite got it in focus, but it's basically sort of like a machine gun shotgun. A machine shotgun. And he said, and the great thing about that is in Vietnam, you had the jungle, and you sort of only had to know what, like, was my problem over there or over there. And you'd set up with this thing, and he says you'd let loose with it, and 3 seconds later, your problem was gone, or everything between you and your problem was gone. And you could focus in on your problem. Well, that's the same sort of thing. You just sort of like, hey, BitLocker is something to do with BitLocker, BitStar.
BitStar.
And so that's the kind of the model we're trying to go for, is just sort of over here or sort of over there. Now there are times when you need to be precise, and you can be precise, and there are times where it's just sort of like over there is good enough. And by the way, when you need both, you'll see how we deal with that. So through something called minus what if and minus confirm.
Yeah. Okay. And so, and Jeffrey, what I need you to help me with is this is the one that seems to throw most people off. So a dash, dun, 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 means that you have a parameter. And if it's followed by chihuahuas, that means you can put arguments on it, and you get the value type of the argument, string, int, that kind of thing. And if it's got binkies in there, you can take multiple arguments separated by a comma. You see plenty of examples of us doing that. And if you're surrounded by these brackets, you don't have to, it's optional. You don't have to do it at all. But there's something tricky here in this view.
Yeah, isn't
Let's
that
look
cool?
at this guy. Look at this dash name. This guy's it throws everybody off. So I don't have to type this in. I don't type anything in because we all know that I can just run get service and get all of them. But if I'm using dash name and I want to specify a name of a service, like bits, what is it with these little duders inside here?
Yeah, this is something we call positional parameters. Okay, and so that means that if you just specify the value, you don't have to specify dash name.
So this makes watch get service. I can do this. You might be saying, I got to type a lot. Actually, you don't have to type a lot, but here's what positional means. If you're going to give me a bunch of names of services, you don't have to use dash name. See, works the same way, which means, so those brackets around the parameter simply mean you don't have to use the parameter, but you got to give me the argument. That's what makes it
Oh, and it gets even better, because now you can just type GSV.
Oh, yeah, you can use the alias to even shorten it up even further. So watch. Or do you want to go ahead and do it? It's a GSV bits.
And so here's kind of a key kind of principle of PowerShell. Okay, the principle is we want to have this very regular, very self-describing surface. Okay, so when it's 3 o'clock in the morning and things didn't go the way you wanted to, and during some IT upgrade, and you bring up some script, you want that script to be absolutely readable. You want to know what's going on. Okay, and so that's why PowerShell is very clear. You know, get dash service dash name, etc. So that when you're reading it, you know exactly what's going on. On the other hand, when you're interactive, you can type that if you want, and we make it easier to type that with things like tab completion. But sometimes you just want to go, 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 go. And so we have all these shortcuts and aliases so that you can be very, very productive as a high-speed, advanced, interactive user. But then when you go and write scripts, we encourage the more verbose style.
As a matter of fact, let's just to emphasize on that a little bit further. So when you're writing scripts, this is the way that you're going to want to do it here in the top example. You're going to want to be very explanatory of what you're doing. But as Jeffrey was saying, when you're at the console, free reign. I mean, if you can use aliases and shorten this up with the positional parameters so that you can quickly get things done. You're going to see examples of that today because Jeffrey uses an awful lot of aliases, and I usually, because I'm getting ready to automate it, sometimes I just do the whole thing the first time through, where I use all the parameters and all the arguments. So you're going to see that contrast between working quickly interactively with the short versions, and then the long versions that you're going to want to see in a script. But let me give you a hint, and then we'll do another example, and then take a look at how to work with all of this. Have you guys been hitting the tab key? You take your pinky. If you're a touch typist, this is probably not for you, but this pinky.
Oh, he's showing you the official flexing moves.
Yeah. You want to make sure you stretch.
You want to warm it up at the beginning of every day.
Stretch it. Stretch the pinky, and you want this pinky to hover right over the tab key always. Because what you want to do is watch. Get SE. I'm going to start hitting the tab key. Look. It'll start going through the commandlets. We got so many commandlets now, it's a lot of them to go through. There we go. Wait a minute. Shift tab goes backwards. Watch. Dash. I'm going to hit the tab key. It'll cycle through the parameters for me. This is cool.
Remember I said we make it easier to help type this stuff out? That's what he's talking about.
And so look, in just about as many keystrokes as doing like GSV bits, just a couple of more, and I can bang this out and get it to look really nice and clean so that if I'm going to use this in a script. So the tab key is your friend. Use the tab key. You're going to see us use it all the time today. Let me show you another example of finding something as kind of a summary here of finding a commandlet and then taking a look at its syntax. And then we're going to show you how to start to put commandlets together on the pipeline. So let's do this. I have this business problem time. And my business problem is I need to get, I need some errors. I need the newest errors the newest 5 errors out of my system log.
Oh, yeah.
So I need to be able to look at my event
The log
logs.
file.
Yeah, the log file. Yep. So I'm thinking I need to look at my event logs. I wonder if PowerShell has a commandlet that can help me with my event logs. So get help star, well, let's see, do you have anything with event logs? Oh, and lo and behold, there are plenty. As a matter of fact, this is a great time now. You can take a look at the verbs. You can just guess. What do you think clear event log's going to do?
I bet it would clear it.
I bet it would clear it too. You know, what do you think get event log is going to do? Ta-da! It's going to. I know it seems ridiculous, but this is the point: is you're looking at the verbs and figuring out what they're going to do, and it's not that difficult at this point. Now what we're going to do is I want to get an event log. Now I could just try to run this, but I want to take a look at the help file first. So I'm going to do get help on get event log. And I want to take a look at the syntax. And I also, if I have questions about the parameters, I want to be able to see the definitions of those parameters. So I'm going to do -detailed right now. And I'm going to go up here and go, hey, here's get event log. Take a look at the syntax. Look, get event log. Look at all of these parameters. See the dashes? See the arguments that they can have, whether they can have multiple values. And if you don't know what something is, like, I wonder what newest means, you can scroll down and you can take a look down here. And the reason I'm going through this is what we all end up doing, is I don't know necessarily what all the parameters mean. So a lot of times I go to the list and I read the list of parameters first just to find out what capabilities I have. I know that seems like it may take a few extra minutes, but it's worth it because I found that newest means I can get the newest entries in the log. But also take a look at something else in this syntax. Oops, where'd he go? Look at all of the things that are optional, but I want you to notice something. Looking up here. I want you to notice that dash log name isn't required, but this guy is. I want you to see what happens when something is mandatory and you try to run it. So if I just tried to run get event log, I want you to think about this. If this worked just like this, think about all of the, it's going to go through all of the logs and spit all of the logs out onto my screen. Could that be a little performance issue, especially if you're doing it to 50 machines at once?
That's now called big data.
That's right. Big data is the
big
data. So watch. I'm going to strike enter, and PowerShell smart enough to go, hey, look, you need to know what log you want to look in. So we're going to make you tell us what log. So I'm going to say system. Now, of course, it's now going to give me the entire system log, but let me just show you. By using the help file, looking at the examples, reading the parameters, you can start to make solutions like this. Get event log, I know wants a log name. I want the log name system. I also know that I want the newest.
I think you can tab complete that too.
I think you can now too. Yeah, wait a minute, let's try it. Didn't used to be able to do that. Let's see. Oh, look.
Is that cool?
That is totally cool. I noticed that a lot in V3, that you can now tab complete on a lot of the things that the system has. I think another reason you should be using V3.
Yeah, yeah, right. That's a V3ism, not on V2ism.
Yeah. So I know that by looking at the help file, the newest will let me get the newest, I'm just going to say 3 entries. But here's the thing. You guys know this, in a log file, there's a lot of that information stuff, and I don't want that. It just so happens if you look at the help file, you'll find that entry type, error, that's going to give me the 3 latest errors. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, that's not, that's cool, but, I had to do a lot of reading. I could have just opened up, the graphical for this. Oh, yeah? Well, watch this. Thing is this. There's a parameter in here called computer name. I want the latest 3 errors from 3 different computers. Here's the thing you need to kind of get from all of this. You can't open the graphical fast enough. More or less, get that data that quick. So in this one command that I figured out, I can get errors from multiple computers all on my display. Now, it's on my display, and we're going to fix that here in this next section, because maybe I don't want it on my display. Maybe I want it, I don't know, in a web page. Ooh. Or a CSV or something like that, but...
They missed the look. Show that again.
Ooh, a web page. That's right, I turned to Jeffrey and go, ooh. So I've used the help file to build one great command, and now we want to start doing more with it. So, to kind of wrap this up here, I've got some slides in here. And like I said, everything that we've been doing is in the slide deck. So let me just kind of thumb through here the slides. Again, questions?
Oh, by the way, you missed something crucial.
Did I?
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Go back to that, the wildcard help. Interactive.
Which?
Good Lord. Here, go to mine.
What?
He said, get help star event log. Okay? And pointed out, oh, look here, you got clear, you got get, limit. But look here. About.
Oh, I forgot to talk about the about help.
Yeah, no, this is like one of the most important things. This about event logs, okay? So these are what we call conceptual topics, okay? So you say, okay, clear screen, and then, by the way, here's a trick I do, right? So if I did clear screen, here's the thing. So now I want to see this. If I do clear screen, and then, oh, what was it I was going to do? Oh, shoot. So what you do, all right, because again, I'm flawed, right? I can't remember. It was about something. Okay, so here, so what you do is you do clear screen and then semicolon. Semicolon is a statement separator that says, do this, and then do something else. So it's a way to do two things at once. Then we say, get, well, let's just say help about event, by the way, tab return, event logs. So then it clears the screen and shows me the about. And so here, notice it gives me a short description, describes things, viewing the event logs, goes through the discussion about the topic, tells you about the commands, etc. And so there's quite a bit here. And then, clear screen, if you just say help about underscore star.
Yeah, there you go.
You'll see lots of about topics. I mean, look at them. There's just a ton of really good stuff here. Like wildcards. Hey, about wildcard. Oh, about wildcards, about PowerShell version 4, guess which one I'm using, about the ISC, about WMI, and there's the one I mentioned, remember about WQL.
Yeah.
So I got to tell you, this is one of the best investments you can make is to go and do this help about and spend some time reading them. I mean, there's really great stuff there.
Yeah, and I think the important side to this is that there's actually two help systems. The help will help you discover out of both of them. You've got help system for the commandlets, and then you have this about underscore help system, which Jeffrey just said is conceptual stuff. As we go through today, we're going to be pointing out, oh yeah, you need more information, go to the about underscore blah, 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 blah. And
there's more than that.
Information in it.
No, there's more than that.
What's more than that?
Oh, so you don't know about category.
Category?
Yeah, so get help minus category, and here's a trick, right? So you say, I know that category takes a value, but I don't know what value it is, right? And so sometimes we have tab completion, sometimes we don't. Here's what I have to do. I just give a bad value, and then often what it'll do is it'll tell you,
what categories?
The argument, blah, 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 does not belong to the set, and it tells you the set of things that you can type.
Oh, so you can get specifically for the providers that we're going to be talking about?
That's the key. Now, I'll tell you here, we did this and set this up, and we had quite ambitious things for the help subsystem, and we haven't fully implemented all of them. Some of our partners have implemented some of them, but we didn't. But we were going to have FAQs and glossary terms. So if you say help FAQ, it's not there. Okay. Like to get around to that. But in particular, notice here, it says, where it is, provider. Right? So what you can do is you can say, by the way, tab works. And it tells you, oh, look, here are the various providers. Now, we're going to talk about this topic later.
Right.
But if you did that and you said, oh, get help, certificate. It'll give you information about a provider. And when we get to the topic about providers, this will make more sense. But it's a very, very rich help system.
Yeah, very rich help system. So our third topic for the day is getting connected with the pipeline. And the first thing is we're going to go through all of this. So there's the Qt module overview. But take a look at this. What's the pipeline? First of all, look at the character here. See this character? Okay, this is located above, like it says right here, located above your enter key. And the reason I say it like that is because a lot of folks don't even know where this character is. Let me give you an example. So, get, service, pipe. What's going to happen is get service is going to go out and get a collection of service objects. They're technically called service controllers, and you're going to see what all that is later. But it's going to grab all of those services, and then it's going to send them. And I'm not talking about a text representation. I'm talking about the actual service objects themselves. It's going to send them one at a time across this pipeline. What do you want to do next to these services? Well, let's narrow this down a little bit. Let's just do the name bits. Take a look. It's running. Take a guess what I could do if I wanted to stop this service. You probably could guess that there's a commandlet called stop service, and you would be correct. There's one called stop service, and you can specify a name. But here's the interesting thing. I can pipe it to stop service. If I could type it. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to take that bit service, we're going to send it across that pipeline. Stop service is going to grab hold of that and do exactly what it says it's going to do. It's going to stop the service. Now, we're going to talk a little bit later in more detail about how this pipeline works because it's crucially important in troubleshooting. But just take a look. Well, I wonder what it did. Well, let's run. It stopped it. Now I can pipe, and I could even say start service. And I'm going to use a pass-through on here that'll show me the results of what I'm doing. And now it started again. Now I know that's a simple pipeline, but that concept of taking something, sending it across the pipeline to have something else act on it is very important. And we can continue. We can pipe from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. So as an example, let's start out with a couple of cool things. Oh, hey, first of all, Jeffrey, what do you think? I just love to ask people this. Ooh, don't be careful with the enter key. What do you think, Jeffrey? Is that going to do what I think it's going to do?
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I know.
Don't want to do that.
Guys, we're going to show you. The pipeline is very powerful. It can also allow you to make silly mistakes. So
it's worth pointing out, PowerShell is a powerful tool. A powerful tool. Like a really sharp knife. A really sharp knife, super, super useful. Probably don't want to give it to your kids, right? Or you want to pay, you want to be thoughtful about this stuff. PowerShell, you can do some damaging things, and so often we, give you techniques to deal with that. But indeed, don't complain if you say, oh well, geez, I removed all the files from my file system. Darn PowerShell. Yeah. By the way, I did that actually. I was giving an example of how to do this and the guards that we have, and I forgot to put that in, and I hit carriage turn. And it turns out if you kill LSASS, bad things happen.
Bad things.
Bad things happen, especially when you're in front of like 700 people doing a demo.
Very bad things happen that way.
Strongly not recommend.
Because I've hit the enter on the get service, stop service, and it's just not cool. PowerShell doesn't ask you, are you sure? Until later when we show you how you can get it to, but it doesn't, so it assumes you know what you're doing. Let me do an example here of another pipeline thing. Let's talk about CSVs for a second. A lot of times, export, here's a commandlet, export CSV. Guess what export CSV is going to do? It's going to take this information and export it to a CSV. And so I'm going to put in a path of let's just call it service.csv. You guys know what a CSV is, comma-separated file. And yes, you can change the delimiters. If you look at the help file for export CSV, you can change the delimiters and modify how it works. But let's take a look at this CSV. I'm going to open this up in Notepad, not the correct tool for looking at a CSV, because it's going to look at this text file. But I just want you to see how yep, it's all comma separated. But here's one of the interesting rules about PowerShell is if you can export it, you're going to want to import it at some point. You're going to want to work with that data again. So if you can export it, you can import the CSV. So import CSV. I forgot what I called it, but not that. There we go. And now all that data comes back and it's formatted correctly and it's attached correctly so I can actually work with it now. Now, these are simple examples of the pipeline, but we're also showing you some great export stuff. So besides exporting, like to a CSV, there's my favorite. Oops. Command line XML. I love XML. XML is the greatest thing since the automation of sliced bread. Great example. You guys used to do online banking years ago. You'd go to the, you buy something, swipe your credit card. 3 days later, it would show up in your account. Today, you swipe it. When's it show up in your account? Just as it finishes swiping. It's XML, baby. It's XML. So let's export to XML. And here's what I'm going to do. Instead of doing get service, I'm going to do get process. I like that. And I'm going to make a little, I'm going to pretend. I'm going to do this, call this good XML. I want you to pretend something for a second. I want you to pretend that I've just taken a snapshot of a perfectly good running machine. Runs perfectly. And I've just snapshotted its processes. Now, if you blink your eyes, pretend for a moment that now I'm working on a non-perfectly running machine. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to compare the good machine to the non-good machine.
Yeah, imagine those, instead of Notepad and Calc, imagine that was some malware.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just using Notepad and Calc. Now, the compare object, I'm just giving you an example of how the pipeline and how using commandlets can be very useful to you. So I've got a reference object. Now I want you to notice I'm going to use parentheses. We're going to talk more about parentheticals, but this means do this first. And what I need to do is I need to import the good XML file that represents the good machine. And then I want to compare that to this currently running machine. Now, when you run get process, there's a lot of information that comes up. What I want is I just wanted to compare the names of the processes right now and see if there's a difference. So what I've done is I've exported my process information with the pipeline, and now I'm just going to compare it. Notice the side indicator points to the bad machine and is saying, hey, look, Calc and Notepad are running on that, and as opposed to what's on the good machine. This is an example of how you're going to start to be able to build commands with the pipeline to do something, and then use other commands to achieve your results. Imagine comparing two machines, the software that's installed on them, and you want to make one machine look just like another. So there's a lot of things that we can do with building a pipeline. One last example, and then we'll take a short break.
Oh, yeah. So what Jason just showed you is freakishly powerful, and we're going to drill into it in the future. So what we did was we took a set of live objects, and we compared them against an XML file. Like, how do you do that? And the answer is the magic of PowerShell and the things we call objects and object adapters. And of course, if you just tried to compare these things, it would say, they're completely different. So he didn't. He said, I just want to compare them based upon their name. And so what you've done, okay, what we've really kind of led you to is, again, you think about what you want to do, you type it, and the magic of PowerShell is able to take these incredibly complex stuff and present it to you in a very simple world.
Oh, so let me show you a couple other command line things, and Jeffrey will be adding in stuff here, just so you can get the idea of kind of what's going on. Besides exporting out to like CSVs and XML, there's some other things you can do. So get service, everybody always wants to know, how do I put something into just a text file? Well, first of all, you could have found out file by looking for get help star file or something like that, which is totally awesome. And you'll find out file. Out file has, if you look at the help file for it, wants you to give it a path, and you give it a path to what you want to use as for your text file. So test.txt. And you can get the content. Did I say get the content? You can get the content from a text file. I wonder if there's anything that could help me with getting content from a text file. Oh, looky, get content. The help system's your friend. So you can get the content from a text file by just using get content. And I think I call that test.txt. And there's all that get service content that I just put in a text file. But wait, there's more. You can send stuff out to a printer, out printer.
So there's a set of things you could set it out to.
I wonder how we could find a list of the things that we could send stuff out to.
Yeah, no, just out.
Just
start with out.
Start with out, yeah. Well, but here, look, there's a ton of stuff that we can send for out. So, again, the help file is your friend. Besides sending stuff out, there's also creative ways to do stuff. So, get, service, I love this. This is one of my favorite things. We also have convert to commandlets. Convert to CSV. Now, this is going to make more sense later, but well, you just had an export CSV. Yeah, and we have a convert to CSV. The difference being for right now, when you do an export CSV, you're done. You're done. When you do a convert to CSV, we're going to leave that stuff in the pipeline in case you want to pipeline it and do other things to it. So
the way I think about it is export is convert coupled with output it to a file.
Yeah, excellent, excellent, because if you do an export CSV, you have a mandatory where you have to send it to a file. So think of it as a convert with an out file already built right in. So we have the converts, but I want to show you one of my favorite ones. Did I mention as a web guy? Anyways, and I'm going to pick just a couple of properties for this. I'm going to take name and status. The reason I knew that convert to HTML has a dash property parameter and it had chihuahuas that would take multiple arguments is because I looked at the help file. So it's going to convert it to, as you would expect, HTML, and at this point, there it did it. It's the cleanest HTML, by the way. It did exactly what I asked it to do, but here's an example of me saying, look, I don't want it to my screen. I now want it in a file. I want it out to a file, so let's pipe it out file. And let's call this just test.htm. And you guys know if you have an
Can you reduce your... Go down a little bit more?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Thanks, guys, for telling us about that in the discussion thing. I want to lower my command down so that picture-in-picture.
In all its glory.
In all of its beautiful glory. And you guys know that if you double-click, did I say double-click? Yes, I said double-click on an HTML. It'll pop. Well, see, no more double-clicking, no more mouse, no more mouse. So what I'm going to do is just say C:"test HTML, and PowerShell will launch it up there for me. Do you get, I just made a web page? How many developers did that take? And if you look at the help for convert to HTML, you're going to find that you have a lot of options to make this pretty. There's a lot of ways to make this very pretty with tables and all kinds of using style sheets and so forth. So it pays to look at the help. But this is a good example of piping from one command to another to achieve a certain result. So let's take a look at what else we got going. We got to the web page, and these are just some examples of piping some stuff. Oh, we're going to have to talk about stuff that kills because I almost screwed up earlier.
Yeah, this is fun. This is fun.
So let me, and Jeffrey, you can help me out here with this one because I'm going to get service, and I'm going to do stop service, and I want to know if this works or not. But seems kind of risky to me.
Yeah.
What can I do?
When in trouble, fear or doubt, run in circles, scream and shout. So, no. That's what they used to teach you. That's what they used to teach kids at Boy Scouts when you go on a trip. Oh. So, no, here's the thing. When you're ever... So, I once dealt with an admin who said, every now and again, it's late and doing something, and I realize I'm about to hit the carriage return or enter key, and I realize if I get it wrong, that's the end. Right, I'm going to be fired. Muffy and Buffy are not going to go to college. It's just going to be bad.
It's going to be bad.
I thought to myself, boy, what are we doing that we create an environment where that's the world that they have to live with? And so in PowerShell, if you ever have something that you're uncertain of, you can always type -what if. Like, what if I did this? What would actually happen? And you would get...
Dun, 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 dun.
And it tells you what it would do, but it doesn't actually do it.
Now, the best part is that it tells you what it would do, but it didn't actually do it. And if you look at my screen, it says, yep, I would have stopped these services. Now, if you're thinking to yourself that, oh, well, this is a nice, fast way to shut down my computer. No. This is going to blue screen way before it gets shut down. So, well, it won't blue screen, but it's going to stop somewhere around PowerShell service host somewhere in there.
Muffy and Buffy would not be going to college after this one.
So you're not going to want to do that. But something to keep in mind, we also besides what if, and I use what if all the time because, you know, things can be dangerous that you're trying out. We also have dash confirm. And dash confirm is a what if with, do you actually want to do this? Now, I'm obviously not going to say yes to anything and certainly not yes to all. So I'm going to put my finger on the L right now so that nothing happens. But I want you to notice it is showing you both what it will do and then asking you, do you want me to do this? So people ask all the time, PowerShell doesn't ask me, are you sure? Yeah, because PowerShell's not for sissies. But sometimes you need that capability. So I'm going to hit L. And please don't actually do anything.
Yeah, that'd be good. Hey, can I show them something?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember, so at some level, this isn't that interesting, right? Get service, pipe to stop service, right? Minus what if. I mean, okay, but who is going to do that, right? You're just not going to do that, right? But remember what I said earlier, right, about this like programming with hand grenades thing. What I said was, okay, so let's see, there's this bits thing, and I don't remember what the heck it was. So what I'm going to say is display name, something to do with bits, and or maybe it was something to do with BI, right? And then stop service. Now, did I get that one right? Now, this is the more realistic thing. Did I get that one right? Because maybe BI star maps to BIP service, and maybe it doesn't. So what you do here is you say, what if? And you're like,
yeah.
Oh, no, good thing I didn't do that. Now, at this point, you could go and say, well, okay, well, why did that match? Oh, I see biometric. And then, oh, I see compatibility. Now, if you wanted to, you could go in here and try and like tweak this thing, right? And do this. But instead, you can just say, no, you know what? It's close enough. Confirm. And you say, BitLocker, yep, that's the one I want to do it to. So you stop that. And then this one, you say, no, that was the only one. So you say, no to the rest. And now I've stopped GSVBI. Oh, I got the wrong one. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have stopped BitLocker. That was a bad thing.
Yeah, I think that might have been. Well, great example of a practical use of dash confirm. That's perfect.
I'm now out of compliance with corporate policy.
There you are.
These doors might come bursting open.
Well,
so
hopefully they will not burst open. So guys, this is our first introduction to the pipeline. We're going to go much deeper into this pipeline, but the concept again is you have a commandlet. You're going to pipe the results of that commandlet to the next one. So do this, then do this, then do this, then do this, until your needs are done. And what you're going to notice is as we go through this and you get more and more commandlets, you're going to see that the way you're thinking about solving the problem is the way that you'll actually be building the commands in the pipeline. Now, you don't have to do everything as a one-liner, and one-liners are great, and we're going to do a lot of them in here. But we're also going to do scripting, where a one-liner is when it's half the page, you're probably a little out of control at that point. But you can is the idea. Now, before we go too much further into the pipeline, Jeffrey, let's do this. I've got a slide here, so let me show everybody where we're at. So, guys, again, make sure you're asking questions, all that kind of stuff. And for all the people out in the support, the MVPs and everybody who's contributing, thank you so much for helping us out and answering all of these questions that are out there. Let's go into extending the shell a little bit. And this is a fascinating conversation for me because I can't remember the exact number, but I think when PowerShell 1.0 came out, I think there was like 192 commandlets. That's all we could do was like 190 things.
Yeah.
Then PowerShell v2 came out and there was 236. Well, there's only 236 things that we could do. But we need to do more than that. I mean, we need something that's extensible so that we can do. So how do we get more than just the core PowerShell commandlets? Who's responsible for all of that kind of stuff?
It takes a village, my friend. It takes a village.
It's a village. Light on a hill.
That's exactly the point. So the PowerShell team's responsible for the core PowerShell environment, the language, etc. And then you have plugins, right? Or snap-ins, or we now call them modules. Yeah. And this is where, like trust me, you don't want me writing the link commandlets, right? That's not, that doesn't end well. And so what we do is we create an environment where it's very easy for the individual feature teams to write their stuff and ship their stuff. And that's why when you say, oh, well, I want to do some stuff with PowerShell, where are the link commandlets? What? Do you have link installed? Because if you don't have link installed, you're not going to get the link commandlets. So the idea is that the commandlets ship with the thing that needs to be managed. Okay, so we do this through modules.
And
well,
so,
originally they were snap-ins. Okay,
right.
So snap-ins, and if you've got PowerShell version 1 or PowerShell version 2, you have these things called snap-ins. Turns out there were a number of limitations with snap-ins. The biggest, you had to be administrator to get them installed, and there's something else.
Well,
you couldn't X-copy deploy them.
Yeah.
And modules is basically kind of conceptually modeled after the module or package modules of Perl and Python and Ruby, but actually it's much richer than those, much richer than those. But the idea is you'd be able to package up your stuff and then X-copy deploy it, and then you import your modules.
So let's take a look. First of all, on what Jeffrey is saying is, and I think this is, you guys, all of you guys have run the MMC before. And you know the MMC. You can file, add, remove, snap in, and you get a list of stuff here that you can add in. I want you to notice on mine, I happen to have some of the Active Directory snap-ins. You guys know that in order to get those, I had to install something. And in this case, I had to install the remote server administration tools to get the Active Directory ones. Well, it's the same concept when you're working with PowerShell. Do you have the product installed? Well, I have the remote server administration tools installed, and so I'm going to get those modules. Let me show you. PowerShell has a command called get module. This will show you what's currently loaded up. However, list available will show you the modules that are available. Now, I need to just tell you right now, this is very confusing. In V2, V2, first of all, you're not going to see what you're going to see on my screen in V2. You're not going to see it in Windows 7 either. What you're seeing here is Windows 8 running the Windows 8 remote server administration tools, and I get more modules than you do.
Because he's cool.
Well, not because I'm cool, because I've upgraded. I know your corporate standard, you may not be doing it yet, but your admin box needs to be running V3, and as you're going to want, it needs to be running Windows 8. Okay? So, but at any rate, let me just show you. God, I'm not the guy that works for Microsoft, and I'm the one over here. So you can see I get this giant list of modules, and notice one of the modules at the very top here is called Active Directory. The reason I have that module is because I installed the remote server administration tools. Here's what that module contains. Commandlets. Commandlets that let me manage Active Directory.
If you have providers.
And what?
And providers. But we didn't talk about
providers. We haven't talked about providers yet, but yes, and providers. If you have a module with commandlets, here's the beautiful thing about PowerShell v3. You're going to love this. When you use Get Help knows how to look through those modules, even if they're not loaded. So Get Help, I want you to show me, do I have any Active Directory commandlets? I want you to notice that, yes, there's a lot of things with AD in it, and I could have refined the search better, but that's kind of my point, is I want you to see that there's a whole bunch of AD commandlets here. You'll recognize AD computer as this will give me Active Directory computers. Get Help knows how to look into these modules, find these commandlets to show them, so you still have complete discoverability. And when you want help on the command that you found, Get Help, Get AD computer, it'll give you the help for it. When you try to use the commandlet, this is one of the biggest features for me personally in V3 is when you try to use the commandlet, and I think I may have used this one earlier, so you may not see it flash on my screen, but take a look. It just ran, but let me do this. I'm going to close my console and reopen it because I want you to see this. If you can catch it on my screen real quick. Let me.
The other way to do this is do a get module. We'll show it. Get module.
Okay, let's do that. Do get module.
Yeah, character turn. So these are the currently loaded modules.
Right. These are the currently loaded ones.
Yeah, so now do it, and then you'll
And
do
now,
it.
yes, thank you. So these are the currently loaded ones. Now watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to do get AD computer, and watch what flashes across my screen real quick. Boy, that was real quick. I don't know if you caught it. It actually dynamically loaded the module for me so that I had the commandlets. And notice the commandlet ran. I didn't have to do anything special. The reason I'm making a big deal about this, and here, I'll show you in get module. Get module. Now you'll see that it automatically loaded the Active Directory module for me. Reason I'm making a big deal about this, in V2, your life sucks because it doesn't work that way. And let me tell you, and I'm sorry, sir, but this in V2, this was painful. Because in V2, get help would not find the commandlets unless the module was imported.
Yes.
So you had to know what the module was first, then import it, then you could discover it. See, it didn't quite work. They fixed all that with V3. Now it works just like I need it to work. And when I run the command, the module loads. So I'm not loading modules unnecessarily.
Yep.
And if I'm writing scripts that are using the commands, it just loads what it needs. And I don't have to worry about it.
It's a beautiful world.
It's a beautiful world. It's a you got any more on modules? Because that's about all I got on modules.
Well, you can do. Do we get to this now?
What do you want to do?
Modules on other machines, implicit remoting? No.
We'll do implicit. Boy, what are you going to talk about? Yeah, we'll get to that later. Yeah,
it's so cool. It's so cool.
It's so cool. So let me show you the slides, guys. We've got all this.
That's an after lunch thing. They'll need like high energy.
And let me just warn you right now, because we're only about 30 minutes or so away from taking a meal break. A meal break.
That's the international term for lunch.
Yeah,
meal.
Because we're taking lunch. Is that don't eat a lot because you don't want to fall asleep.
Yeah.
After lunch.
Have some coffee.
Have some coffee. So we've got everything in the slides, and PowerShell 3 dynamically loads the modules for you. And you can discover all of your commands. Thank God for V3 makes this much easier. And so you can work with your commands, and off you go. Now's when the fun starts to begin. Before lunch, I'm sorry to do this to you.
No, this is great.
No, this is great. I know they can handle this. This is great. We got to talk about objects. We're going to talk about objects and what objects are. And I'm going to let Jeffrey talk as much about objects as he wants to talk about.
Yeah. So let me just show you something here. So we've been lying to you. It's true.
It's true. No,
I'm
leaving.
So here. We've been saying get service B star, okay? And what do you see, right? And what you see is text, okay? But that's not what's really going on. What's really going on is when I do get service, notice I didn't say get service text, I just said get service. So what I'm actually getting is I'm getting service objects or service controller objects, okay? And the point of that, now don't freak out when you hear the word object, right? Some people hear the word object and they're like, oh my God, you're like, I'm not a developer. No, my friends, no. Objects dramatically simplify your life. Okay. Now, what is an object? Okay, let's just try to deal with that, right? Simple.
Because I'm over here freaking out, going, no. But they're going to simplify my life. Okay, yeah. I'm good.
So one of the, I think it was an MVP or someone at TechEd did a great explanation of objects. They said, look, an object is just a thing, right? It's a noun that has properties and methods. So think about a bicycle, right? A bicycle is an object, and it has properties. It has handlebars, it has pedals, it has wheels, okay? And then there are things you can do to it. So an object has things it has, we call those properties. It has a handlebar, it has a wheel, it has a frame, and there are things it can do. You can pedal, you can steer, and we call those things methods. So objects are merely things that have properties and things you can do things to.
Okay, I like that so far. I like that.
So here, we show this thing, and what actually happens is I got a set of objects. Now, the trick is, and here's the magic is, that we spew these objects out, and we can then work on them, and when they finally get to the display says, oh, I got an object. what the hell am I going to do with that? Like, there's no way I'm going to burp out this like binary stuff and people are going to figure it out. So what the display does is says, oh, well, now I'll convert it to an object or convert it to text. And the whole point about that is you want to delay the conversion of text as far as possible, as long as possible, because once you have text, it's really hard to operate with. Now, you Unix guys, anybody with a Unix background, you know what I'm talking about, right? Because imagine, now let's go back to get process. I like get process. So get process *ss, okay? Now, imagine you wanted to get all those things where the handles were greater than, let's say, 700. Let's do this. Get process. Okay, so you see there's a bunch of these things, and some of them are high. So say you wanted to get all those that were greater than 1,000. How would you do it? Well, in Unix, if this is text, okay, it's text, how do you do that? Well, let's see. You got to cut off 1, 2, 3 lines, and then you got to go and you say, well, I'm going to cut off from 0 to, let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got to cut off these first 7 characters, and then what do you get? And the answer is a string. And so how do you do a string comparison that's greater than 1,000? Well, you could, 1,000 is actually easy. You could say, well, if the string truncate all the spaces, and then if the length is greater than 3, then it's greater than 1,000. But if you wanted to do it greater than 900, well, then you got to sum. Okay, so you get where I'm going. You Unix guys, you know, hats off to you. I don't know how the heck you've been coping all these years. I mean, it really is. We call this prayer-based parsing, right? Like, just like please work. Exactly. And oddly, you know, it sort of worked fine. But in our world, you don't have to do that. In our world, you have these objects. Okay. Now the thing is, when I do get process, I'm displaying an object. Each row is the object itself, and each one of these displays here, each one of the columns reflects the properties. Okay? So what did I tell you? I told you we're trying to create a world where you think about what you want, you type it, and you get it. And the way that works is because of objects. Okay, so what did I say? I said I wanted to get the processes. I wanted to get those where the handle count was greater than 900.
700 or, yeah, whatever.
Some number. You pick your favorite number. Okay, so I want to say where the handles, okay, remember, where did I get handles? Right there, handles. Okay, so where handles are greater than 900. And voila, it worked. Why did it work? Because of objects. Objects are so cool. Now wait, so this is still a little bit messy here, right? Because these handles, I mean, look at them, they're all kind of like all over the place, right? So really what I want to do is I wanted to sort them by, now how are they going to, again, you cut off 3 lines and you do this, and again, it's strings, but no, it's an object. So what you can do is, again, think about what you want, type it, and you get it. You would say, well, I want to sort it by handles.
Ta-da!
And then you get it. Okay.
Which is, if you're starting to get the concept here, this is starting to become totally awesome. Look at the difference of working with objects. One thing that you can do to start off is to show that these are objects. I'm just going to grab a service real quick. And if you want to take a look at what properties, and notice when I run just get service name bits, notice that there are 3 what appear to be properties displayed about this service. But you know what? I'm pretty sure there's more properties than just these 3 on a service. And you know, I'm not seeing any methods here. But Jeffrey just said that objects have properties and they have methods. Well, there's a way to show you everything that an object has. And it's going to become a crucial part to working with PowerShell. So, how do you find out what properties and methods an object has? You pipe it to a very special command, and I'm going to get member. Now, I got to be honest with you. Get member, we usually use the alias for this. So I'm just going to use the alias, pipe GM. And then you'll just hear me say pipe GM. When you pipe something to get member, it takes the object and it shows you all the methods. So Think of it this way. It's kind of like if I were to walk in front of a mirror. The mirror shows me things like, well, you're 6'2", you're blonde, you've got blue eyes, you're built really well, and you have methods. You have methods like you surf and you like karate. What do you think of my mirror?
That's awesome. I need one of those.
Yeah, obviously my mirror does not work well, but the PowerShell mirror, being get member, works very well. So let me just show you. If you take a look here, there's a couple of pieces of information you're going to want to pull out from get member. First of all, what kind of object it is. This is going to become very important to us after lunch. What kind of object is
Can you
this?
move your screen over a little bit? It's getting truncated a little bit.
Oh, yeah, let me get this. Woo! Does that look better?
Perfect.
There we go. So, system.service process. What you really are interested in right now is this period and what comes after it, service controller. That's what kind of object is being sent across that pipeline. And then look at this list. Anything with the word property in it. I don't care if it has some other word in front of it or something. Anything with a property is a property that you can use and look at specifically. Like Jeffrey was doing handles on get process. Look at all these properties down through here. We're going to start off working quite a bit with properties, but you also have methods. Methods like, oh look, start and stop. Get service has a method to start and stop a service. We don't need a commandlet necessarily because we have a method that we could use. And we'll show you how to do that too. So get member is your friend to show you the truth or what an object actually contains for its properties and its methods. Let me give you an example. Using kind of off of Jeffrey's example, I'm going to do get service. And here's what I want to do. I want to just select a couple of properties. The properties that I want to see right now are name and status. We have a commandlet called select object. Now you usually see this as its alias of select. And let me just show you, it has a parameter called property and you can tell me what properties you now want to see. Well, if I've gone to get member and I've looked at the list of properties and I've chosen the ones that I wanted, I just type them in. I just want name, status. So I've selected those particular properties. Now, I also want you to notice, and Jeffrey just did an example of this. I'm going to do get child item, or the alias dir is a great example. Here's a list of files out of my C drive, files and folders. Right now, look at how it's sorting them. Sorting them by name, and it's sorting them, well, it looks to be alphabetically to me. Well, I want to change the sort. I'd like to sort them by length, and the only thing I want displayed is name and length. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do get child item. I'm going to select that the properties I want to see are name and length. And this is right off of the example that Jeffrey was doing. I want to sort that by the property length. This pipeline and the fact that objects are crossing the pipeline and I can work with these properties and methods, making my life a lot easier. Look at that. It's folders first and then it's the files. But you know what? Notice on my files, it's small z's to big z's. I want it big z's to small z's. In other words, I want it descending. So let me hit my up arrow key and the sort object has a descending. So now I can change the sort order and make it descending. Is that kind of cool? That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Awesome. That's kind of cool. That's working with the objects. So working with objects is all about using get member. And we've shown you that you can do sort and you can do select, and we're going to do these quite a bit of selecting and sorting. But there's some other examples. Let's see here. Keep in mind, get process. When you need to know more about an object, this is very important. When you need to know more about an object, because this afternoon we're going to need to know more about an object, you pipe to GM, which is get member. You'll get the type of object it is, which we're going to need this later, and you get all of its properties and its methods. And if it has the word property in it, you can use it with sort and select, like we just showed you that you could use it with. In fact, it's kind of interesting. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. So back to an earlier example, get event log. Ooh, log name system, and we're going to do newest. Let's just do newest 5. And I want to, if I just run this, you can see I'm getting all this information across here. I'd like to take a look at the object itself. So what I'm going to do is, because I want to see what all the properties are, I'm going to pipe it to GM. wow, there's a lot more properties out here than I was seeing in the original display. Time generated, time written. So you know what I think I'd like? I think I'd like event ID and time generated, and I think I would like, oh, what else would be a good property? Maybe,
Message.
oh, message, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. So I'm gonna up arrow, select the property event ID, yep, comma. And if you take a look at the help file, you'll see that dash property takes multiple values. So I can do time generated or time written. Let's do time written. I think I can type that one.
You can hit tab.
I could hit
Version 3.
Version
Why
3.
you should go to version 3? Because you can hit tab.
See, I just hit tab and it made my life much easier in typing. So now I've selected those. There we go. And now I'd actually like to sort them on the time written. Now, guys, this is a VM, so there's not a whole lot of stuff out here, but you get the idea. I'm going to sort on the property of, okay, now I'm not getting my tab, time written, and voila. And if I want to sort it descending, I can sort it descending. But now that I'm understanding the pipeline, I know how to find the properties that I want, not just the ones that I saw in the display, but I can find all of the properties and then just select the ones I want and sort the ones I want. Now that I have what I want, well, I don't want it on the screen. I want it converted to an HTML file. And I just love this. So you call errors.htm. And actually, this will take a UNC. The out file will take a UNC, so you just throw it to a web server. Did I mention I was a web guy? That's anyways. And so here's the deal. So I've got this great one-liner right now that's grabbing the errors. And right now it's from the local machine, but I can throw dash computer and we can get it from multiple machines. It's selecting out just the information I want. It's sorting it the way that I want. It's stuffing it into a web file. I can now tell the other admins, hey, when you get up in the morning, go check the web page. And if there's any errors in there, start trying to fix them. Because as you're going to see later, we're going to automate this and schedule this and make this go for us so I don't have to type it again. So once I've figured it out. But you can see it's like figuring out a puzzle. And just to show you that it actually worked, what did I call it? Error, HTML. Ta-da, woohoo! There's a woohoo even from the guys in the back. So you must.
It's all good.
You must be a little impressed with that. What else should we show them with objects right now?
Okay, so here's the thing about objects. I mentioned to you that objects dramatically simplify your life. It's true. Okay, so here's the thing. What we've been showing you are .NET objects. Now these .NET objects are actually very well-behaved objects. But you know, the world is a messy place, and not everybody has your best interests in mind. And so in particular, there's a lot of people who use .NET in a way that is good for them, but not good for you. Okay? And in particular, what they do is they hide things. And this is ubiquitous, right? This happens in WMI, it happens in ADSI, Active Directory, happens in XML, etc. Now, PowerShell, we got exactly one customer, and that's you, okay? So I am focused in on making your life great, okay? And so what we do is we go and we say, these guys didn't help you, we'll help you, right? We will take their stuff and we'll adapt it for your needs. Now let me just give you an example of this, okay? So here I've got this XML file, okay? So rnd.j. So let's see if I can actually bring that up. So can I do this? Open. Can I do an open?
PowerShell.org. Yeah, we'll talk about that. That's cool.
We are. But let's see. Can I do an open? Okay, yeah. So I want to say C, jumpstart /R. And here's my XML. And it is the Tragedy of Romeo and Juliet. Oh, it's beautiful. And look here. So you got personas, you got acts, and in the acts you've got speeches, and you got and you got speakers, and you got lines. Okay. Now, by the way, this next thing that I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you the way to do it in PowerShell version 3. Okay. In PowerShell version 2, you can do it, but it's harder. And the stuff I'm going to show you requires version 3. Okay, so we have this thing, we'll call it $$X, and what we're going to do is we're going to cat that file. A cat is the same as get content, but remember I said I'm an old Linux guy, or old Unix guy. So I'm going to say cat R&D. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to cast it, something called casting it, as XML. So I'm going to copy this file and I'm going to cast it as XML. And now I have this object, $x, which contains the XML. Okay, now this is really $XML, right? So if I did, the way you can tell that is you can type get type, and you can see it's an XML document. Okay, so this is XML. Now, Adam, have you ever worked with XML?
Not in its raw form. Just,
it's hideous.
Oh my God.
It's hideous. It is like kicking a dead whale along the beach. All sorts of effort, and seems
result,
like nothing ever happens. It's just hideous. But not in PowerShell, right? And so in PowerShell, again, I map this hideous world to your world, right? So remember, what does this thing look like? Like blah, 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 right? Okay, well here, when I said, oh, I see $x.play, okay? Oh, look at that. So then here are the acts. Oh, look at that. And so I could say, well, hey, give me act 0 and give me the scene. And here are all the scenes. And then I can say, hey, scene 0, give me the speech. And there are all the speeches. Okay? Okay? Look at that. Isn't that cool or what? Now, wait. It gets better. Here, if I get rid of this index, so remember, it gave me a set of things, and I selected the first one. So now what I'm going to do, and because of PowerShell version 3, I can go and I say, hey, I want all the scenes, and I want all the acts. And it gives you to them all. Okay, now, if you remember, let me just do something. Just select first one. Okay, so now what I can do is I can say, hey, I would like to group them by the speaker, and I would like to sort them by count. And if you're in theater, you definitely want to be Romeo, right?
That's
and not the third musician, because the third musician has exactly one speech, whereas Romeo has 163. Now let's just think about this a second. So here I have this XML, and the point is that there's a bunch of XML in the world, right? Like you didn't ask for it, but somebody decided, hey, I'm going to give you some XML. Thank you so much. And so it's like, like what? This hideous, horrible world. And again, if you've ever dealt with XML, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But what we do is we're able to, by the way, if I wanted to get the history of things that I typed, you would type get history. Okay? And so here are the things that I typed. So what I did was okay, so first was I got the content of that file and I cast it to XML here, somewhere.
Oh, I don't, there it is.
Here, right? And then I showed you that it was an XML document here. And then you were able to ask for the play. We were able to see that it had an act. I drilled into Act 1. I saw that it had scenes. I drilled into Scene 1 and saw that it had speeches, and I got that speech. And then I removed all those, and I got all the speeches. And then I selected the first one to find out what the properties of that speech were. I saw that it had a speaker, and so I grouped it by speaker and sorted it by count. And it's that simple.
And what's really amazing about this is notice that we're utilizing the pipeline and we're building these results as we move along. We're utilizing the objects because it's an object-based pipeline. And so even
actually, you know what? He's right. If you're in version 2, we didn't use the pipeline. But that is actually the point. In version 2, you would have had to use the pipeline. Back from this, when we did this, to get everything, what you would have had to have done was something like, because we fixed it, right? You would have had done something like, let's see, I think it was this. You would have to say, through select minus expand scene. No. I think I even got that wrong. Through select minus expand speech, and I did get this wrong. Anyway, so a bunch of pipelines, very, very powerful stuff. And in version 3, we simplified it with the dot syntax.
And the dot syntax, you're going to see quite a bit today as we start utilizing it. But combining that along with the pipeline really makes it very powerful. Now, a couple of other things that Jeffrey was showing you that I want to highlight, and we're going to need this information for this afternoon. So, along with working with objects, Jeffrey also showed you a filter. So, let me give you an example. Get service. We have a commandlet called where object. Now, where object is a way for you to filter out only the data that you want to see. Usually you'll see it abbreviated down to where. That's using the alias that way. Now, there is a parameter called filter script that has a couple of squigglies. Whatever happens in the squigglies is your filter. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of ways to write a filter, because this is what you're going to see on the internet. First of all, almost nobody uses the parameter name filter script. So it's the squigglies. I want you to see something. This is a special symbol. Now, we're going to talk about variables later, but the $ is a special indicator for you. And in this case, $_ means the current object crossing the pipeline. Now, notice I've got get service. That's got a whole bunch of objects. We're going to send one at a time across the pipeline. I want to grab hold of that for a second because I want to do something to it. It's stored in $_. Now, in V3, there's another way that we can show you to do this, but hang on a sec, let me show you. I want to look at the property status, and if it's equal to running. As a filter, I want you to think about this. This is going to filter out only the things that equal to running. Now, I know you might be saying, well, what the devil is this EQ over here? Why isn't it equals? Why isn't it equals?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Bruce Payette, superstar, rock star, wrote this great book, PowerShell in Action, where he goes and describes all the reasons why we made the language choices. So if you ever get to the point where you're asking deep questions like this, Bruce's book, PowerShell in Action, is the book to answer it. Here's the thing. We struggled with this one over and over and over again, honestly. As we started and designed the language in the system, we struggled with saying, hey, we want to be interactive and programmatic. See, in Linux, where we had Unix, where we had come from, you have these big separations, right? Mm-hmm. You start off with one tool, and then that tool fails you, and so you got to throw everything away, and you got to pick up another tool, right? You try and write it in the shell script. It's not powerful enough, so you throw that away and start writing it in awk and grep and sed. That's not powerful enough, so you throw that away, and then you use it in Perl, and that's powerful enough, but it's too slow. So then you throw it away and you pick up and write it in C.
Right.
So that's my joke, right? Unix is this sequence of failed tools. What we wanted to do is to have one tool that would work whether you wanted to do it interactively or you wanted to do this rich systems programming level. And it turns out that's hard. Never been done before. Never been done before. And we did it. And honestly, we just struggled with this. Hey, turns out there's a reason why interactive shells have a syntax the way they do. There's a reason why programming languages have the syntax that they do. And so we struggled with this, and so we were able to finally get this nice match between those two. And part of the ramification of that was, one of the ramifications of that was that we needed to use, by the way, when we chose a programming language, we chose the C style. So there's C, C++, right. C#. So we chose that style of things. That's why you have squiggle brackets versus begin and end, or yep. Do and done, or do and OD.
Always confused me.
Yeah, exactly.
I like the terse kind of language.
Exactly. And programmers do too. And by the way, guess who's going to write most of your commandlets? It's the programmers. So you want a world that's friendly to them. So, so that's what we did, and it turned out that from the grammar, from the parser, if you had equals there, it got ambiguous. And we tried and tried and tried, and you couldn't resolve that one thing, and so that's why we have -EQ.
And let me show you guys. I'll show this to you a couple of ways. -EQ means equals, and so as you can see, I'm just getting the services that are. I filtered out the ones that are stopped, just the ones that are equal. But here's the important thing. You know, these are redirect characters, like file redirect in a shell, in a console. You can't use them. So they created, and you can find these by doing get help. They're comparison operators. So you can either do it by looking for comparison. You'll find the help file for it, which is about _ comparison operators that lists all of these. And you're going to see a lot of them in here. Or to see all the operators, get help on operators, because this you're going to see us use these. You've got arithmetic, assignment, comparison operators. Let me just show you a couple of quick examples with this on this filter. So I've got status equals running. Let me show you the V3 way to write this. Now, it's important that you get used to seeing it as $_ because you can see it on the internet this way. And guys like me still use it that way. But there's a new way to write this called PS item, which makes a little bit more sense to a lot of folks, that this is holding the current item crossing that pipeline. So get used to seeing it. It works the same way as $_ as you can see. It'll come across. You're going to notice that I'm probably going to use $_ because that's just what I'm used to using, but PS item works. But we can extend this filter even further. I want it that it is equal to running and $_ ooh, and the name is like, and when you use like, now you can use wildcard. So I want it like B star, and I think I have some services that, so this filter now lets me filter down data. Now, I need you to think about something. I'm going to do some pseudocode. Somebody's going to yell at me when I do this. The pseudocode means it's not really doing anything. So get stuff, sort, then where I just want some stuff, and then out to a file. Now, let me write this another way. Get stuff. By the way, don't try that commandlet. It doesn't work. Where, which I can't spell, some stuff, sort, and then out file. Which do you think is going to be the best performing way to write this? And if you think about it, think about what's actually happening here. I'm getting stuff, and then in the first one, I am sorting it. I'm sorting all of it. It's all sorted, and then I'm handing it to a filter that goes, yeah, but I just wanted this. Throw the rest of it away. Thanks for all your hard work. Have a nice day. As opposed to the second one, which is get stuff. Well, I just want this. And now sort it. Done. So it does matter where you filter and where you sort. We refer to this as you filter as far left as you possibly can. And you can see examples today where the where object may not be the filter that's furthest left. As a matter of fact, you see some cool examples today where you want to keep in mind filters far left, and sometimes that's with the commandlet that's starting the process. So, Jeffrey, I think we're at about meal time.
Yeah, so by the way, so this where command is something you're going to want to spend some time with. That is one of the most powerful things like on the face of the planet.
You guys are going to have questions after this. Now, I'm going to give you some references to go to. As a matter of fact, Don's got a great book out there that you're really going to want to take a look at, and I'm going to mention a little bit later on. But when you have questions, when you have things that are burning desires for PowerShell, I have a place for you to go. And since Don is here, let me just show it to you if I can figure out how to work Windows here. Here we go. I'm so used to the PowerShell stuff, I forget the... So there's this place called PowerShell.org. And look, this is a centralized place for you to find a ton of resources, but one of the most important things out there is when you go out here, you'll see the forums. You can go out there and you can ask questions and you can get answers, and a lot of MVPs and a lot of super gurus are out there. And it'd even be great if someday you decide to help answer some questions. But we've got forums, we've got free ebooks out there to help you with some of the specialized topics that we're going to be getting into today.
Free. PowerShell, people's favorite word in the world.
Free. Also, I want to point out that we've got articles. There is a PowerShell Summit, so there's information on the summit. We got a new summit coming up, and tickets are going to go on sale. And I'm not trying to be a sales guy or anything, just letting you know. And also, one of the podcast, the Power Scripting podcast, it has a ton of information, especially over the last 5 years of PowerShell, and the Power Scripting podcast is out there, and an entire script repository. So go to PowerShell.org and ask questions after this event. We'd be happy to help you out. And Don's the guy in charge of this and one of the people responsible for this. So thanks, Don. Glad you're helping us out today. Before we get started into Chapter 6, there was some things that we were noticing in chat that we'd like to kind of talk about and address.
Exactly. Yeah, so one of the questions had come up around case sensitivity. And again, whenever you wonder, hey, how does PowerShell do things, think, hey, what would somebody who's severely flawed do? Right? And of course, that's your best predictor. And so we try and be as case insensitive as possible, right? So wherever we have the opportunity, we make things case insensitive. There are, however, certain PowerShell commandlets, other teams that require case sensitivity. If that ever happens, it'll be highlighted in the documentation. But if it's not highlighted in the documentation, you can assume case insensitivity.
That's what my wife says. She says, you're very case insensitive. I says, no, I'm very case sensitive, very case sensitive. And she says, no, very case insensitive, very case. And then I have to show her comparison operators where you can specify. But yeah, no, I'm very sensitive. Anyways, that
almost worked.
It almost worked. So back to you, though. You wanted to do some more stuff on where.
Yeah, I wanted to party on where. Okay, so here's the thing with where, right? So originally we tried to design this where, right? So let's refresh our memory. So we have get process, right? That's too many things. And so then what we said was we want to filter this. And so we pipe this to where, right? And we have the squiggle brackets. Now, originally the way this worked was we hired some smart guys and we said, hey, we need SQL against objects, against live .NET objects. And they said, said, go at it, my friend. This will be straightforward. And like 3 months later, they came back and it was like, and they had only done a small subset, and the syntax was wonky, and it was just clear, oh, that's why SQL has like a couple hundred guys working on this. Turns out it's a hard problem.
It's hard.
And so we took a different approach, and what we did was we threw all that code away, like 3 months of code, just threw it away, and literally, we replaced it with 3 lines of code. 3 lines of code, and here's the kicker.
Does that mean we can replace all the SQL guys now too?
And it's far more powerful than SQL.
Ooh.
Basically, 3 lines of code, far more powerful than SQL. I'm going to prove it to you. That's pretty bold, right? So here are the 3 lines of code, okay? So where basically takes each object that comes in the pipeline, it assigns it to a variable. Step number 1, assign it to a variable, $underbar. Now it's $underbar and $PS item. We assign it to a variable. The second is we evaluate the code within the squiggle brackets. We run the code. And 3, if the code returns true, we pass the object on, and if it doesn't, we throw it away. Okay, so it's that simple.
It's
3 lines of code. Okay, so now notice, so that's why you're able to do things like, hey, handles greater than 1,000, okay? So we grab the current object. Notice here, the first object here is, this thing, and its handles is 82. So we take this object, which is the row, we assign it to $underbar, and then we evaluate this. Hey, are the handles greater than 1,000? The answer is false. So you're going to see that object doesn't get passed on. If ever it's true, we then pass on the object as it is. And you see, all the things are greater than 100. Now, remember the algorithm. It's important to memorize the algorithm. There are very few things that you memorize in PowerShell. This is one of them. Assign the object to $underbar, evaluate the code. If the code evaluates to true, pass the object on. If it evaluates to false, don't do that. Okay, now, notice I never said that you had to use the object in the expression, right? So what's that mean? So I could have said, now here, I'm going to limit this, right? I'm going to say star SS. Okay, so we're going to do a subset because it makes it a little easier. I can say where $false. Notice I didn't use $underbar. Nothing passed on because it always evaluates to false. Notice I can say $true, and it always succeeds. Okay, so what I'm really talking about, so that's literally how it works. This isn't a joke. That's literally how it works. Now, the point is, these are not very useful and this is useful. But the thing I want to point out here is that you just run the code. The code can do anything. In this example, it's a simple expression. But you could have put a very complex expression. You could have put a script. You could have put 10 pages worth of code here. You know, calling up your mother to ask her opinion on things, looking things up in Active Directory, checking things in SQL. You can do anything you want. At the end, it has to evaluate to true or evaluate to false, and that's how it works. So it is incredibly powerful. Now, there's one other thing I want to say about where. And that is, a lot of people who begin with PowerShell look at these squiggle brackets and they said, ah, you know, it's like mouse. And so we have a very simplified version of where. Now, this isn't as rich as this where. With the squiggle brackets, you can do anything. The simplified where, you can do a very subset of things. You can do things where a property operator value. So what you do, and you don't have to have the squiggle brackets. So there you go, there's the deal. And you don't have $ underbar, right? So you get rid of that. And you can just say where handles greater than 1,000. And voila, it works.
And I think for a lot of admins just getting started, especially with filtering, because filtering is going to be one of the most important things that you do, this simplified syntax can be really helpful at first until you get more used to the squiggly brackets. Now, like Jeffrey said, though, there are limitations there. As soon as you want to start doing multiple criteria, and as soon as you wanted to call up your mother and check with her first, that's going to require the squiggly brackets. But I really like the simplified.
Yeah, can I tell you, I use this thing all the time.
The simplified one?
Yeah,
so matter of fact, when we look at doing some remoting stuff with software and that, I'll just do where installed.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to see, make it real short and sweet. So it's going to get really cool, guys. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get serious for a moment. No, maybe you ought to keep us both on screen because we both have to have this serious look on our face. We're going to go into the pipeline now, but deeper, deeper.
You were committing all sorts of HR violations today. You were just like,
it was
Captain
Pac-Man.
Inappropriate.
Jehuahus is a Pac-Man. Now,
Captain Inappropriate.
So here's the deal. What we're going to show you is something that is very advanced, and you need to know this. You need to know this. But what's going to happen is that you're going to see the concept here, and it's going to happen really quick. And then you're going to need to practice this, and you're going to have problems practicing this. So I'm going to give you a couple of references right now before we get started. First of all, you're going to want Chapter 9 out of Don Jones's book, Lunches.
PowerShell in a month of lunches.
Yes, Learn Windows PowerShell in a month of lunches. Chapter 9, you're going to want that chapter, and it'll take you through everything that we're going to do, and you will get a chance to try it. Now, let me tell you how important this was. I was sitting, if you guys have been to a conference before, I'm sure you have been, I was sitting in a conference, and you know, they have like tech ed, I mean, they're enormous. They put the rooms over there and rooms over here and a football field in the middle. Now that's where all the sponsors go, but there's this giant football field and they don't put a lot of seats in there. So you see all these people sitting up against the wall and working on stuff. Well, I was sitting up against the wall working on a problem with getting two commandlets to work together in Exchange, and I couldn't get it to work together. And I said to myself, it's a problem with the guys that wrote the commandlets. It's a problem with PowerShell. It just doesn't work. I just can't solve that problem. And not but a few moments later, and then shortly thereafter that, Don Jones, you taught me how to figure out how the pipeline works. And suddenly, with this knowledge, I could get that solution to work. And I guess what the moral of the story is that as soon as you understand this, the answer is you can always get it to work. So never give up. It's a little tricky at first.
Yeah, this is one of those things I used to have a physics professor who would say, this problem is simple once solved. So we're going to help you solve it. I mean, when you first look at it, you're like, what the heck? And then at some point there'll be this moment of clarity, and then it's just super, super simple. It really is.
Here we go. Let me start you out with a concept. And Jeffrey and I are going to work through this. We're going to talk about how the pipeline works and how things, when objects get passed, how does the receiving commandlet know what to do with them, if anything at all? I'm not a good guy with sports analogies because I don't know anything about sports, but as I understand it, there's this thing with the small white balls where they have catcher's mitts. So, you know, the sending commandlet's going to send some baseballs, and we have to see what catcher's mitts they get caught on the receiving commandlet. You'll see what I mean. We have a process of by value and by property name, and if those don't work, we have a last line of resort. So I'm just going to, first of all, point out that all of this is in the slides, but I'm not going to use the slides. So here we go. Let's get rid of the slides. Let's start with an idea. Get service, if I can spell it, stop service. Guys, we showed you this earlier, and we did dash what if. You know that it's going to work. But the question that I have in my head is why? Well, here's what's happening. Get service is getting a bunch of services, a bunch of objects, and we're going to send one object at a time across the pipeline. My question is the receiving commandlet, which in this case is stop service, how does it grabbing hold of this object, and how does it know what to do with it? And as it turns out, it has a lot to do with the parameters on the receiving commandlet. And that's what I want to show you. First of all, one of the first things we need to know when we're looking at this is when we're sending objects, we need to know what kind of objects they are. So I piped it to getMember because getMember shows me what type of object is being sent across the pipeline. This is a service controller object. I need to know that right now. Now what I want to do is I want to see what the receiving commandlet is capable of receiving. To do that, we look at the help file for it, the receiving commandlet. In this process, you have a tendency to get confused between piping to getMember and getHelp, but it's pipe to getMember to see the object, what kind it is, and then we look at the help file on the receiving commandlet. So let me show you. getHelp on stop service. Now, I'm going to use dash full because I want you to see everything, but Jeffrey will show you a trick here in a second. Let me go in here and show you. Inside, we now are very concerned with this information. We already know how to look at the syntax. I'm going to go down here and look at the parameters. The parameters have a capability sometimes, and that capability is, do they accept pipeline input? Now, think of these guys as the parameters are the things with or without the catcher's mitt. So what we're asking is do you have a catcher's mitt or not, where you could catch this object and do something with it? Well, a lot of times you'll see, like display name, it doesn't accept pipeline input. So there's nothing going to cross. But let's go down this list. I often start at the bottom, but let's go down this list. And this is stop service. So let's see here. Dash what if? Well, dash what if, that doesn't even make sense to accept pipeline input. Dash confirm, no, that doesn't accept it. Pass through, that doesn't accept it. Dash name, that does accept it. Now here's what we're concerned about. We have two ways of accepting pipeline input, by value and by property name. And if you're a dev out there, we're not talking about by val, by ref. This is different. But by value and by property name. The first way we're going to try it is by value. And what you're going to notice here is dash name supports accepting pipeline input by value. And it would like some kind of string. Well, wait a second. Let me show this to you. Let me go up a little bit further. See this parameter called input object? I'm not exactly sure what it does, but it accepts true by value. Look at the kind of object it would like. A service controller. Wait a minute. When I did get service, what kind of object was I sending it? I was sending a service controller. So when a service controller comes cruising across that pipeline to stop service, the catcher's mitt that's going to grab it is the input parameter catcher's mitt, because this name is spelled exactly like service controller of the object type that I sent. I know this is weird, but they're spelled the same. So since they're spelled the same, this means we're actually passing it by value. And this is one of the most efficient ways to pass. So that's how get service and stop service actually work. We're passing by value and to the parameter input object because the names match the type of object along with what the parameter expects. Here's where it gets a little tricky. And please jump in as soon as you want to yell at me about something. Because
you're doing great.
You think so? Because man, this was hard on me at first, but as soon as I got this is
you got it,
what
baby.
made the world rock. Let's try this. Notice that I did get service, stop service, and I want to point something out to you. Notice how the nouns match. Well, if the nouns match, it's likely that they're going to work together on a pipeline. It's also likely that they'll probably pass by value, but that's not always the case, so you always want to check to make sure. Let me show you something where the nouns don't match. Get service, stop process. Well, these are two totally different things. Services, processes, they're not the same thing. So I'll bet most of you are thinking the same thing that I am. This isn't going to work. It can't possibly work. Services, processes. Let's go through this process and take a look. I'm going to do get service, and I'm going to pipe it to get member. I know we know the answer to this, but I just want to go through the process again. What kind of object are we sending? We're sending a service controller object across. Now, the first thing I want to check is to see if there's something in stop process that supports pipeline input by value for this object. That would be the first way we would hook up. So I'm going to do get help on the receiving commandlet, which in this case is stop process. And let's take a quick look. Let me get up to the parameters. Now, guys, I'm going to shorten this down a little bit because I know some of these parameters just don't accept pipeline input, like what if it doesn't accept pipeline input, so I don't even need to look at it. So every time it says false, I'm not really that interested in it. Pass through doesn't support it. Dash name, it does support it, but right now I'm checking for by value. This is by property name, so I'm looking for things by value. There we go. Input object. It supports pipeline input. It'll catch it, and it's doing it by value the first way we're going to do it, but look at what it wants. A process object. Well, I'm not sending it. Process isn't spelled the same way as service controller. Not even close. So there's not going to be a hookup here. So by value fails. Well, now at this point you kind of go, well, if it fails, it's just not going to work. No. Now we move on to the next process, which is by property name. And this gets a little bit confusing. I want you to notice while I'm in this help file, see how the parameter dash name takes pipeline input by property name? Here's what that's saying. The object that you're sending to me, does it have a property that is spelled exactly like the parameter name? That's what we mean by property name. Is it spelled the same? And if so, I might be able to hook up that way. If by val fails, I'll try this. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's the catchphrase. Whenever you want to know everything there is to know about an object, you pipe it to get member. So get service, and I'm going to pipe it to get member. Take a look at this list. Is there a property, and remember, all we need is the word property in it. Is there a property that is spelled the same way as the parameter name? And if you look at the list, la la, there is. If they're spelled the same, we're going to have a hookup by property name. But watch what's going to happen here. So let's look. I'm only going to take one service here. Service, look at what its name is. It's the name of the service. Okay, wait a second. When you look at processes, let's look at processes. Process name is also name. These are process names. So when you use the commandlet, oops, clear the screen. When you use the commandlet, hello, clear the screen. There we go. When you use the commandlet stop process, what it wants for its dash name is the name of a process. What I'm sending it is the name of a service. But here's the thing. We do have a hookup. This is going to work. It's just your results may be a little unusual. So let's try it. Get service, pipe to stop process. This should work. And yeah, I'm going to do a dash what if because you know why I'm doing a dash what if? Because it does actually work. Notice there's a lot of blood on my screen. Now, what this means is that, yeah, look, cannot find the process with the name. Well, yeah, because that's a service name. Of course you can't find that. But if you look here, did you see anything white fly by? Because that means it worked. Let me see if I can find something. Oh, there's always something.
I didn't see anything.
Really? Don't embarrass me in front of my friends.
It's only 5,000 or two.
I know there's almost always something in here that's in white.
Go to mine. Here, let me show you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's I'll do a different set.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so notice I started up calculator here, right? And so I can do get process calc and get calculator, and I can pipe that to dir. And we see that calc is in this. And why is that? Because dir binds by name. And so you take a look and, well, does dir take a process? System.diagnostics.process? No. And it says, oh, well, I bind anything by name. Do you have a name? And get process does have a name, and therefore it works.
That's an excellent example. And so between his example and mine, you get what's happening here is that the commandlets are working together, but you have to look at what you're giving it, the information that you're giving, and what it's expecting. In the case of my get service stop process, if you have a process running that happens to have the same name as a service, it's going to get killed off. Most of the time, that's not the case. In Jeffrey's example, I've got a process name that happens to be actually a file I could go looking for. So that is a good result that works out.
By the way, can I show him? Actually, you know what? I said that wrong. It was actually the path.
The path that it
was
puts
the dir. Yeah. So dir takes a path, and process object has a path. Now, here, notice in my screen, we said, by name. Well, you were doing it by name, right?
Right.
GSVB. And notice use name. What is it I want to show you? Through to GM. Okay, so notice this thing here.
Yeah.
Okay, name, alias property, service name. So unlike, remember I said that PowerShell, we're focused in on making your life good because those people aren't focused in on that, right? They're focused in on, I'm writing this for myself, it's going to be cool, or hey, you're my developer buddy, and we're going to talk to each other, blah, blah, blah. And so it's a pretty inconsistent world. We're responsible for trying to make it a consistent world for you. So whereas, you say service name and process was process name, we want to say, no, you don't care about all that crap. You just want the name. Okay? And so what we do is we take the type system, and remember how I showed you XML? We tweak the XML and we present it to you simpler. One of the techniques we do for that is something called an alias property. An alias property is something here. We say, hey, that we have this property name, which is aliased to service name. So the object itself really only has this thing called service name, but we say, hey, treat it as though it has a name, and then when you ask for it, give them the service name. And that gives you a simplified, consistent view of the world, and it makes this interoperability stuff work. Because if it turns out that, hey, I want to send something to some command, and it's accepting things by Gujar, and I have one of those, but I call it a foo.
Right.
I just go and I say, okay, well, on my foo, I'm going to map its name to Gujar. I do that once, and then I can send it to you.
As a matter of fact, this is a perfect setup for the next stage in this. And so understand what he's showing you is that they've done a lot of work to make PowerShell commands consistent. In other words, we had a service name on the object, but they created an alias property called name so it could work with other commandlets that accept by property name. So they're making it consistent for us. But there are times when the greatest minds all think alike, but just haven't had a chance to get everything consistent yet. Let me give you an example where this is going to break down. There's one of my favorite commandlets is get AD computer, and I need to tell you that one of the things you have to be kind of careful with is Microsoft, especially the product teams when they work with this, they try to help you by not doing dangerous things to yourself. Think about the technology underneath what this commandlet's going to do. If I run this, who has this information? A domain controller does. So this commandlet has to go out to a domain controller, ask the domain controller for this information, and then spit this information back. Look, quite honestly, that if you only have a couple dozen computers, that's not a big deal. But if you have 30,000 computers, this could be a big deal. This could make your domain controller not a domain controller for a while. And then when it spits the data back, you could have some performance issues for a while. So when you're running commandlets, you will notice, a lot of times you'll do a get commandlet and it'll just run. Commandlets that might be a little bit more dangerous, that's not the case. What they do is they put things in them that are mandatory. We mentioned this with get event log earlier. This is another great commandlet that has an example. So let me show you. If I just strike enter on get AD computer, bro, you got to give me a little bit more information about this. You've got to be, I don't want to get you everything. Really? So I'm just going to put in a star. This will work and it'll get me everything. But notice what I've done. I'm the one now that's made the decision to actually get everything. So this is the commandlet that I'm going to use for a second. So let me do this, get AD computer, and I'm just going to put in the filter star, which means I'm going to grab everything. And I want to, here's my business problem. What I would like to do is get the status of the bit service on every computer in the network. I know it doesn't sound that creative, but it gets better later. So get service name bits. Understand what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get a list of all the computers from Active Directory, and I want them piped to get service. And so that get service will then grab the bit service from all of them. Well, here's the thing. Let's see if we can figure out how this is going to work or not work. So first thing is that we do is I go through the whole process. First of all, pipe to GMs to find out what kind of object am I working with. I need to know this for by value in case it works for by value. So AD computer object, sounds great. Probably ain't going to happen because the nouns don't match, but AD computer object, great. Next thing I'm going to do is get help on get service and see if it supports AD computer object by value. And guys, I'm going to make this a little bit briefer. So rather than scrolling through and stopping at every single one of them, let me just scroll up to the things that say by value.
Wait, can I show them a trick?
Yeah, show them a trick.
So do that again and do minus show window.
So do show window.
Yeah,
okay.
Show window. Okay, and so if you have full, now search by value.
Oh, man. See, this whole show window thing is just awesome.
Yeah, and then hit next.
Oh, wait a minute, I have to hit next. There we go.
There you
Oh,
go.
boy,
Input
that
object. Is
there
that
we go.
easy or
Input
what?
object. See, so now, look, we got it. Except pipeline input, you didn't have to watch me scroll. True, by value, we're looking good. What kind of object does input object want? It wants a, is that spelled exactly the same way as AD computer? No. So, no hookup by value.
So close.
So, yeah, we're so close. So what we're going to do then is check for by property name. Well, I have to take a look at what the properties are. And really, the only property I care about that I'm trying to send across is whatever holds the computer name. So let's take a look at that real quick. Get AD computer, filter star. Well, gee whiz, just take one of them. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's being sent across the pipe. The only thing I care about, though, is where the computer name is. And that property is called name. So let's go back to the show window and see if we have something that supports name. So pipeline by property name. And so let's do this trick. By property name. And watch what happens. So we'll find them. Dash computer name. Hey, that supports by property name, but remember what the rule is. This has to be spelled exactly like this for by property to hook up, and it's not. In fact, it's not spelled the same, but you know what is spelled the same as if I go down here? Oops, wait a minute, which way? Down in it. Looky.
Aim.
We do support by property name on something spelled exactly the same, but look at what it says. It wants a service name. So here's what's going to happen. If I try to run this, I'm going to take a bunch of computer names, and it's going to think that I'm giving it service names. And unless you named your computers after services, which would never be a good idea, this is not going to work. You know, the thing is that really gets me is, God, if there was only a way, if there only was a way where I don't want this to be called name. I want it to be called computer name, because if it's called computer name, then it would match and everything would work. If there was only a way I could change this property to say computer name.
And yet, there is. You want to show them?
You want to show them?
I don't have AD computer.
Oh, you don't have AD computer. Well, let me show them then. So, let's do the concept. So watch, guys. Take a look. Get service, and I'm just going to show you a quick concept. I want you to see, I'm just going to work with one service to keep it simple. You guys have seen us select properties before?
Oh, by the way, I don't think you've shown them computer name. Have you shown them computer name? So, get service works against remote computers.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I should have shown you in the help file. You'll see it has dash computer name. So I could use this against remote computers, which is what I'm trying to get the Active Directory commandlet to do. Yeah. I'm going to grab name and status, and I want you guys to see something. Yeah, it's going to give me the name and the status. That's what you would expect. But how many of you would expect to get an error if this occurred? And usually when I'm at a conference, this is exactly what I type. Because I can't type very well, so it usually comes out name, status. Watch what happens. See that? Do you get what's going on here? Wait a minute. A lot of people think that should generate an error. That shouldn't generate an error. That's a feature. Let me show you. I'm going to pipe that to get member. Look, it just created new properties called name and status. So here's the idea. I want you to think about this. I wonder if I could take the existing property for AD computer called name and change it to computer name. And the answer is yes. However, the answer is yes. But let me show you how this is going to work. First of all, I'm going to select the property name just so you can see I'm not cheating. And then I'm going to show you some special syntax. And this syntax at first is a little chewy, but it's in the help file for the select-object, and it's in the example, so you can get it.
It's going to be one of the things you want to learn. It's a hash table syntax, and we use hash tables everywhere. So you're going to spend the time, you're going to learn this syntax.
This syntax, you're just going to have to keep typing it till you learn it. This is something you're going to have to keep in. So it's an @sign with an open squiggly, and what we have is the word called name equals, and now you get to create your own property name. What would I like this to be called? I want it to be called computer name. So I'm going to put in computer name, and at this point, semicolon, and then you specify the expression that will fill that column with data. Well, let's do this. Expression equals, and you're going to put that inside of squigglies, and there's one squiggly left over. So inside here, we want the current object on the pipeline, $_ or you can use $PS item with version 3. And what do I want from the object that's coming from get AD computer? I want the original name property. So watch, name. I'm going to strike enter and watch what happens. Dudes, dudettes, deucessies. Oh, I've got myself a computer name now, property. Now, let me just show you how you're going to see this on the internet. A couple of just quickie things. This is you'll hear it as custom columns, calculated properties. People use all these terms for this, but you almost never see everybody type in this full syntax this way. They're going to shorten this up to just an E, and they're going to shorten this up to just an N.
And why? Because I'm a
short.
flawed person. I can't type.
I can't type it all.
There's no way I'm going to figure out how to spell expression.
Expression? I know. But watch, guys. I want you to see that this still works. So, I've changed it. One other thing I want to show you. You're going to see this a lot on the internet, and you need to watch out for it. Used to be that instead of name, this was called label. And everybody would abbreviate this as an L. Well, I don't know about you, but when you see this on a blog post or in a book, you can't tell the difference between an L and the number 1. So a lot of times you'll type it in wrong and you'll go, oh, it just doesn't work. No. If you ever see an L or what looks like to be a 1, always replace it with an N. That way you get rid of all of those little ambiguity. I can't say that word, but all those little problems. Yeah. All those little
wild
problems.
Cards for speech.
Yeah, I know. So let's do this. I don't really need this name in here anymore because I've managed to create my own version. And I want to show you, if you pipe it to get member, see it says computer name. So looky, when we pass it to the receiving commandlet, computer name is going to match with computer name by property name. And lo and behold, drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. And the command was get service name bits.
Woo!
Oh, come on, that is so wickedly cool. So, guys in the back are going, I don't know what the hell he just did, but okay, we'll go with it. But here's the thing.
Begging for the applause.
Yeah, pity applause, golf clap. Here's the thing is that, you know, they're working to try to, you know, give you alias properties to make some consistencies, but that's not always going to be the case. Sometimes you're the one that has to do it in flight to make the consistency using a custom column or calculated property. We use these a ton because there's so much we can do with this. So much we can do with this. And you'll see some more examples of us using it in here. But we do have the last possibility. It's my favorite one because everybody yells at me when I do this.
By the way, it's really worth spending time on this stuff. This is the heart of PowerShell. This is the core concept. It's the core power. It's where you get all your magic. So learning this stuff, like spending some time understanding how it really works, getting familiar with the where, the pipelining is the heart of it. It's worth an investment.
Well, and I just have to say, and this is definitely, for me, guys, this is what changed my ability to be productive with PowerShell. When I learned this is what suddenly made PowerShell, oh, I got this. Because I could discover whatever it is I was looking for, and now I knew how to put it together. And if it didn't work, I knew how to troubleshoot it. That's the important thing. I know we're going through it quickly here, but again, this is the most important thing, and it changes, it makes you totally productive. Now, I've shown you 3 ways so far.
Oh, and getting the stuff to work on multiple machines, we're going to talk more about remoting, but that's where you just become so productive. The number of people who've come up to me at TechEd and had stories like, I remember this one guy who said, oh, well, you know, his boss brings everybody in on like a Tuesday, and it's like, oh, we got to get this information from every single one of our servers. It's top priority, got to have it by the end of the week. Call home, tell folks you're going to be working late, doesn't matter, we got to get this done. He's like, everybody's like, and so he goes back to his office and he's like, wait a minute, I can do that with PowerShell. He says, 10 minutes later, I had all the information. He said, it took a couple more minutes to put it in an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So in like 15 minutes, I was done. I said, that's awesome. What did you do? He says, well, I went home. I took the rest of the afternoon off. And then he came back in the morning, showed his boss this awesome report. He's like, oh, you're a god.
And that's kind of the point is I want to go home. So I want to get this stuff done, right? And this is a primary way for you to figure out how things work. So 3 ways we've done it so far. Get service to stop service, we matched by value. And that's how we're going to try at the very beginning. When the nouns don't match, by value probably isn't going to happen. Not always, but probably is not going to happen. And we did get service stop process where we had to start to match by property name, which means the name of the property coming across has to match the name of the parameter of the receiving commandlet.
But whenever you do that, that's where what if is your friend.
Oh yeah, that is where what if is definitely your friend. The third way is, well, there's a parameter that supports pipeline input, and you want to use that parameter, but what the property you're sending it doesn't have the right name. So you can change it in flight using this syntax. Here's the fourth and final, and believe me, then we're ready for a break here in just a second. So, so get AD computer. I want you to understand my business problem. First of all, to show you, there's a command. We're not going to get a lot of time today to spend with this. With the concept of WMI, but WMI is one of the greatest things. WMI and SIM are one of the greatest things in the world, and I'm hoping that a little bit later on Jeffrey will be able to have a chance to talk about it. But I just want to show you, WMI is great for grabbing all kinds of wonderful information. Here's an example of WMI grabbing just some BIOS information. I also want to point out that this commandlet supports computer name, which means I could get it from multiple computers. Now, if I could spell them correctly. So understand that this could be really useful to me. I might want to do a whole hardware inventory, but I'm not going to want to sit here and hand type in a bunch of computer names. Instead, I'm going to want to pipe a bunch of computer names from Active Directory. So what I'm doing is I'm going to say get AD computer, filter star, pipe to get WMI object, and I want the class for BIOS. Well, here's the thing. You can spend the next 2 days trying to get this to work. Ain't going to happen. If you know how to work this process that we're showing you right here, here's what you would do. And you're going to solve this problem in seconds rather than days. First of all, you're going to pipe to GM to see what the object type is because we want to check for by value. And I'm just going to tell you right now, by value is not going to work. I got AD computer, but by value is not going to work. You know how I know that? Because the next thing we do is we go look at parameters that support pipeline input. Well, let's do that. Get help. Get WMI object. Dash full. And guys, I know we could do this with the show window, but I just want you to see the beauty of this. Watch as it scrolls by when I get to the parameters. Throttle limit, no. Recurse, no. Query, no. Property, no.
Denied.
Namespace, no. Locale, yeah, denied. List, no. Impersonation, fun on a Friday night, but no. It's filter, no. Every computer says no. Every parameter says no. No pipeline input. It will not take any pipeline input. Stop trying. It won't take any pipeline input. So I see guys all the time that go, okay, well then you can't do it. It's broke. They need to fix that with PowerShell. Well, no, you can do it. You just have to know how. Let me show you. You know, I was showing you that how this commandlet, get help, and I'm going to do the short help for it. This guy supports dash computer name. Well, here, I want you to take notice here. Let's look at dash computer name. See, dash computer name, and what he wants is a bunch of strings. That's what he wants as an object type, strings. He'll take dash computer name. I just have to figure out how to get it in there, get those computer names in there. So here's what I'd like to do. Get WMI object, whatever class I want, and I would like to do dash computer name and get the computer names in there. I'd like to do like get AD computer, filter, star. Well, you can't do that because it screws up the argument, so you have to put them in parentheses, because remember what parentheses means. I wasn't a big math fan, but those things are like order of operands, or you're a smart guy, you know all that stuff. It means do this first before we do anything else. So what's going to happen is whatever in those parens, this parenthetical, it's going to do that first, and that becomes the argument on this dash computer name. But there's a small problem. Remember, dash computer name wants a bunch of string objects. I wonder what this is providing me. As a matter of fact, let me show you. Get AD computer, and you know how to do this now. Filter star, what kind of object is this producing? Pipe it to GM. It's giving me AD computer. That doesn't say string. Watch. Also, it's giving me way too much information. This is giving me all kinds of stuff I don't want. I just want name. I just want to select name. So get AD computer, filter star, select the property name. Awesome, I've got the names. This is what I want to throw into dash computer, but before we try this, check it with get member. Look at what the object type is. AD computer. It doesn't say string here, so it's going to break. Well, they thought of this. They solved this. What I really want is I want to extract those names and put them in that dash computer name argument. In between the chihuahuas, I want to extract, or extract isn't the right word. I want to expand this property. Now, we can only expand one, but look at the difference on my screen, how this looks. See how you don't have this anymore? It's just the names of the computers. Let's pipe it to get member. Looky.
String.
String.
Happy, happy.
Happy, happy. So what we do is and I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to try to right click on this. And here's what we're going to do.
Right click.
Yeah, right click. I think I did that right. So get WMI object, whatever class I wanted, Win32_BIOS, dash computer name, and here's what I want to put inside of the parentheses, that whole thing. Now, you might be saying, gee whiz, that's an awful lot of work. But as soon as you do this like 2 or 3 times, it's not a lot of work, because now what you couldn't solve before, or you were spending days banging your head on, now just works. And it just works because we couldn't pipeline to this commandlet. Darn. Okay, forget about it. That's fine. What do you want to use? I want to use dash computer name. What does it want? It wants a string. So I want to grab all the AD computers. I just want the property name. I don't want all the other properties. I just want name. Send it to get member. It's not a string. Oh, I need to expand that. Think extract that, those values out, and I get the string. Now it's going to work. This is your last line of resort. Now, don't use this as your first line of resort. That's not the point, because you want the power of the pipeline. So don't do this first, do this last. And let me show you, and we're going to let Jeffrey talk about this for a second, is that before we take a break, let me show you what I found out Microsoft's kind of doing to help us out. You know how the get WMI thing, it doesn't take any pipeline input? Well, I happen to know that there's a new
before
command.
You go there,
oh,
before you go up arrow.
Up arrow.
Because this works perfectly. This works perfectly, but this works in PowerShell version 2. PowerShell version 3, we made it simpler.
Oh, let's make it simpler.
Okay. Hit delete. Delete the select. Oh, no, all the way from the end of the line to the select.
All the way from the end of the line to the select.
Look at this. Get rid of all that.
Get rid of all that.
Yeah. More? Pipeline. Okay, now, end parentheses. That's begin paren.
Oh, end paren.
Yeah. Okay. Space.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Dot name.
I see what you're doing. Dot name.
See, that's the deal. That dot name basically is shorthand syntax to do that command
all those
line.
Selects, which is what you were showing earlier with casting to XML. And guys, one of the things is we're going to start showing you as we get close to scripting. We're going to be showing you working with variables and using this dot syntax. So you get more and more comfortable with it, because now that was a lot easier to type as soon as you know more about that dot syntax. So this is awesome. See, it still worked.
Show 'em.
And as I just showed, let me show you again, because I don't think the thing was on there. Let me show you. What's going on?
Is this hard for you? I could go over there.
Well, no, it's something has gone awry, and I think my... there we go. Something, computer we were waiting on. So this syntax, if you can see it, it works the exact same way. So I can execute it, but I don't want to do it again because it was holding up on one of the machines.
Oh, was it?
One last thing to show you, and then we'll take a break, is get WMI object doesn't support any input, but if you're working with WMI, there's a whole new way of doing this. And if you were to do get help on something called get sem instance, and you were to take a look at the parameters and what parameters accepted pipeline input, you would see that this is now the replacement for this, because the new one now supports pipeline input in the places where you want it to support pipeline input. So the idea is that going forward, some of the commandlets that you may run across, especially if they're 4 or 5 years old that didn't support pipeline input, may start to support it. But if it doesn't, you do have this last line of resort. Now, as a final note, make sure, this is so very important. Well, you got, what do you?
I was going to show him one more thing.
Oh, go ahead, show him one more thing.
Here, I'm going to take over your machine.
Okay, it's all yours, man.
Credentials did not work. Yeah, right, of course. Okay, here we go. Where are you? Okay, I'm taking over his machine.
He's going to take over my machine. While he's taking it over, get Don Jones's book, Learn Windows PowerShell in a Month of Lunches, Chapter 9. You've got to know that. That's the most important thing. That's what we just did in here.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you something crazy, freaky, powerful.
Oh, let's get freaky.
Yeah, we're going to get freaky.
Freaky.
Okay,
sorry,
settle down.
Settle down.
Okay, so now this is pretty advanced stuff, but why not end on something really powerful? Okay, and this is something called what do we call these? We call these script parameters. I think is the term for them. So now what we're going to do is, remember the original problem was get AD computer minus filter star pipe 2 get WMI object Win32 BIOS, and it was this computer name that we couldn't get a value for.
Right.
Darn. Okay, so here's the deal. Script block. Whenever you see the, what do you call them?
The squigglies?
Squigglies.
Yeah, I like
Whenever
to do my hips myself, but for the
whenever
squigglies.
you see the squigglies, that's called a script block. That represents code. If you give a script block to a property, to a parameter which doesn't take a script block, then what it is, oh, that you must be asking for a script parameter. And what it does is it takes the value of the current object, assigns it to $underbar, and runs the script, and takes the value and puts it in there.
Oh, this could be totally awesome.
And so what you do is you say $underbar dot, was it name?
It was name.
Name. Okay. By the way, you can do anything you want here. You could say to upper, or anything. But here we just do this. So again, what's going to happen is you're going to run this. You're going to take the current object. You're going to assign it to this, and then you're going to run this code. And so each object, you're going to get the value of the name, and then you're going to run this with the value. Well, is that crazy powerful or what?
You realize that you've made that so much easier that everybody's going to like you better than they like me now. Because I drug them through that long...
That was the plan.
Okay, well, it worked because I took them through that long thing, and then you just made it really short and sweet. So congratulations. Very nice job.
There you go.
So folks,
have fun with that.
So, folks, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we
get him some coffee.
Give me some coffee because I need more. And we're going to go into something that is going to change the way you manage. Now you're going to take the tools that you started to learn today, and we're going to get into one of the most powerful things in the world, remoting. And we want to talk to Jeffrey about remoting before we get into it. This is totally awesome stuff. So, see you guys in 10 minutes. We're back, and I have to tell you, we're here to talk, and now we're going to talk about one of my most favorite things, and you get to talk about it.
Oh.
And we're going to do this twice, guys. We're going to do kind of a short section of this to get you started. Then we're going to get into scripting, teach you about variables and stuff, and then hit remoting this topic again with something called sessions that'll be outstanding. But remoting, this changed how I manage in scale when it comes to the entire Windows, all the products, the platform, everything. This, when it released with version 2, literally made me a hero overnight. So you have to tell us about what were you trying to solve with this?
Sure.
What does this thing do? This is unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, so in PowerShell we have this idea, we called it, we talked a lot about it in the past, we don't talk so much about it now because we already delivered it, this notion of universal code execution, right? Which is to say that you have code, and sometimes you want to run the code here. Yeah, that's what we do. Everything we've been showing you today, we bring up a console window and we type the code, and the code runs here. But actually, it's a generalization. Like here is a generalization or a specialization of anywhere. Like sometimes I want to run the code there, and sometimes I want to run the code there, and sometimes I want to run the code on those machines.
Yeah.
And sometimes I want to run the code on those machines as myself, and sometimes I want to give a different set of credentials. And sometimes I want to run it and get the results back immediately, and sometimes I want to run it and I'll get the results back later. And sometimes I want to run it in a way that I can do anything. And sometimes I want to run it in an environment where, no, these are, and only these commands you can run in secure environments. And so there's this notion of this universal code execution model. Oh, and by the way, the last one was, sometimes I want to run it. I'm going to run it for such a long time that I might want to like shut down the machine and bring it back up and have it continue to run.
Right, go somewhere else and maybe check on it or something.
Exactly. So this is the notion of the universal code execution model, and remoting, of course, is intrinsic to that. Coupled with that are notions like jobs. Jobs are things that run in the background. And then workflow, which we added in PowerShell version 3, which is the idea that says, hey, I'm going to run this, and at any stage after any command, I can suspend things, shut down the machine, bring it back up, and continue from where I started.
Now, see, this sounds awesome. Now, what we had before is like with like the remote server administration tools. I have a graphical, like Active Directory users and computers. It will connect to a domain controller over DCOM using RPC, right? And there's a lot of challenges and problems with that. Firewall challenges, right? And all kinds of a mess. But what you guys created though solves all those problems.
Exactly. So here's what we did. First was we wanted to solve all those problems. So HTTP, super important. Next was we already had a protocol that went over HTTP, our standards-based management. So you probably heard we talk a lot these days about standards-based management. In fact, you know, at TechEds and such, I'll show up. I'll bring up a Linux box, and I'll show how on a Linux box I can enumerate all the roles on a remote Windows server, and then install roles on a remote Windows server from a Linux box. I mean, just crazy stuff, right? How do you...
I saw you do that demonstration for the first time. I think it was like a year and a half ago, and I just went, ah!
Your head just explodes.
I know.
So this is because of this standards and WinRM, the WinRM or WS Management Protocol. WinRM is our implementation of that. And so for PowerShell remoting, we leverage WinRM, and we added streaming extensions to it. So that's how it works.
And WinRM is the service that you're going to see that's running underneath all that. As a matter of fact, I got a couple of slides here, and then we'll talk some more about this. If you take a look at the slide here as an overview of remoting, basically what this comes down to is you can go and touch, just as Jeffrey went through the scenarios, using what you've already been typing in at the console locally, you can pick that up and now fire that at whatever it is you want to fire it at. And it's over remoting, which is going to give us a lot of cool characteristics. It's going to be fast. It's going to be easy to cross firewalls because we only have one port to deal with, and we're dealing with a secured port. So here's the idea. If your machines are in a domain, this isn't going over just HTTP plain text. It's getting all encrypted with Kerberos.
Yep.
And then, of course, if you're going across the internet or across firewalls and you want to put on SSL, or if you even want to do SSL internally, you can put on SSL if you want that full encrypted tunnel. So,
well, just to be clear, we'll encrypt it twice.
We'll encrypt it twice at that point. Yeah. If you really need it twicely encrypted, we'll do it twice. But here's the idea: is that you're hitting whatever machines you want securely and with what credentials you want, and nobody can tell. I mean, nobody can read it. Nobody can use a protocol sniffer and sniff out what's going on. So this is actually really cool stuff. So, you know, there's enabling remoting is definitely one of these things that comes up. First of all, we just need to tell everybody that you have to turn remoting on, kind of, sort of, maybe. Kind of, sort of, maybe, because in prior versions, not Server 2012, but in prior versions, remoting had to be turned on. And this can actually be kind of a hard conversation for some security people to have, or some admins to have with their security people, in that I'm going to turn on this really cool thing that lets me do whatever I want to whatever I want. And the security guy goes, no.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what they should say. But as soon as they understand remoting and how it works, all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, this is perfectly fine.
Yes.
So there's this conversation that has to have to get it turned on. And if you guys take a look at the slide here, what I've done is I've shown you a basic way to turn it on. I'm actually going to demonstrate this on one of my machines here, but there's a commandlet that you can use called enable-ps remoting, and now you want to walk around to all of your servers and type enable ps remoting, knock yourself out. But there's a group policy, and I have it written down here for you. It's much easier if you use the group policy to enable remoting. But here's the deal: you have to turn this on. Let me say it again. You have to turn this on. We're going to show you all these great features, but none of it's going to work until you turn on remoting. It's not necessarily an easy conversation. There's a free ebook on PowerShell.org, Secrets About Remoting.
Yeah, great book.
Which will not only take you through every possible scenario, but is the information that your security guys need to know so that they understand that it's secured and what ports it uses. This has to be turned on. It's not because I'm just saying it, it's because you're running out of options now. A lot of the new administrative graphical tools are made to use PowerShell and PowerShell remoting. Server 2012 is a great example with the new server manager, right? It's using all of these capabilities that are built in, and if you don't have it turned on, you can't manage anything with anything. So you've got to get it turned on. And as a side note, Server 2012, it's turned on by default.
Oh yeah.
So it's gonna get turned on.
Just to be clear on that one, so as you know, we are secure by default, and release by release, we continue to shut things off by default, and you have to turn them on. In the course, this has been going on for quite a number of years, been exactly, to my knowledge, one time where we went the other direction, where we turned something on by default instead of off by default, and that was?
It's got to be PowerShell remoting.
PowerShell remoting, that's right. So for Windows Server 2012, we turned on PowerShell remoting. It was a big issue. The security guys are like, what are you talking about? Maybe you didn't get the memo. We're going the other direction. And it's like, okay, well, let's talk about that. Why is that? And the answer is, of course, Windows Server 2012, right? It is a cloud operating system. A cloud operating system says, hey, it's not about this server, it's about these servers. I need to be able to manage things, and therefore remoting of large numbers of systems is critical function. It is the core of a cloud OS. And so they said, okay, well, I'm willing to entertain that. I mean, that makes sense, but we got to be sure. And say, okay, well, let's walk through it. And we showed them all the things that we had done. Actually, they've been involved all along. And step by step by step, we went and did the threat analysis, and they were convinced, yeah, this is safe to do. And so when you have that conversation with your security guys, you just point to that. And the history of this in this server, one time we switch and turn things on by default, it is PowerShell remoting. So go for it.
Yeah, and I think that's a really great concept because Microsoft's not going to turn on something that is an easy-to-use attack surface. It's just not going to happen.
No, we put an extraordinary amount into the security of making sure that this is going to be a secure environment. We've got pen testers who've been evaluating the design, the code, etc. We spent a lot. Look, we started PowerShell after Bill Gates' famous security memo, right? So, and what started that security memo? What started that whole boofarama? I love you.
I love you, man.
.vbs.
Oh, you're talking about that. I was just saying I love you, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's special. Okay.
Okay.
Not
well,
that there's anything wrong with that. No, it was scripting. Scripting had caused that big "I love you" mess, and so we knew that scripting was going to be a key vector. So we just spent a ton of time making sure we were secure, secure, secure.
So now that we've jumped up and down enough that you not only have to turn this on, but it's secured to have it turned on, get it turned on, let's start to show you some of the cool things that you can do. Now, like I said, we're going to hit this topic twice as we learn more and more about it. So this is all in the slides, but let me take you through here, and as soon as I can, there we go. Well, maybe not quite.
I can do something.
I think you have control of my machine.
No, I gave it up.
Okay, my machine is just moving slow for a second. Oh, here we go. Okay, so let me do something real quick, and Jeffrey, please jump in. First of all, we're going to do what's called a one-to-one connection. This is, and you'll see exactly. Watch, I'm going to type in enter. It's a commandlet, PS session, PowerShell session, and I'm going to put in a computer name that I want to go to. I'm just going to say DC. It's one of the VMs that I have running. Watch what happens to my prompt here. You see what happened? Guess where I'm sitting right now. Guess where I am right now. I'm on the DC. I'm on the DC. You don't believe me? Watch. I'm going to clean up this path a little bit. Watch. Host name. And I'll do ipconfig. That information is coming from the DC. So I can actually do a one-to-one connection, and I can troubleshoot, and I can manage a single system this way as if I was sitting on there. As a matter of fact,
think of this as a secure telnet.
A secured telnet. I love that. And let me show you why I think that this is also so important, that you just get used to managing servers. When you just need to do one thing to one server, this is a great way to do it. Get used to this, because have you guys seen Server 2012? Let me exit out of this and let me just show you. I'm going to go out to my domain control. I'm going to show you Server 2012. This is, to me, fascinating. welcome aboard.
Oh man,
By the way, what you guys did with the color scheme on here is awesome. The background, the color scheme. This is totally awesome.
It's Zen-like in its simplicity.
It's very Zen-like in its simplicity. Yeah, you guys probably figured out that this is definitely, we used to refer to this as the core installation, and yeah, with Server 2012, this is now the default installation. So,
yes.
And for a good reason. Performance, security, all that kind of stuff. So let me show you. You would be managing the server that way anyways, and I don't want to screw this up, so let me get rid of him. There we go. So doing that single session, that enter PS session to a machine that you want to do work on, it gives you that one-to-one connection, and you can now do whatever you want on that machine. But here's the big one, and so let me exit this. You guys have been watching all day long, and you know you're going to be doing a lot of good hard work on stuff like this. I want to do get event log, log name, system, and I'm just going to do newest 3. Now, I could do entry type and all this other stuff, but I just want to keep it short and simple because, let me just show you. I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy this. What I can get to work here, and what Jeffrey was saying is the whole point is will work anywhere. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to invoke command. This is a remoting command. What computers? When you use this dash computer name, it's using PowerShell remoting, not the old DCOM RPC stuff, which is what a lot of the older commandlets use. So this one's using the good stuff. And then, whatever you put in the squigglies is exactly what we're going to do. Oops, sorry, wait a minute. No. Put in some computer names, and I'm going to be brave and risky. Whatever you put in the squigglies is exactly what we're going to do. And in this case, watch, boom. So over remoting, was that approval back there that we heard a knock or something? That I want you to get that what just happened is by using PowerShell remoting, I just hit 3 different systems all at the same time and said, give me this information. I can now convert this, I can put it to a file, I can put it to a web page, whatever it is I want to do with it, but I just used PowerShell remoting. And Jeffrey, this is actually so powerful that admins need to be a little careful, right? Because things like
restart computer.
Yeah, that's a good one. Restart computer all of a sudden take on a whole new dimension because whatever you fill that with, that's what it's going to do. Dash computer name, I can be grabbing the computers from Active Directory, a CSV file, a text file.
You're making me nervous, man.
I know at the moment, I'm actually very nervous too. I need to get rid of that so it doesn't actually...
minus what if.
And so it's going to restart those machines. So this is a one-to-many connection. Now, Jeffrey, one of the things that comes up all the time is if I do get service, I'll do name bits. How's this working? I mean, it's actually sending the commands to the machine, and then how am I getting this data back?
Yeah, so literally what happens is we go and we create a connection to that remote machine, right? So there's a TCP connection. We then fire up a PowerShell connection. We load .NET. We load PowerShell. We take that code, and we squirt it across the wire. We then execute it. You know, we logged you in. Use your credentials to log you in. We then execute the code there, and then we get those objects, and we serialize those objects. We move them across the wire, and then we reconstitute them. We deserialize them and emit them as though they happened here.
Okay. So let me see if I get this straight, because you're going to have to explain the serialization stuff. But let me see if I can get this straight. So we're connecting to these remote machines, and we're actually starting a PowerShell session on those machines. And having the command run on those machines. So it's not my computer working harder, it's those machines that are doing the work.
Yep.
Now, the serialization, you're squirting this stuff back. Serialize, deserialize, blah, 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 blah. What does this mean?
Exactly. So what we do is we take the object and we transform it into something that can be moved around and reconstructed anywhere.
Okay.
Okay, so concretely, I mean anywhere. Like, I'm over here, I go talk to your machine and it's Windows talking .NET, and then I could bring it over here and it could be Linux. Now there's no .NET on Linux, so how's that going to work? Right? And so I've got to serialize it into something that can work anywhere. Now imagine I go and I say, well, hey, I talk to Exchange version whatever, and I get the objects here, but I don't have Exchange here. So how do I recreate Exchange objects?
Right.
Again, that's the problem. So what we do is we take these objects and we turn them into essentially a property bag. Just a bag of properties. And then we take them and the properties have names and values, and the values have types. Now here's the trick. The types are not the infinite set of types there, right? If you tried to do that, it would never work. So what we do is we render it down to a set of, I think, 26 or so types, which, I put my badge on the table and I say, I guarantee that these will always work. If these don't work, fire me.
Well, there you go. Okay.
Forever. Because you know what? An Exchange mailbox, 30 years from now, probably going to change, but I'll guarantee you this, a 64-bit integer isn't going to change 30 years from now.
Yeah.
Right? So it's those type of things. Integers, strings, ints, GUIDs, things like that.
Secure things strings that are going to be the same.
Exactly. So then I take that property bag and I just turn it into XML. I then bring it over here, and then I reconstruct the property bag. And so, in fact, here you do the. By the way, let me correct something. Show your screen.
Okay.
Okay. So you said that this was remoting. In fact, invoke command is not remoting.
Oh, what is it?
Remote command is the way we do everything. Remember, we have this kind of underlying system, and then we've got
great
syntactic sugar on top of it. So go remove the minus computer name.
So let's do this.
Yeah, well, that whole DC 1, 2, 3, DC, get rid of that. Okay, and hit return. Okay. Okay, so that worked locally, and that's the same as if you hadn't typed invoke command in squiggle brackets. Or rather say, when you just type get service minus name bits, we transform it into this, and then we run it.
And then we run it.
This is the universal code execution.
And this is what makes it so easy for, especially if you're an administrator, you work out what you want first, then you can just put it in the squigglies and it's going to work at the other side.
Exactly. So from here, pipe that to get member. Okay, and scroll up. And what do we have? We've got a
service controller.
No, look at the beginning. System. That service process. That service controller. Now add a computer name to that line.
Oh yeah. So let's do this. Let's have it go to let's do dash comp and
DC1. Okay, S1. Yeah, whatever. Now go up. Look at the beginning. Deserialized. Ding, 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 ding. Now, a deserialized object is incredibly powerful, but it's different. Okay, so if you scroll up a bit.
Oh, I'm scrolled up
did
all
you,
the way.
Did you do a clear? You did a clear.
I did a clear.
Okay, well, don't do a clear and do it again. Do the local command. Okay, notice, see these methods.
Right.
Okay, see the start and the stop method.
Stop, yeah.
Okay, that's because it's a live object and you can do methods on it. Go up to the deserialized one.
Yeah, there's
just one method, two string.
One method, two string.
Exactly, because the object itself is gone, and what you have is a representation of the object. Now, it turns out that that's extraordinarily powerful. Now, some people say, oh, well, it should be the same everywhere. No, my friends. It shouldn't be. The point is that because we have this live deserialized concept, what it means is that when I'm over there, I'm able to take advantage of my remote. I'm able to take advantage of the full richness of the object system, be able to do everything in a very lightweight way, very high performance, low latency way. And then when I bring it over here, I can still do a ton of stuff, but I can't do that. So the way we refer to this is islands of optimization in a sea of interoperability.
Okay, islands of optimization in a sea
of interoperability.
Which
is to say, it's poetic.
It's poetic.
So what that means is I can go to any of the machines and I can interoperate. I'm guaranteed to do that. And then there are times, however, when I'm doing all the code on one machine that I can optimize. I have the live objects, I can do things, etc. And that, by the way, is what allows us to do the GUI, layering GUIs on top of PowerShell. Because we can have these nice, high-speed, low-latency latency activities. If you tried to layer everything on top of a deserialized object, you got a lot of recreating objects, a lot of inefficiency.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, guys, this is our first hit into remoting. So we did one-to-one, we did one-to-many. Now, we've got more remoting to do because we're just getting started with the remoting, but now it's getting for that time for us to, before we get into scripting, I just...
Oh, no, we got to show more here.
No, I know. There's a problem I have.
Yeah.
This is cool, but you know one of the problems I have?
I know a few of the problems.
Well, one of the things I run into is, wouldn't it be cool if, when I go on vacation, I don't know about you, but I like to go places with beaches.
Oh yeah.
That they have the little drinks with the little umbrellas in them, and when I'm sitting on the beach, the last thing that I'm going to have is a laptop.
Yeah, right. Not so much.
I mean, not cool. Not cool at all. But things still do go wrong back at the office. And so I am going to have a phone.
Yep. Ah, I see where you're going.
Wouldn't it be, it'd be so cool if I could maybe have PowerShell here and I could launch a script, which we're going to be doing this afternoon, or I could type in these commands and I could do all of this kind of cool stuff. It would be so cool if I had PowerShell here or on a tablet.
If only you had PowerShell version 3.
If only you had PowerShell version 3 and at least one Server 2012 box.
Yeah.
It could be a VM, but I want to show you something kind of cool.
Have you picked up on the fact that we're big fans of PowerShell version 3?
Yeah, we're huge fans of PowerShell v3. So, guys, I want you to watch something. I'm actually going to take you through, this is kind of a cute review, not a cute review, I can't believe I said the word cute. This is a review over what we started off with today, discovering and utilizing commandlets, and in this case, using a feature that I think is just wickedly awesome. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use PowerShell remote, or I'm going to enter a PS session to a server I have out there called PWA. Now this server doesn't really have anything on it. It's just a generic server 2012 box. Key is 2012. It could be a VM somewhere, but it's got to be 2012. What I'm going to do is, there's a commandlet out there called Get Windows Feature. Get Windows Feature is part of the Server Manager module. What it does is it lists for you all of your roles and features for your server. And if there are X's in it, I know, I love it when if there's an X, that means it's installed. If there's not an X, it's not installed. Well, I'm going to use this commandlet to see if there's a feature, what features are available for PowerShell. And in Server 2012, we have something down here at the bottom called PowerShell Web Access. I'm about to change the
world as we know it.
And it's not me who the only thing that I'm changing is I'm showing you how to set it up. You're the one that changed the world. So.
Well, the team.
So yeah, the team. So it's called Windows PowerShell Web Access, and this is pretty cool. So I want to install this. So we have this install Windows feature commandlet that'll let me install Windows PowerShell Web Access. I've used Get Help. The install Windows feature will let me choose whatever thing I want to install, and away it goes. Now here's what it's going to do. Ooh. It's going to install IIS, because this is going to be a web thing. So it's going to install IIS. We got to have .NET 4.5 on here, and it's Server 2012. When it gets this installed, we'll also get a new module with some additional commandlets, 6 additional commandlets. So what we're going to do is use Get Help to find them and then use them, because in like 3 steps, I'm going to have one of the coolest features in the world turned on. So watch, I'm going to clear my screen. This is just letting me know they have my updates turned off, which it's a VM right now, it does. But it exited with success, no restart needed, awesome. Ooh. So clear my screen, and guys, notice I'm doing this all on a different server, right? So
how cool is that?
Yeah, I know, this is totally wickedly cool. So I'm going to do Get Help.
This is not your dad's server.
This is not your daddy's server. I love that. So it's called PowerShell Web Access. So PSWA. A lot of us just refer to it as PWA, PowerShell Web Access, but PSWA. And you can see that there's 6 commandlets. By looking at the verbs, you could probably figure out the first place I'm going to go is to install a PowerShell web access application. Technically, what's going to happen is we're going to create a web application by default off of the default website when we installed IIS. Now, we didn't need to install it. That happened for us automatically. You can alter these defaults, but I'm just going to take the defaults for right now. Now, so install PSWA, and I'm going to, you've got to use HTTPS for this, because this is going to be something that you hit from anywhere in the world back to your home. So we're going to need HTTPS. You can't do this with HTTP. Now, and if you don't have a good certificate to put on your web box right now, for testing purposes, they have this option of use a test certificate. Now, my screen freaked out a little bit, but use a test certificate. It's going to put on a temporary cert. Just remember, this is not the cert that you want when you go to production. So what's going to happen is that it creates, in IIS terms, an application pool for the web app, creates the web app, points the web app to where the files are, and we're almost ready to go. We just now have to tell it who's allowed to use this. Now, this is going to be one of those rare do as I say, not as I do. And let me tell you why. Because I'm going to do get help again on PSWA. We need to create who's allowed to use this and what they're allowed to go to when they use this. So we need to add rules, and you're going to want to add granular rules that make sense. In other words, is there a group of administrators that you want to be able to have remoting or to have PowerShell web access, and what machine should they be allowed to get to or remote to when they use this? You're going to want to keep control on this. You're not going to want to do what I'm going to do just for easy's sake. So let me show you how to, what you're looking for here. So add a PSWA authorization rule, and let me just show you. What computers do you want to be able to remote to? So you can make this list, you can create it as a computer group. You also have another parameter you're going to need is either by user group or username, who's allowed to use this. So you're going to want to fill out the username, what computer, and we're not going to get a chance to do different kinds of configurations, but you can control through different configurations what commandlets a person's allowed to use when they get there, which is actually totally cool. These three things you need to specify.
Just to be clear, that's for things like, hey, I'm going to let these people come into these machines, and all they can do is read-only operations. Like they can do gets, but they can't do sets. And then this guy on these machines, he can reboot the machine. Okay, but he can't read data, things like that.
And that's a really important point, is that these users, I've got administrators that have full capabilities, but I got a guy who's allowed to reset passwords when he gets there. That kind of stuff that you can control. Don't do what I'm about to do in real life. If you're just testing on a VM, that's fine, but what I'm going to do is for those three parameters, I'm going to do star, star, star. Yeah, I know. That means everybody can do anything to everybody, and it's just lollapalooza. It's just, yeah, not cool. But for demonstration purposes,
summer of love.
The summer of love. At this point, I installed the feature. I installed the web app, and I have now created a rule.
Anarchy.
This is so freaky cool, guys. Yeah. This is let me exit out of that machine. This is so freaky cool that I'm going to. This is start process. I'm going to use the alias start, and I'm going to start iExplorer with HTTPS, and I'm going to go to that PowerShell web access box, the box I just set up, PWA, and it's going to go to the default website, and there's a web application underneath the default called PSWA. You can, of course, alter all this to make it cleaner, but watch what happens. Secured site. As a matter of fact, let me make this just a little bit zoomier. Zoomier. So this is the temporary certificate. Remember, in real life, when you go to production, you're going to replace this. Continue to website. It's going to come up. It's going to ask me, oh, looky. It's going to ask for some credentials. So let's do this.
Doesn't it look like Outlook Web Access?
Yeah, we need to talk about that. So here, I'm going to put in my credentials. Watch. And what computer do I want to remote to and work with? Well, let's go mess with the domain controller. I feel kind of froggy today. Get it?
Oh, do host name. Host name. Show them where we are.
Oh, this is so cool. It's PowerShell through a browser. It's PowerShell through. You made PowerShell work through. But guys, gals.
On the beach.
On the beach through any browser. It's funny that it can be Safari, it can be IE, it can be Chrome, it can be on any device, a Microsoft device, a non-Microsoft device, your phone, your tablet, your laptop, anywhere in the world, you got PowerShell. And I want you to point out that not all these things have tab buttons when you use them. But look, I'll just even type a get dash serve. Looky, graphically, they gave you a tab completion button. I mean, come on. They thought this through. This is so totally awesome. Now, a lot of you right now are going, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. What about security? Stop it. It's just like getting your email. It's the same thing as getting your email. If you have Exchange, you've got a CAS role out there, probably in your middle tier or protected by Threat Management Gateway, whatever you have it. It's the same thing. You can put the box right next to it. It's the same thing. So everybody says, well, this is going to be dangerous. No more dangerous than you checking your email. It's over HTTPS. You control who has access to this. You can even control what commandlets they can run. This is one of the best tools. And here's for a guy like me that's traveling all over the place, I don't have a laptop necessarily with VPN to my network all the time. Sometimes the only thing I have is the tablet in my hand, and I can run scripts, which we need to do scripts, and I can have access to PowerShell and remote to any box that I want to remote to.
Dude, you've undersold it.
I sold it.
Undersold it. So
undersold it.
The security. Yeah, absolutely. No, this is more secure than that. Okay, why? So let's see what we're comparing ourselves against. So there you are, and you got your laptop, and you connect to your domain controller, versus you're on your phone or this device or that device, and you go HTTPS to a browser, or to a website that then talks to the domain controller. Okay? Now, on that machine, that web server, you're not setting that up so that people are surfing the net. That web server that you go to, on your laptop, you're off there surfing your net, you're at this news site, that news site, maybe some dodgy sites.
Dodgy sites?
Yeah. You're reading your email and people are saying, oh, click here for something wonderful. And so the risks of, using that same box to manage your domain controller is pretty dodgy. And so that's why the professional sites, they set these things up called jump boxes. What they say is, okay, look, take your dodgy device, whatever, and then you go to this machine. Now, this environment is safe, safe, safe. You get to do one thing on this environment, and that is go to these other environments.
And I think that is such a great description, because a lot of you guys probably have, you might refer to them as bastion boxes.
Bastion servers, yeah.
Bastion servers, where that's the whole point, is that my laptop might be the wrong tool to be managing Active Directory with because of all of the weird things on it. But this is a controlled server, a controlled point that I'm going to that isn't going to have all that garbage and viruses and worms and crap on it. And this becomes your bastion point or your bastion server. This is awesome. This is a huge time saver anywhere in the world. And this is why, I heard this from Microsoft. I think it was in the year 2001. We want to get to a place to where we could be anywhere, anytime, on any device, I think was the phrase. And when this feature came out, it was, I can do PowerShell anywhere, anytime, any device, you win. So, awesome feature. Before we wrap up remoting, now we're going to do sessions in a little bit. So
okay, but I think there was a key point we didn't nail.
Well,
see, you got the remoting, man.
What would you like to do? Let's leave this page.
Yeah. Okay. So go back to where you did the get the event log.
Okay, so you just want the get event log?
Invoke command.
Invoke command. Okay.
Yeah, on
invoke
3 machines. Oh, you're going to do it all over. Computer name. By the way, computer name, if you want, you can just type CN. But anyway, that's fine. Get event log.
So, yeah, get event log. Log name, let's do system. Notice tab completion is working in the squigglies, guys. Let's do newest 3.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Carriage turn. Okay, so here's the question. Why did we return objects? Like that looks like text to me, and that looks like what I wanted. Why didn't you just do that? And the answer is, because it's objects, and objects are awesome. So now what you can do is you can take that and do, go back, just run it.
All right, just run it, okay.
I can't remember this. Okay, so now what you can do is you can say, pipe to, sort, time. See, now here, these aren't sorted by time. So you get three from this guy, and then three from this guy, and then three from those guys. Then say select, format table.
Format table.
Let's just say time and message.
Property time and message. Oh, time. We need to do time. It's
time written.
Yeah, time written. So let's do time written. Oops, and I need to actually write it in here. You guys get the idea, but let me just get the...
And then maybe it's auto...
Oh, this is getting better. And then with the format commands, guys, the format commands are wonderful. You should take a look at them. Format table, one of my favorite ones, because it has auto size.
Is that crazy?
That is totally crazy. So looking at that one-liner, what we're bringing back, and this is a great thing, is that we can then continue the pipeline and sort and select and still work with this.
Exactly. That's why the power of objects is so important, because you go do this stuff, it's not about text, it's about give me the objects. And now all of a sudden, like when I'm over there and I'm doing stuff, I can manipulate the objects there, and that's great. But when I do remoting, what I can do is I can get the objects from a very large set of machines, bring them here, and operate against the objects. So imagine you say, oh, I got somebody, and I need to give them a share. You can go out to all your file servers, get the disk space from all your file servers as a collection of objects, sort it by free space, and then you can say, give me the top 3, and then you can look at those and say, yeah, that's the one I want. Imagine how else you do it. You go to this one, find it, write it down. You go to that one, write it down. You go to that one.
How many of you guys are actually still sending people out to do that? Go check that file server, see how much disk space it is, put it into the spreadsheet so we can keep track of this, as opposed to, and there's several ways to do it, what he's talking about, but as opposed to, let's just use, what is it, get volume, right? Is one of the new commands? I think get volume will give you free space and size.
Look. We're going to find out in a minute.
We're going to find out in a minute. Size remaining and size.
Ooh. So yeah, do it.
So let's do, what do you want to do?
Invoke
command, and we'll do it to the...
Oh, wait, can we show them the short way? This
yeah,
because it's time. Here's the short way.
Yeah.
Is
ICM.
ICM. And then the names. No, just CM.
Or just do the names, because it's positional. So DC, S1, S2.
That's the short way.
And we want to do, let's see, get volume.
And pipe it to sort, size remaining.
Get volume, sort, size. I can't spell anymore. It's a long day. Sort size remaining. Let's just try that. See what we get. No. Oh God! Look! The size remaining. Oh,
no, wait. No, here's the thing. Go back up. Scroll up.
Scroll up. Okay.
Notice. See. Notice how the formatting's. No, I want to show the previous text.
The previous one. Okay.
So notice here. It just shows you drive letter to size. But now you go scroll down. Notice we have PS computer name.
Yay!
When the objects come back, we add properties to it. And we add, where did this thing come from? So that when I do this sort, and then you go down at the bottom, I can see, okay, well, there's my volume, but where did the volume come from? And the answer is S2.
That's right. So, and guys...
Party on, my friends.
Oh, and here's the thing. That commandlet, you can just say, just show me the C drive. You can sort and filter this out more, where I just want to see the computer name and the size remaining, and just get a nice, short, terse list. Then export to CSV. You got your report done, and you did it on as many computers as you wanted to in seconds.
Oh, should we show them select last? Yeah, show them that.
Yeah.
So here, this might have been, like if I'd done this to like lots of machines and there were file servers and lots of stuff on it, this would be pretty big, and you don't want to mess with that, right? So what you do is you say select minus last. Let's pick the last 3.
And what it'll do is give you the last 3. Just exactly what you think it would do.
Boom.
Boom. There's the last 3. So we can
PowerShell
also
rocks.
PowerShell so rocks. We have first, we have last. There's all kinds of ways. This is the importance of taking a look at those help files. Skip, exactly. So make sure you look inside these help files because you can do it. It's not something, well, I can't figure out how to do it. You don't need bizarre long lengths of code. You need to look at the help files. They've really thought this stuff through.
And if you get stuck, PowerShell.org.
And ask on the forum.
Yeah, lots of really helpful people out there.
And just as a side note, it's fascinating that how strong the PowerShell community is.
It is, yeah.
You guys have noticed that this is not necessarily the easiest tool in the world for you to learn. It's the most powerful one in your toolbox, but it's not an easy tool to learn because you're just staring at a prompt and now what do I do? We've all gone through this, and so the PowerShell community is so strong. They want to help you, so avail yourself of those resources, and I'll give you some more here in a little bit.
Yeah, can I riff on that a second?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. We found as we were rolling out PowerShell that the community just flourished, and it's like, wow, and people are having a blast. Now here's the interesting thing. Turns out that this like hurts the community. No, seriously, it hurts the community. Why? Yeah. And we noticed this because at some point we were putting things together, and everyone was like, hey, did you see what Bruce did? No, what did Bruce do? We all run into Bruce's office, and he shows what he does. It's like, oh, man, that's awesome. Can you send that to me? He sends it to me, and I'm doing it, and then I change it, and they're like, oh, Jeff, check out what Jeffrey did, and everybody comes running, and we were just having a blast with this. And when Lois, we talked about this a little last night, we said, boy, we're really having fun here. And like computers always used to be fun, and then for some point they stopped being fun. It just seemed like it was a job.
It became mundane.
And I think it was because of this damn thing, the mouse, right? And so here's the idea. Like I never say, hey, come on, guys. Did you check to see the way Jason was clicking that mouse?
Right.
My God, you are such a clever guy. Did you see the snap on that thing?
See, I love you, man, because, man, I work on my mouse moves. And so that's, yeah.
Well, no, that's the point. So when I see you program, when you script, when you write together as command line, I see how you think, and I'm able to say, wow, that's really clever. That's really neat. And you're able to then I say, oh, can I have that?
Right.
And you give it to me, and all of a sudden, you've helped me. Like, you click, let's say you're a god at clicking that mouse, right? How can you help me? It's like, step back and be impressed, I guess. Just like,
nice
you can't help me, right? But with a script, you can help me, and I can take it, and I've modified it. It meets my needs, and I look great to my boss. And now all of a sudden, you know what? Two things. One is you feel good because you helped me. Two, I feel good. I have a debt of gratitude to you. I mean, thank you very much. That's very awesome. And you'll buy your beer or something like that. And also I say, hey, you know what? I should help other people too. So really, you should help other people. First, be aware, there's lots of people in the community out there who are more than willing to help. You should not be sitting, suffering in silence. No. If you're confused or anything, I guarantee you, nobody's going to be, you should not be embarrassed by any of your questions. People aren't going to make fun of you. That's not going to happen. The barrier for you asking a question should be extraordinarily low. Just ask the question. In a forum, in Twitter, a very useful place as well. Just ask that question. People will help you. And it turns out, then you should participate. You should say, hey, I found this clever way to do things. You should blog things. And here's the great thing, right? So you might know, I've been doing this PowerShell thing for a little while now. I blog things. And say, oh, here's what I do. And people will say, geez, why do you do it that way? Why didn't you do it this way? And it's like, I didn't know you could do it that way. And so the community is teaching me how to do things. Honestly, it's just a wonderful thing.
And I have to say, it's truly amazing. And remember when computers were fun, when it wasn't, I need to reset a bunch of passwords, and you just sat there and went like this. Where now you're actually going, oh, I'm going to figure out how to reset these passwords. Or I'm going to figure out how to do X, Y, Z. Awesome. And now I'm going to automate it so I never have to do it again. But it was fun figuring out the problem. It used to be fun solving the problem. Yeah. And PowerShell's brought that back, and the community is really strong with that. Folks, so here's what we're going to do is let me show you the, just to let you know, that all of this stuff we did in remoting is in the slides.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go through these real quick, but it's not the end yet of remoting. We've got some more stuff to do, but we want to start some automation and some scripting to come up. And so we're going to kind of get started on this and before we take a break. So if you have questions or comments, please make sure you're jumping out there, and we're going to come back to remoting in just a second. But before we take a break, let's get started on this concept of automation. And to do that, we need to start to talk about things like security, because we're going to talk about scripting now. And so we're going to take the commands that you're building as one-liners and so forth, and we're going to take those commands and now automate them by putting them into a script and just telling the script to run them for us. No major deal yet. It's pretty straightforward, but to run a script requires some special security. So we're going to talk about security. We're going to talk about variables, a place to store your stuff, maybe a little bit with quotes, and then we'll start getting into the automation. So the first thing off is, and by the way, that's a picture of me right there, the big guy on the next screen. And usually people say that's the picture of me, but that's no. The guys in the back going, "Yep, that's it." So PowerShell is secured by default for several different ways. Now, we had some problems in the past with like VB script. You double click on it and it runs.
Oh God, yeah.
Talk a little bit about what PowerShell does for us.
Yeah, so okay, again, remember, secure by default. You know, we did this, secure. So when you double click, so what happened if you weren't around then? People came in one morning and they got a mail, "I love you." And they're like, "Oh, well, I feel special. I've got a secret admirer." And even the people like, "I bet that's not true, but it might be."
That's right. So I want to find out.
Find out who loves me. Click, and then it would run. You click on this thing and it would run, and guess what? Bad things happen.
Bad things happen.
Anybody who's like giving you something free or promising to grow or shrink your body parts with money just doesn't work. Okay, and so too, somebody sends you love. Don't click on that stuff. Anyway, so with PowerShell, somebody sends you that, and you double click on it. It brings up it in the editor. It doesn't run it.
Doesn't run it.
That is the key.
So let me do a quick demonstration of that. Let's just make a really quick script. And guys, it'll get cooler than this, but I'm going to make a really quick script. And I've been doing this get service bits thing all morning. I'm getting sick and tired of typing this in. And I'm going to make sure that it works. It works. I'm going to take this right now and I'm copy it, and I'm going to start up Notepad, and I'm going to, we're using Notepad right now. Don't worry, we're going to get to the ISE. I'm going to paste it in there, File, Save As, and here's the magic to making a script. Well, let me put it on my desktop so we can see it. Is, what do you want to call this script? Let's call it, I love you, and let's dot PS1. PS1, and I don't actually want to put it on my desktop. No. I'm going to put it under my scripts folder here so I can get to it. And wait a minute, there's a scripts folder right there. I love you, PS1.
You got to get rid of the text.
I got to get rid.
Yeah, all files. Right there.
All files, and save.
Stick with me, guy. I'll help you out.
You're looking at it. So I've got a script. What I want you to see is yes, I'm going to show you this graphically first because I want to see what Jeffrey just said. I'm going to go out here, and if somebody were to send this to me, I love you, PS1, and I'm going to double click it. See, brings it up in Notepad or whatever editor you have set for it. The what?
They didn't love you.
They didn't actually love me. It didn't execute my script. Now, this is a good thing for so many reasons, as you guys already know. You don't want scripts to automatically execute, but I want to bring something up. A lot of the security that we're going to be talking about, and the next thing, which is execution policy, which we're going to do before we go on break. I need to tell you that this security is designed to take an unintentional user to stop them from doing unintentionally malicious things. In other words, I want you to think about, I downloaded a script, I double click on it. I didn't want it to run, I wanted to look at it. This helps you. Now, if you are a power user that wants to be malicious, can we change this? Well, yeah, I mean, power. I mean, yeah, I know how to change the association of the PS1 to make it actually execute. That's just not a good idea, though.
Don't do that.
The point is we're not going to stop you from doing that, but this helps you from making foolish mistakes like this. So let's try to execute this script and watch what happens. There's another security feature, the whole path thing. You make us type in the path.
Yeah, well, first just try and type it.
So C:\scripts, and I love you,
well, no,
PS1.
CD to there, CD to that directory.
You want me CD to it? Okay.
And then just type I love you.
Oh, I love you.
I love you?
No, that's not going to work. IP. Well, I love IP. But
I love IP.
I love IP. IP, therefore I am. There we go. I love you. What?
See? It says no, my friend.
Not recognized as the name of a commandlet, a function, or a script file. Check the spelling. Well,
but then look at the suggestion. Have you ever noticed that?
Oh, dude.
You ever noticed that?
The command I love you was not found, but does exist in the current location.
You never noticed that?
I never noticed that. Tricky. So now that's just going to confuse me more because it's going to say, but then it actually tells me how to solve it.
Yeah, type /. Now here's the reason why. This is what's called a kind of a trolling attack. So what would happen is, and this is an old-time Unix problem. You're admin and you CD to somewhere and you say print working directory. And a bad guy would go into that directory and they'd put something called print working directory. They would rename iloveyou.vbs to print working directory. So you CD there, you do print working directory, you run that code. And bad things would happen. And so what we said was, no. If you want to run something in the current directory, you have to be clear that that's what you want to do. We're very clear, very big on intentionality. You have to tell me that that's what you want. Otherwise, no.
I remember rootkits used to come in. There was a dir rootkit, and you would go dir, and you were running the rootkit. And
bad.
What this, bad. So what this prevents from is, let me show you this two ways. One is I could try to run the script by typing in the full path to the script. I love you. Or I can be in the current directory, and let me show you that one. If I'm in the current directory with the script and try to run it, it's /I love you PS1, and that's what that general message at the bottom told you to do, because it saw it there. This will run my script. Oh no, I'm a failure. I'm a failure in life because it found it, but it says it can't be loaded because the running of scripts is disabled on this system. For more information. In other words, you're not allowed to run scripts. And when we come back from break, we're going to show you why you're not allowed to run scripts and then how to change that. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes, yeah? 10 minutes.
Cheers.
Oh, now see, I was talking for like a minute and a half, and they didn't turn the cameras on. So, so back to what we were doing.
There they are. Where have you been?
Where have you been? So here's the deal. We need to work with the execution policy. Now, I just want you to take a quick look at this slide because it lists the execution policy for us kind of quick. Now, we have a couple of commandlets that'll let us work with the execution policy, and by default, you are restricted. In other words, no scripty allowed to run. Now,
interactive only.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that, see the word under here called unrestricted? Can we just right now kind of put into our heads that that's not an option for you to set?
They did it with bypass. Consider bypass like...
Yeah, unrestricted and bypass. So can you kind of, I don't want you drawing on your computers, but can you just kind of cross those off? Restricted, unrestricted. Well, restricted's good for, but no, cross off unrestricted, bypass. Can we focus on the two that we really want you to focus on, which is remote signed and all signed? So do you want to talk about what is this signed thing in the first place that we're talking about?
So basically digital signatures. Now in the past, like VB Script had this, that was really bad stuff. All it did was said, hey, if a script is digitally signed, I'll run it. Not digitally signed by someone I trust. Yeah, so we took a different approach. We said it has to be digitally signed and you have to trust them.
So before we talk about the difference between all signed and remote signed, can you show us what it's like to sign a script?
Yeah, okay, so let me first go. I've created a self-signed certificate, and if you ever wonder about that, you just say new self-signed certificate. You can go create your own. I've already created some, and what I do is they're in the cert drive. Now, I don't know if we've talked about this. There are these things called providers, get PS drive. Okay, and you'll see the traditional drives like the C drive that we've been shown, but there's a certificate drive. oh, so what I can do is I can do a dir of the certificate drive, and I do tab completion here, sorry, current user, and what I'm doing is I'm looking for a code signing cert. So the interesting thing is when I'm in the certificate drive, I can do things like, well, I can do recurse on any drive, of course, but I can say, give me the code signing certs. Oh, how strange. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say OV or output variable A. Okay? So what that did was it got me, did a recursive search, found me my code signing certs. I now put them in $A, and then what I'm going to say is $cert equals $A is 0. So now I've got a particular code signing cert. Okay? So now let's see, let me get my execution policy. Get execution policy, and you see it's remote signed. Here, I'm going to change that to set execution policy equals all signed. Okay, oops, sorry. Oh. Equals, what am I doing? I'm being an idiot. Set execution all signed. It says, yep, do it. Now, here I am, and I have this test script. Oop, let me just edit that test script. Go ahead. Let me just get rid of this because I already signed it. That's not right. Would you see that? Whew. Okay, so there's my test script, right? And I go and I run it, and it says, no, you can't do it because it's not digitally signed. Okay,
yeah, because you went to all signed, which means everything must be signed. We'll talk about remote signed in a second, but everything must be signed.
So now I say, well, I'd like to sign it because I trust this. First, don't sign stuff you haven't understood. Like sign it, sign it. It's, remember I said earlier, like I take my badge out, I put it on the table, and I say, I guarantee this is going to work. When you're digitally signing something, you're taking your badge out, you're putting it on the table and say, anything wrong, take my badge. Okay, so be careful. So you probably want to take a look at the script you're going to sign.
Probably, yeah.
I take a look at that and I said, I'm good at that. Yeah. So you want to set the authentication code signature of, I give my cert, my $cert, and the file path.
Yeah.
Okay, now notice, now when I do this, test.ps1, here I'll cat it, cat test. Oh. Look at that thing. Look at that thing.
Wow.
Yeah? So now, I mean, that is a big beast.
So now, if your script actually did something harmful, we know who you are, and we can hunt you down.
Yes, except it's a self-signing script.
Right. So yeah.
But yes, we can. Now, here's the deal. /test. Now, watch what happens. Just because it's signed doesn't mean I'll run it. Okay? So we'll say, hey, do you want to run this thing? And you can say, hey, never run it, don't run it once. I'm going to say, run it once. Okay?
Awesome.
Now, if I had said always run it, it would have then taken that certificate and said, I always trust stuff from this guy.
From this certificate.
Yeah, and then you can run it. Now here, you want to see something crazy?
Yeah.
Here, I told you we pay attention to the security stuff, right? I told you that. Okay, so now imagine I go and I say, okay, so we say, let's say, now just because it's signed, I can run it always. So I can say set execution policy, and I'll say remote signed. Okay, so fine. Now I can go and I can run this thing, and it just runs. Okay,
it just runs.
But now, watch this. Now, again, what did I say? When I get a script from the internet, you don't want to just run it. You want to examine it. Okay, so imagine I do this thing, and I say, hey, let me look at this thing, and I see that, and I say, hey, you know what? That's safe. I'm just going to run it. Right? I mean, take a look. Does that look safe?
It's got a signature.
Yeah,
it looks, and the code looks safe.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, but wait. What about if I do this?
Oh, that's not safe. That's not safe now.
Now let's save that.
That's kind of mean.
So let's make sure we do this. So now, again, you come here and you have this script.
Yeah, that's mean, man.
But you evaluate it.
Right, I'm evaluating it. It looks good at the top, right?
Yeah. But what if down here or somewhere in there is there?
Somebody, yeah.
Well, let's run it. What do you think? Should I run it?
Yeah, let's no, because you're going to run it. It's going to restart.
No, I checked it out. I read it. It looked fine. Look.
All right,
Look,
it looks fine.
looks
It looks fine. Okay, run it. I mean, it looks great. You know, what could possibly go wrong? Nobody would have stuck anything in.
So check this out.
Oh, look.
Executable code found in the signature block. So we're aware of this threat. We're aware that people, how they're going to evaluate things, they're going to look at things, and we're going to see the signature block. They're just going to say, yeah. And so we look for people sneaking in bad code, and so we protect you from that and say, no, we're not running that crap. And we even tell you where it is, line 93.
Oh, I just got saved from this horrible thing. No, that's totally awesome. So here's the deal.
Secure.
All signed versus remote signed. All signed means every script that you download and that you create locally needs to be signed. And just to let you know, and I'm going to type this on my screen, there is a help file about_signing that will basically take you through everything that Jeffrey just did to sign a script. But let's talk about something for a second. Remote signed. A lot of you right now, it's going to be easier for you to start off with remote signed. Here's what this means. Anything you download, like from the internet, needs to be signed. Do you guys know that we know what you download from the internet? Okay, I'm just saying. A bunch of guys just went, I got to delete this. No, there was, I can't remember when it was put in. Mark of the Web was put in so that things got tagged if they got downloaded from the internet. This is to protect you. This is a feature, and they tagged it so that it overwrote rootkits. Well, PowerShell knows this, and PowerShell knows that if you downloaded it from the internet, if you're set to remote signed, there needs to be a signature on there. But if you make the script locally, there doesn't have to be a signature on it. So a lot of folks will set their policy, and this is okay to start with, to remote sign, just because it's easier to get started with, which that's fine, but as soon as you possibly can, you really want to go to all signed, because I want you to think about this. At some point, you're going to want to have this execution policy where you can run scripts in other places. And it'd be nice to be able to control this through that the scripts have to be signed. Imagine what your users might do if they figure out how to turn on scripting policy. They might want to download a script. If you set this through a group policy, then you're going to be able to help control what could be some possible issues of users trying to do weird things. So this is actually really important. Remote signed is good to start with. All signed is really the best to get to. Watch what happens now, and you've seen it with Jeffrey. Now that I have an execution policy that works, I can try to run my script, and I forgot what my script was. I love UPS1, and lo and behold, there it goes. Now, so script execution policy, need to turn it on.
Yeah, no, can I talk about the latest version? Latest version of Windows.
Top secret.
Top secret. We're disclosing. We're going to bring you into the circle of trust.
The circle of trust. I like that.
So the next version of Windows Server, let's say Windows Server 2012 R2, we changed the default execution policy to be remote signed by default.
Which is awesome, because that way you don't have to run around to your servers or issue out a group policy to get this, because you need your servers to have an execution policy. So when modules load and you want to load scripts from them, all that kind of stuff, it makes life a lot easier. So Server 2012 R2, right, is when it ships, we'll have the new policy, which is amazing to have that set.
Yeah, by the way, a number of people, let me just clarify one thing. We're not going to get into the details of the security, but I will just point out that even if you have like execution policy to be, unrestricted, whatever, an interactive user, basically an interactive user can do anything. Right. And they can bypass that. Don't worry about that. That is not a security violation. That's not a hole. There's actually a long explanation for that. We won't get into it here because it's not that interesting. But just don't freak out. If somebody has access to a terminal, I mean, basically, here's the thought. If they have access to a terminal, they can create programs, compile those programs, and run it, which means they can do anything. So at this point, it's just not a security
Remember
issue.
the old thing of physical access, right? Physical access. So,
Yep.
guys, we want to do a couple of things to set us up for some scripting. One of the things that we want to do here, we're going to start doing, first of all, variables. Now, we've already been using them, believe it or not.
Yeah,
I just want to show you that, watch, I'm going to show you, there's a whole bunch of commandlets. So I'm thinking to myself, how would I find if PowerShell had any commandlets to help me with variables? I can do this, variable, and oh, looky, there's a whole bunch of clear variable, get variable, new variable, remove variable, stop looking at the screen. We're not going to use any of them. We don't need to. PowerShell makes working with variables really easy. We don't necessarily need these commandlets. So let me show you how easy it is to make a variable. Watch, variables have a $sign, and there's a lot of reasons for the use of this $sign. We're not going to get a chance to go into how the parsing engine reads all of this, but this is not the name or part of the name of the variable. It tells PowerShell, hey, something's about to happen, and if it's alphanumeric after it, my var, this is going to be a variable. And if you want to set this variable equal to something, equals, hello. Thank you, thank you. No commandlets required. I just created a variable. Totally awesome. You want to see what's inside of a variable? My var. But variables are awesomely cool because variables don't just take text. They don't just take integers. Watch. My var equals get service bits. Guess what's in my var right now? Guess what's in my var? Wait a minute, let me show you. This is called my var. But wait, watch. Remember? Looky, look what's in my var. I got a service controller object in there. It's not just text, guys. It's service controller object. So I want you to notice something. We haven't talked much about running methods, but all these properties, and look, there's a couple of methods here. There's a start and a stop method. I have an idea. I wonder if I could use this dot notation that you started using. My var dot, let's see, a property status. Oh, it's running, and I wonder if I could get it to run a method like stop. Ooh. Now, I know you're all saying, well, prove it. All right. Well, one little thing is I'm going to do my var status, but you're going to say, oh, I see, it didn't work. No. If we refreshed everything that existed in Windows constantly, oh my God. So there's a method to help us refresh this. So refresh. And now look at the status. Boom. Totally awesome. VARs make your life much easier. And of course, with scripting, VARs become very important. Now, there's a lot to do with VARs, and there's a lot of tips and tricks with working with VARs.
Can you just tell them one thing?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So stop to mind. So here's the thing. I think it's because it's a jump start and it's tutorial. Like, why do we have this $sign? Some people are like, I hate $sign, blah, blah, blah. Well, here's why. So when we say $sign my var equals get service bits, okay, right? Just works, right? But what happens if I do this? Right? Some people are like, I don't like $signs. Okay, fine. What happens? And the answer is an error. But look at the error. The term myvar is not recognized as the name of a commandlet. Okay? So when you start a command, when you start a line with a name, the question is, well, is it a variable or is it a commandlet?
Right.
And we have to know. And so that's why we have $signs in front of our variables, because you have to know. And this, remember I talked about the struggle between interactive programming and systems programming. This was the key thing, that interactive commands require a special syntax. In programs, you're not running things out of the file system. Right? You're running APIs and such. In an interactive shell, you run things out of the command. So when you type ping, you just want ping to work. You don't want to have to say, oh, well, I want to do something special for ping. So that's why you just type ping, right? But if you want $ping to be X, you type $ping. That's why we have the $sign. That's it.
No, and that's actually very important. Everybody's always asking about the $sign. So when you're working with VARs, you got to have the $sign. Now, a couple of little things. A little, let's let's play with, since we're getting ready for scripting, we're going to take this concept of using a var and try something here. Let's watch this. Let's see. There's a commandlet called read host. It'll actually read things from the host. The host. So let me see. $var equals read host. So whatever we read in is going to get stored in the variable, and I'm going to say enter a computer name. Now, guys, you can imagine this in a script already, because watch what happens. I'm going to strike enter. Comes up and says enter a computer name. Okay, I'll enter one. Now, what's stored in var right now is that computer name. You can now use that variable, which is where we're going with all this, get service name bits dash computer name $var. Guess where we're going to go get that information from now? So we're going out to the DC in this case. So we're storing stuff in the vars, and then we're going to use those vars in our commands with our parameters as part of the arguments. This is going to start us making better scripts and being able to do automation a little bit better. But I want to show you just a couple of quick things, because you're going to hear this and you're going to see this a lot, and I just have to throw it out because I want to ask about it. So $var, if I do this, it just prints it to the screen, but we actually have a commandlet that is designed to print things to the screen for you. Let's do write host real quick. You're going to see this a lot, write host $var, same result, except write host has things like foreground color red, background color green. Yay, you can play with the colors. Everybody just got really excited because now they can play with colors.
Yeah.
Stop playing with colors. We have ways for you to play with colors, and you probably have heard the phrase every time you use write host, God kills a puppy. So don't use write host. Now I want to be straight with you. There are times to use write host. It's just I want you to see what you're doing, and when you start scripting, this really starts to matter.
Yeah.
$var. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to pipe this to get member. You would expect a result at this point. Look at what I'm getting. I get no object has been specified. In other words, nothing went across the pipeline. Write host just destroyed everything that I've been working so hard for with objects. Write host has annihilated it.
By the way, notice it showed DC on the host.
Yeah, because it actually wrote it out to the host,
yes,
but there was nothing going down the pipeline. And the point is, we want stuff going down the pipeline. So with write host, we have a commandlet that, watch this, write output $var. And it does the exact same thing, but it's doing it through the pipeline. Look, get member, look at what I got. I got a real object that's crossing across there now. Ta-da! Ooh, ooh, ooh. So it matters, but everybody says, well, you lost the ability to make colors. Get over the color thing. We don't, here's the deal. We have ways for you to make colors properly. You've noticed that PowerShell has a built-in color scheme that it uses. And as you start to script, this is going to become real paramount. As admins, we get used to certain colors popping up. So in PowerShell, we've included commandlets to use the existing color scheme. If you just play along, it'll all be good, such as, I want to write a warning. Please don't do that. Look, it comes up as a PowerShell warning, the yellow on black. So it makes sense to my brain because I've seen those warnings before, or things that I need to care about. I didn't have to go through and use write host and come up with my own color scheme. And of course, we give you things like write error. And there's other stuff that we have, but write error being one. Stop touching me. And now it looks like a PowerShell error message, and I've generated the error, and it's in the same color scheme, in the same format. So you don't need write host most of the time. If you want to put something on the screen in a different color, great, but try to stick with write output and the other write commands that we give you to write things out to the screen, especially when you're working with your vars, because write host can be somewhat problematic. You know, I'm checking.
By the way, this is very analogous to what I mentioned about the console. Remember I said I'm trying to kill off the console because I'm trying to kill off console apps, because apps that write directly to the console can't be automated. They are the enemy of automation. Write host is another flavor of a console app.
Is another flavor of a console app.
So don't do it. By the way, there are times we have a special, like dispensation for people who are trying to do this. Here's the key thing. Say you wanted to write a script that was well formatted and had colors and all that good stuff, that's fine. But you use the word show. Okay? Whenever you see the word show, you should hear in your head, I'm not going to be able to program or script the output of that. So that's perfectly fine, but just make sure you use the right term, show.
Right, and yes, and most of the time, just don't use right house. Okay, just don't do it.
It's because you like dogs.
It's because I like dogs, and I have to give Don Jones credit for that phrase, who uses that all the time. So let's do something kind of fun and kind of exciting at this point. I think that
Well,
this
you
would
didn't show
be...
them the squiggle brackets.
Huh?
The squiggle brackets.
You want to show them the variables with the squiggle brackets?
Yeah.
Really?
That's awesome. Here, I'll do it.
It
I'll do
scares me. Okay, you do it.
So here's the thing. Hey, what can I do? Like, hey, this, is this an Anglo-centric English thing?
Okay.
And the answer is no, my friends. Like, let's say you wanted to have, you can have variables of any sort of names, including spaces, right? So you can say, hey, this is a test equals 4, right? And then this is a test. Woo, it's 4.
Woo!
Is that cool? Now, check this out. You can have anything you want in here, right? Oh, sorry, get the wrong thing. Oh, what the heck was that? Oh, that wasn't good. What did I do? Oh, good Lord, help me. I'm all confused.
Wait a minute,
No, I was just screwed up.
Yeah, there you go.
I just screwed up. Oh, here we go. There we go. There, that's what I meant to do. Okay?
There you go. That's
Equals.
sufficiently weird.
Wow. Whoa. Okay, so now, look, that's the name of my variable. Oh, did I screw that up? I did screw that up. Oh, no, I did equals. Okay, so that's the name of my variable. Is that crazy or what?
That's crazy.
But wait, here it gets a little bit cooler. Because we draw this distinction between the syntax of a variable and the semantics of the variable. So here, the syntax is just showing you it's a container. And I mentioned you can put any parameter you want. You can use any character you want. You can use Unicode, etc. It's not entirely true. There's a special character, and that is the colon character. So let me make sure. Here's where I am. Imagine I do this. Imagine I do 1.5, okay, and then I'm going to put that in a file, test.txt. Okay. So now imagine, watch this. C: jumpstart test.txt. Okay. So look at that. So I did $ my parameters, and I gave a file path, and I get the value of the file.
So you're basically saying, calling do this.
Well, it is, hey, this $ syntax basically says, where do I store my data? And in general, the way we think of variables is, well, you store data in memory somewhere, and when the process goes away, well, that goes away, right? Well, look here. Wait a second. So now I get a second command, and I can say $C: jump start /test.txt. I did squiggle brackets. Oh, did I do that wrong? Oh, sorry, slash. I can get it there. No, wait. So equals. I go to this machine.
And now.
So now I've got variables that cross
machines.
between.
That's awesome. That is totally awesome.
Fun.
So when we're doing remoting, and remember, in Invoke Command, we're now going to use the alias ICM for this, just to abbreviate things. We're actually starting a remote PowerShell session, like you said. We're feeding it a command. Then we're closing that PowerShell session and leaving.
Right, so we start a TCP connection.
TCP.
We start a process. We load the CLR. We load PowerShell. We initialize PowerShell. We run all your profiles. There can be up to 4 profiles.
There you go.
We run those, and when those are all ready, then we take the code, we execute it, and we throw all that away.
And then we throw everything away. So this is important. When you're using remoting, we're going to connect to that box. We're going to start all this stuff up. We're going to climb up this mountain. We're going to give it your little tiny code. Do that. And then we have to tear all this down and walk away. You can imagine that if you're going to do a lot of invoke commands in a row, that's not very efficient. So there's a way we can make this more efficient, and I want to demonstrate it using variables first, and then we'll take a look at some cool things that we can do with this. So watch, guys. I'm going to go to, I'm just going to do this on DC first, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what's happening. I'm going to do $var equals 2. Now think this through. I'm going to go to the domain controller. I'm going to start up PowerShell. I'm going to set a variable, and then I'm going to destroy PowerShell. So what happens is if I now ask it, what's that variable on output on DC? Well, is anybody shocked that it's not there anymore? When the console dies, everything dies. This is why PowerShell has to run all the time, so nothing dies. But no, when the console dies, when PowerShell exe on that other side dies, everything dies with it. What I'd really like to do is I'd like to be able to connect to the machines, go through starting all this up, and leave it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in.
You in for this?
Yeah, we call those things sessions.
Sessions.
You'd like to create a PowerShell session.
We're going to create so watch. Let's create the PowerShell session. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this equal to a variable called sessions. Equals new PS session. Now I'm going to specify the computer, and right now I'm just going to keep it real simple. I'm just going to use the DC right now. So what happens is that I've created a session that's going to keep PowerShell running on that remote machine. Now I'm only doing it to one machine right now, but it's on that remote machine. Just to show you, we have a commandlet for get PS session that will show you what sessions you have. Notice, got a session to that computer, it's open, life is good. What I can do now is start using invoke command, and instead of using -computer name, I can specify that I want to use this session. So, ICM, we're going to do the exact same example again. So let me just go ahead and clear the screen here, and I'm going to do ICM, computer, oh, no, not computer.
It's just a
session. $, sessions. Of course, I had to make it long and easy, hard to type. Yeah. And I'm going to do the same thing, var equals 2. And this time, I'm going to go back and check on it.
Woo, woo. Fast, fast, fast.
Fast, fast, fast. And this now gives us a lot of power to do a lot of really cool things. So we can keep this session open, and we can continuously fire things. We can reference variables that we have open. This is going to make our lives a lot easier.
Happy, happy, happy.
Happy, happy, happy.
Do you want to show them the difference in time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, do measure command. You know measure command? Yeah, do measure command on, just invoke command minus command name, or minus computer name.
Oh, you want to see the difference in time? Oh,
yeah.
I wonder if that would, you think it's going to be apparent here? Computer name DC.
Yeah.
And
we'll get process.
Get process. Yeah, that's good. Get process.
And then no. You wrap that whole thing in a script block and put measure command at the beginning.
Bonk.
Measure.
Measure
command.
So what's happening here is that the measure command is going to take what we're running, and so you can see what it's doing is that it's showing us how long this is taking.
Yeah.
I love ticks. But anyways, milliseconds, 886 milliseconds.
Now do it with a session.
So let's do the same thing. So I'm going to just do measure command.
No, just do up arrow, man.
Oh, yeah. What? Me and my up arrows.
Down one. There. Now change computer name DC to...
Okay, let's do that.
So it's 886.
This is 886 to session, $sessions. Boom.
5. Oh, probably even faster, but
it's going to actually be faster. And here's the thing, it is faster doing it this way. But now when it's really going to pay off being faster, want to see something cool?
Yeah.
I'm going to draw.
Okay.
Watch.
Wow.
This is when sessions and remoting change your world. So I want to prove to you that I'm not lying to you. So first of all, I'm going to kill everything. So you know that I'm not I'm going to kill the shell, boink, and I'm going to bring up a new one.
Oh, really?
That way you know that I've got clean shell. I'm not hiding, no rabbits, nothing up sleeves, anything like that. Here we go. Quick demonstration, but see if you catch what's going to happen here. First of all, $ servers equals.
Ooh.
Let's do S1 and S2. So you guys know in $ servers, well, here, you know, cool. Watch. I'm going to show you that I'm not cheating. Nothing's being hidden here. Start. Let me do it this way. $ servers. Type.
Do you need some coffee?
Oh, yeah. $ servers. And watch. I'm going to use a command called for each. And what this is going to let me do is iterate through each one of those coming across the pipeline. So you know it's in $ servers. I got 2 computer names. I want to grab the current one across the pipeline and use it in a special way. So what I'm going to do is start start iExplore HTTP $_. Think about this for a second, guys. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start up iExplore for each one of these and make it go to those servers to show you that there's no websites there. There's no default web pages. It's just going to come up and it's going to give me an error. This can't be displayed. All right? Yeah. So that's not that big of a deal, but I just want you to see that I'm not hiding anything. So now let's do a session and let's do something cool.
I'm in.
Session.
Oh, just type $S.
Yeah, you're right. Typing way too much. Equals new PS session, and what I want to do it to is $ servers. Boom. I'm going to get my sessions to these remote boxes. Now, so just so that you see I'm not cheating.
Got multiple sessions. Yeah.
Multiple sessions. You know what I want to do? And this was an actual business problem that I've had several times. Did I mention I was a web guy? I'm just saying. Anyways, so here's the business problem. I need to deploy, actually I had a friend call me up on the phone. I need to deploy a 50 server website, load balanced, and I need to copy the website out from the developers, and we have 3 months to do it. Can PowerShell help me with any of this? Seriously, dude? When's the last time you had a vacation? Well, this conversation went on for a while, me talking about vacations and him talking about this 3-month-long project. Let's do it. So, with the session that we have right now...
we don't have 3 months.
What's that?
We only have like a couple hours. We don't have 3 months.
Well, let's... Okay. So you want to challenge me? Okay, fine. So, invoke command. On the session that I just made, which now is shorter, $S. Here's what I want to do. Install Windows feature web-server. Now, I know, guys, this isn't going to be all that cool and tricky, but here's the thing. For web services, every component that you need of the web service, you can just put in comma and specify every single one. This doesn't have to be web servers. This could be Hyper-V servers. This could be whatever it is you need deployed. And I want you to see that it's happening on, I know, we're over here, that it pretend that the sessions for $S was 50 servers, 1,000 servers. Now take a look. Comes up, and as it shows me as it's finishing the installation on those remote boxes, and I'm maintaining this session so that I can still do it.
But wait, it's not serial. It does it in parallel.
Yeah, it does it in parallel. So what's happening is that it's not going to this server and then going to this. No, it's going, dudes, install. Come on. We're talking less than 4 minutes. I've just deployed as many web servers as I want. But wait, we're not done. Watch. There's more. Watch. I'm just going to up arrow for once and go back to this command. Watch. Oh, come on.
Oh,
come on.
Yeah.
But wait, there's one more step. You guys, we got to make our own web page, right? We got to make our own web page.
Bahama, pretty mama.
So
3 months, baby.
We're going to make our own web page real quick just to prove that you can still do this. Just make this default HTML, and when you say MVA and PowerShell rocks, and I'm going to save this. I want to deploy this. So I'm going to $servers pipe for each one of those servers. I'm going to have it copy item. God, I love the item commands to work with stuff because we're going to take that default HTML And the coolest thing about PowerShell commandlets is they give you more capabilities you've ever had before, because the destination can be a UNC. So I'm going to say // $. Remember, that's the current object. That'll be those servers. And I want it to go to their administrative share, and I want it to go to inetpub. This is where the default web page is stored. And and let's go up and run it again. And lo and behold. So
Aruba, we're going.
It's vacation time now. So in other words, in just a couple of minutes, I've deployed out, in this case, a web server and a website. It's a small demonstration, but the idea is this. It changes how you think about administration. Yep. Now it's, instead of sending guys out, going, go out there and install this and install that and let me know when you're done in 3 months. Now it's, get somebody with a screwdriver to rack and drack these things. As soon as they're powered up, I'm going to remote into these things, install what they need. I'll probably script it so I never have to actually type these 4 commands again, and boom, it's done. And now that I've got the script, if I need to add more, just add some more. Just add some more.
Or totally give it to me, because I have a problem, and you give it to me, and I just do it.
Give it to you.
Like, it might be more complex. Like, I really don't understand this web stuff. And I say, oh, I have this problem. And you can say, hey, Jeffrey, here's the script I have. And I look at it and I said, boom, 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 minus what if? Yep, do it. Off to Aruba. I mean, that's the thing I think that is some people just sort of don't get until they get it, and that is the transformational effect of these technologies, remoting in particular. The fact that all of a sudden you're able to do just phenomenal things, massive things, in a heartbeat. Things that your boss is probably thinking, I'm just not even going to ask, because that's going to take so long. We don't do things, and so you end up with this sort of static, brittle, ossified IT processes and structures. All of a sudden now with these tools you can become fast, you can become flexible, you can become agile, you can do things you never thought of doing before, all because of the power of PowerShell.
Well, and
it really is transformational.
It is transformational, and also my CTO doesn't like the answer, it's going to take 3 months. He really likes it when I give him the answer of, it'll be done within the hour. As a matter of fact, it's done now. I'm just testing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole point to this, is that your management totally changes,
or like
not
that
only
guy.
in scale, but what's that?
Or like that guy, I'll have a tea in the morning. I'm going home.
Yeah, I'm going home. That's the whole thing. Now, one other thing on remoting that we want to show you right now.
We're promoting like
I know.
slacking off.
Slacking off. I know. Everybody's leaving. There's one other super cool thing in remoting that we want to show you before we get into the rest of scripting, and I have to do it with a new console. You know,
I don't.
I'm not going to be at this machine tomorrow.
Oh.
And you know what? In fact, when I'm out on vacation and I'm using PowerShell Web Access, who knows? I'm going to be at some box. And the thing is that, guys, I've been using Active Directory commandlets. I've been using all kinds of stuff from modules that are installed from the remote server administration tools. And, if I want to manage Exchange, I need the remote server administration tools. I am going to need to install the Exchange management tools. And I do a lot of SCVMM stuff. I'm going to need to install, all the VMM management tools. God, it's going to take me a couple hours to do that. And as soon as I go to a different machine, none of the commandlets, none of the modules will be there, none of it exists. So I want to show you what I think is absolutely the coolest thing in the world. I use it constantly because on my box, I don't install anything. I don't install the remote server administration tools, the Exchange tools, nothing. And here's the reason why.
Yeah, put your seatbelts on, because this is freakishly powerful.
Yeah,
freakish.
This is the new world order, because here's the deal. I don't have time to be installing tools every time I sit down at a box. And the other thing is, if I walk up to a server or something like that, you're not going to be installing anything on there. So I need a bunch of commandlets. I'm gonna need the Active Directory command. I don't know why I'm starting to do it like this, but it's kind of like
watching Godfather.
It's like watching Godfather. I don't know what I'm doing.
You call me funny?
Yeah,
saying I'm funny?
You saying I'm funny? Funny? You say you got PowerShell and just stick that in. So here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a session to the servers that have the commandlets that I want. Now think about this. you really want the commandlets from the servers that naturally have them. A domain controller has the Active Directory commandlets. An Exchange 2007 server has the Exchange 2007 commandlets. An Exchange 2010 server has the Exchange 2010 ones. I couldn't get all those tools on my box if I wanted to, but watch.
And you don't want to.
And you don't want to. So $S equals new PS session, and in this case, I'm going to just going to hit a domain controller. So I'm going to establish a session to this domain controller. Import PS session module. Guys, do you see what I'm doing? There's a module on that remote server called Active Directory. So I'm going to say, give me that module, Active Directory. Now, because right now on this VM, I do have the RSAT tools, I'm going to prefix this. So there's a prefix, and I'm going to call it remote, so you know it's coming from somewhere else. Then we're going to ask Jeffrey to explain how this magical stuff works, because watch. As soon as I do this, oops, I forgot to give it the session.
Say $S.
Darn, $S. I was going to do it all in one line, and I screwed it up. I forgot the session.
Oh, yeah, no, you can't. That's strange.
Oh, yeah, so let me do this. See, $session. There we go. Let's
Wayback Machine. You didn't see that. Click, click, click. Men in Black.
Men in Black. So, module, session, $S. I don't know if you know what just happened right now, but check this out. I wonder if I have any commandlets. Now, pretend that I had no Active Directory commandlets. So what we're going to do is, I wonder if I have anything for remote. Let's do this. Remote. AD should work. Dudes, dudettes, ducessies. You see what's scrolling across my screen right now? Looks and smells like I suddenly have all these commandlets I just asked for. Look at all these Active Directory commandlets. Yes, they're prefixed with remote, so I have these commandlets. As a matter of fact, I can do this. Watch. Get remote AD computer filter. Ooh.
Fiddler.
Yeah, this is brother. Anyways, the star. So, look, it ran. Look at this. Look. I got these commands from a server. Nothing's installed. How is this working? Explain to me how this is working, because this is like freaking me out right now.
It's magic, baby.
I love magic.
I love magic. So here's the deal. Here, let me show you this. So here, we've been showing people get help.
Get help, but get
help.
Command. Yeah,
get help, get process. Okay? And that gives you this. But there's another thing. It's called get command. And people have often asked, well, what's the difference between these two, get help versus get command? And the answer is that get command is more structural, programmatic information. So watch this, $C, hello, oh, wrong one. $C equals get command, $C dot parameters, okay? Yeah. And then let's take a look at this parameter, say name. Oops, sorry, name. Okay, and look, we've got all the information, the name, its type, etc.
Yeah.
Okay, and so what happens is when I go and I do that import, what I do is I go to that remote machine, I load the module that you asked for, and I do a get command on all the things. And I get that data structure, and what I do is on this side, on my side, I go and I take that information and I recreate a set of scripts with exactly the same signature. And then the body of the function basically says, hey, when you go do this, gather all that stuff up and run it over there using invoke command.
So I don't actually have these commandlets on my machine. I have like a proxy or a shortcut that is saying, take all the information from the parameters and then go run it on the source machine.
Exactly. So do this. Do on your machine now, type get command. Get dash star AD computer.
Get dash star
AD computer. Okay, so look. Notice one, the get AD computer is a commandlet. Now that commandlet, that's .NET code. Okay, but look at the function.
Yeah, what's going on there?
So now take a look and do this. Type parentheses, get command, get remote AD computer.
Get remote AD computer.
And dot definition.
Definition. Ooh, look at this.
Yeah. So look at this. This was dynamically generated code. Okay?
Dynamically generated code on my side.
On your side.
That says, grab these parameters.
Oh, so you know what? Let me just say, in PowerShell version 2 was a pivotal technology. In PowerShell version 1, commandlets had to be .NET. In PowerShell version 2, we said commandlets could be .NET or PowerShell itself. Okay, so now PowerShell scripts are full commandlets.
Which you're going to see in a little bit, guys.
Now, this was a transformational technology because what it means is now all of a sudden you can write programs which generate commandlets dynamically. And that's what we do here. That's what that import PS session does. We go and we get a data structure. We have a program that dynamically generates a PowerShell script that has exactly the same signature as the .NET commandlet on the remote machine, has exactly the same signature. I gather up all that information, and I then run it on the remote machine.
And I think so to make sure the concept is good is that we're, just like Jeffrey said, it looks and tastes and feels like the commandlets are here on my machine, but they're not. They're functions that are going back and running it on the remote machine. So think about this. Who's going to be better at running get AD computer anyways? Your box or the domain controller? So first of all, that's going to be faster. But you were telling me about this scenario, and I love this scenario about the guy who had to do a migration from Exchange.
Yeah.
I had to do a migration from Exchange 2007 to Exchange 2010. You're not going to get those tools all installed on your box, but you can import both sets of commandlets. Prefix one with 2007, prefix another with 2010. Now you got both sets of commandlets all in the same place, and you can get the two products to work together.
Exactly. He was doing the equivalent of like get, like I'll just say V1 and V2. Get V1 user pipe to set V2 user.
Right.
And what's happening is he's on this box, he's getting the users from this machine and he's setting them on that machine. And this is the power of this stuff. Now all of a sudden, I mean, it used to be that integration was just painful, right? I got to find all this stuff. I got to get it all in this box so it bloats the box. I'm running out of disk space. Oh, wait, this guy updated something. I got to patch it. Oh, wait, they require different versions of stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Just hideous. Hideous. And now the answer is, hey, dude, I'm sitting right here. I import the stuff from there. I import the stuff. I import the stuff. I import the stuff. And I'm sitting here. And by the way, type. Look, you get tab completion.
Oh, yeah,
Watch this.
So get remote. And look, well, here, let me do remote AD so that we, look, all the
so you got tab completion.
You have help, everything. You got everything. And help will discover all of this. So you've got full discoverability, you got full help. It looks and feels like it's here, but it's running in the best place possible, which is on those machines.
Yeah,
and
magic.
I didn't have to install anything. Now, this is referred to as implicit remoting, and you probably going to want to do this yourself. It's already in the slides, but we'll also give you some more references for the implicit remoting. And to be honest, when I'm managing, this is what I'm doing. I don't install anything on my local box because I'm not too sure as a consultant what box I'm going to be on. So I'll just implicitly remote the commands that I need when I need them.
By the way, you know what we missed? Here's the other thing that's so important, is when I imagine I'm going to go get this stuff from different things, over here I might need a different set of credentials than over there.
Right. So
instead of having to type the credentials all the time, you create the session with a set of credentials, you import the commandlets, those credentials are then used.
Every time, and guys, there's a dash credential parameter on this. So when you create the session, you use the credentials that you want to use when you do the import of the modules. Then you're using those credentials over and over and over again. So you don't have to keep track of all of that. It really makes your life a lot easier and cuts down on all the minutia of tools and all this kind of stuff.
I really encourage you guys to go try this, even if you do it locally. Like here, let me show you something. I'll just show you how to do it locally, right? Because it's just so freaky. So here, you can do, I just say $S equals new session. And that'll connect to locally, right? Your local machine. And then you can do import PS session, $S, minus, and we'll just like do one command, like minus command get process minus prefix wow, right? And so now all of a sudden you get wow process, and and it just
There it
works.
goes.
Okay, so the point is, just try it, right? Because you don't necessarily have to have access to some remote machine with domain controllers and all that stuff. You can do it on your local box, but it is so freakishly cool. I mean, you just want to have fun with it.
And,
Give it a try.
It's seriously going to solve a lot of business problems for you going forward. I mean, just grabbing the commandlets from the machines that have them, you got the correct versions, of whatever product you're working with. Implicit remoting is truly a godsend for this. Now, guys, we're going to take another 10-minute break, and we're going to have our last session
For today.
And it's going to be on, we're going to start scripting. We're going to start seeing what the script looks like. So come back and join us in 10 minutes and let's automate.
And then in 2 weeks, we do the advanced one. Now, the advanced one, we roll up our, well, they're already rolled up. We roll up our sleeves and we get into the scripting, the automation, etc.
Yeah, the hardcore stuff. But this is a taste that I think you're going to enjoy, and it'll get you working, and it'll get you prepped for what you need in 2 weeks. So see you in 10 minutes. And we're back for our last session for today.
Last and best.
Last and best session for today. Guys,
before we forget, we should just give a super shout out to the MVPs answering all those great questions. Hoo-ha.
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, just representative example of the awesome PowerShell community. Join, be part of the PowerShell community.
Yep.
Let's go.
And so, guys, what we're going to do is, this is kind of a warm-up for what we're going to do on August 1st, where we go through all the details in this. This is more than just a warm-up, though. You can start immediately using this today. I like to refer to this as immediately effective. And so let's start off with, though, thank God you're not physically in this room, because what I'm about to show you, I've actually had people threaten to hit me.
Ooh.
So you have to imagine that. No, don't hit me, man. Don't. You just got punched by Jeffrey Snover. That's going to look really good on my resume. So we've been spending all of our time in the console, and God, I love the console, and we've been working on commands. And here's what you want to do. You want to work stuff out in here, copy it, and like we did earlier, paste it into a script. But I want to show you something that comes with PowerShell, and it's the ISE. And and this is where, so I'm going to close this console, and guys, I want to show you this real quick so that we can kind of get into it. But I'm going to start the ISE, and they're going to do that picture-in-picture thing. So let me lower this thing down here a little bit. Now, I'm going to show you. Don't yell at me, please. Don't yell at me. First of all, there's a scripting pane up here. Down here's a console pane. Then there's this commands pane. I'm going to simplify this screen real quick. Boink. And I want to show you these buttons across the top. You can have the scripting pane on top and a console on the bottom. You can have them side by side, which if you have two monitors, this is awesome to put this between the dual monitors. But I'm going to make it even simpler. I'm just going to go to one pane, and so I can kind of shorten things up a little bit here and bring this down a little bit. Here's the part that you're going to threaten to beat me to death with. I'm going to hit Control-R. That flips me between the scripting pane and the console. And you might be asking yourself, well, this looks kind of like a console. Yeah, this is a damn fine console. Remember this morning when we were talking and Jeffrey was saying, hey, look, we can't touch that original console thing that, 30 years.
Control-R toggles.
Huh?
I didn't know that.
What?
Control-R toggles?
Yeah, it's awesome.
I keep trying to remember Control-D versus Control-I. Like, D, what the hell's D
No, I
mean?
think Bruce Payette. I think Bruce Payette did something with Control-R, and I'm like, oh. So yeah, Control-R.
Oh, I learned something.
Oh, yeah, right on, bro. So here's the deal. I'm going to type something here, and you're going to see that this is not the console that you think we are. First of all, let me clear it up. Now watch. I'm going to do get. Ooh, look at what it's doing. Look at what it's doing. Dude, this is like, it's IntelliSense helping me through here. This is like totally awesome. And watch, you might notice that it's also color syntax. So here's the deal, and we're going to ask Jeffrey about this because this is the coolest thing in the world. You've got a console that has color syntax coding, which helps a lot when you're typing to see if you're typing in error. and it's got this help flying at me as I'm typing. Is this your solution to the console going forward? Because this makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, right. Spend a couple hours with this and stop asking me about improving the console.
That's which is what the thing was this morning, is don't ask about improving the console because they're doing it right now. And this is the way to do it. So let's use this console and let's take a command here. Let's do a get WMI object. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Well, it'll all be good. Win32_logical disk. I just want to show you, I want to get something to work, and I'm going to type something in you probably haven't seen before. You will, but I'm going to do device, filter on device, ID equals C. I want you to see what it gives me as an output. Well, absolutely nothing because I screwed up the filter. And so what this command now gives me is, it gives me some useful information. It's giving me, I'm having a scroll issue here, hang on. It's giving my drive C, and it gives me free space and size. I don't like the numbers, so I'm going to do something in flight. I want you to notice I'm building a command to make sure that it works first, and then I'm going to show you how easy cool this gets. So what I'd like to select, and I'm only going to take one property for this demonstration, so I'd like to use the free space, but you know what I can't stand is, okay, let's just do free space. Watch. I don't know about you, but I don't really like that number because that number is like in bytes, and it's like not making me happy because I want to see it like gigabytes or something like that.
Can I point something out?
Yeah.
Can you go back? So you did get WMI object. Do get sim object. And then, No, let's start from scratch.
Okay, let's start from scratch. Yeah. You want get sim object.
Get sim object.
Get sim object. Or sim instance.
Instance, sorry. Yeah.
And
say Win32 log, and then tab. See the red light there?
Ooh, yeah.
Wait, no, go back.
Oh, I've gone too far.
No,
go back.
Cancel. Logical, and then control space. Control space.
And then control space?
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh. That's awesome.
IntelliSense against the WMI namespaces.
And guys, when you start working with WMI, one of the hardest things is dealing with the namespaces and finding the classes. And this is one of the most important technologies out there. We haven't had time today to go through it, but this is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to be wanting to use get sim instance instead of the old-fashioned command that I'm going to use right now.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm going to do select free space. I can't stand that number, so I'm going to do custom column. I'm going to, just like we had done earlier, because I don't like that, I'm going to create my own. There's a reason I'm doing this, but don't panic, we're almost there. And so I'm going to call it free GB. And, whoops, would help if I put in something to tell it what I was doing. And
you're not showing the best practices. Hit cancel. Hit cancel up to the pipeline. Now hit carriage turn.
Oh well, but it doesn't do that in the ISE. It does it only in the console. I know what you. So here's what Jeffrey is saying, and I'll show it to you in there, in here. So because I want you to see this, because you guys, this will actually be really interesting. I want you to see that. Watch. So I'm doing this long line here. Get WMI object Win32_logical disk filter, and device ID equals C:. And guys, here's the thing: is that I want to. That's great and that's fine. That's dandy, but I'm going to start typing this long command that's going to be wrapping around. A really great way to work at the console is to realize that there are certain things that automatically give us line continuation, the pipeline being one of them. Watch what happens here when I strike enter after the pipeline. See these things? This means, I'm not sure, but it means we get it. You're still on the same line. Just keep typing. So from here, I can do my select. It becomes easier to read, and it's easier to edit when you're doing stuff in real time. Select, and I'll do my at n equals free GB. And, whoops, it's late in the day, XE equals, and I'm going to take the current object across the pipeline. I'm going to grab its free space, and I want to see it in gigabytes. So I'm going to divide it by 1 GB. We have these built-in things to help us with math because I'm not good at math, so these help me with math. And so the number looks, strike enter on this line, number looks better, but I'd like it all rounded up, so I'm just going to do this as an integer real quick. Now, I'm going to do it as an integer real quick, but it's going to yell at me because I didn't run both lines. So let me do this.
Sorry.
No, that's fine, that's fine. And so as int, and, oops, now I screwed something up.
Brackets.
Hang on, brackets. I forgot the brackets. I'll get you a good line of code. Don't panic, this is all in the slides too, so if I fail to type, boom. So I've got a nice line now. I've got something that's giving me information that I want. It's pretty cool, got it all worked out. What I'm going to do is cut and paste. Now from here, you know, cut and paste is kind of hard to do, but if you did this over here, cut and paste is real easy to do because, you know, what's funny is they figured out how to use things like, oh, let's see, and this old technology called Control-C, Control-V. So I'm going to say Control-C. I'm going to hit Control-R to flip the screens. I'm going to Control-V. Oh, yeah, baby. Now I've got my line. Now we're going to start having some fun because we're going to save this as a script right now. File, save as. We'll save it here in my scripts folder. We're going to save it as, well, we did I love you. Let's do this as, let's just call it diskinfo.ps1. And I can run it from right here. If I run it, boom, shows me a result. It helps if I clear the screen and everything else I typed, but I can run it, boink, and it shows me the results. I'm going to hit Control-R. Everything's good. Now we want to start adding stuff to this. So let's make this a little better. First of all, you know, this is a nice script and all this, but if I give it to somebody else, all it's doing right now is getting information off the C drive on the local machine. That's not cool. I want it to be able to get it from whatever computer I want it to get it from. Now, I could sit here and hard code this.
Dude, you didn't spell the computer name right.
I'm not spelling anything right. Computer
Mammy. Mammy.
Name. Localhost. And this will work, but yeah, go ahead and save it. That's fine, but here's the problem. If I give this to a friend, what are they going to have to do? They're going to have to go in here and edit my script, and I don't want people editing my script. What could possibly go wrong? So,
especially if you digitally signed it.
Especially if I digitally signed it. So what I'm going to do is let's do a simple concept. Let's make a variable up here called $computer name. And let's set it right now equal to localhost, just to have some value in there. And instead of, we'll put the variable in here. Now, this is kind of common to a lot of other scripting languages where what you would do is you'd put your variables up here so you'd make it easier for somebody to edit your script. I still don't like this whole editing my script thing, but I want you to see that this still works, right? All I'm doing is putting it into $computer name, still prints it out, everything's cool. You know, let me show you how to test a script properly from the console, because I'm about to blow your mind. Something that these guys have done is awesome. So let's run the script from the console. Since a lot of scripts get run from the console, I actually like to test them from there. Yep, CD scripts. And so we called this disk info. Run it. We're good.
Happy, happy.
Happy, happy, but you know what? I've been learning PowerShell, and as an administrator, this isn't exactly what I expect. I don't want to go in and edit computer name. No, when we have commandlets and stuff, we get parameters that we can adjust. So, you know what would be really cool, I think? I think it'd be really cool if there's this special keyword called param. Open parentheses, close parentheses, indent so that Jeffrey loves you.
That's right.
Make it look pretty. I want you guys to notice something. I'm going to save this. So I'm going to hit Control-S and save it. I'm going to go back to my PowerShell console. And watch this. I'm going to clear the screen. .diskinfo dash. Oh. I just made a parameter.
Ooh.
It was so easy to make a parameter. So now I can type in any computer I want. Now, I'm not selecting out a computer name, which we will fix, but I want you to kind of get the concept of I just put a variable in there. Matter of fact, let's do another one. Let's just call it bogus. Just so you can see, I'm going to go back here. Watch. This is so cool. Let's do it. Ooh. I'm making parameters on the fly for whatever I need. This is becoming what's called a parameterized script. And what you're getting is it's starting to kind of smell, look, and feel more like a commandlet. And it's making my life a little bit easier. I'm liking this. So let's try this. There's another thing that would be really nice is if for an instance, at least, get help.disk info.
Yep.
Look at what PowerShell's doing. PowerShell is starting to build that syntax for me. But computer name, it says it's an object. No, let me go in here and you can strongly type what the variables are. We haven't talked much about that, but I want this to be a string. So when I go out here and do this again, notice it's now making it a string. And I want you to notice that between the chihuahuas, it says string. It doesn't say that it can take multiple objects. We don't have any of the binkies in there. So here's how we put binkies in there. Ooh. And I'm starting to actually get syntax now built on these parameters. And the only thing I've had to do so far is add one keyword different from what I'm used to, and this one called param. But wait, there's more.
Oh, wait, it gets better.
We're going to turn something on so that you can use parameter attributes.
Yeah.
So let's do commandlet binding. This turns on something called parameter attributes. And here's the thing. I don't really want to have local host in here. What I want to do, what do you want me to do? What?
Just hit save.
Just hit save, yeah.
And now do get help.
Okay, I see what you, okay, now.
What? He added one line of code.
One line
of code, and watch what happens. What?
Well, that wasn't
Did you save it?
Did I save it? I think I saved it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we got common parameters, so yeah, it did it.
Okay.
We just need to do the, so we got common parameters. So this is actually making the syntax full. Watch. So commandlet binding will let us use something called parameter attributes, things like making things mandatory. Let me show you an example. I'm going to get rid of this default. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to say parameter. I got to spell this right. Mandatory equals true, and I think I got the syntax correct. Now I want to point out that this is a parameter attribute. I'm going to say mandatory is true. It only affects the next parameter after it. It's not going to affect bogus. So watch. Look at what happens to the syntax on this. Notice up here, I had the brackets around it. Now look, there's no brackets around that. This is going to become mandatory. So watch as I start to try to run this. I'm going to do disk info. I'm going to run it. Oh, you got to give me a computer name, man. So it's mandatory now, DC. And now it works. I can do it. I've made it mandatory. I can also then do, of course, I've got the actual parameter. So in just 2 lines of code, we're making our own parameters on our script, a parameterized script, and we're getting syntax. But you know what? I want to be a nice guy when I give this to somebody else. I want to be a really nice guy. When I give it to you, I want to be a great guy. So what do you say we add in a little bit of help?
Love it.
Let's do some help. Guys, this is a block comment. Now, usually when you type in comments, see how they're in green? Usually the parsing engine that will just ignore what's ever in there. But with PowerShell, watch. I'm just going to type in a couple of things. Synopsis. I'm going to say this is the short explanation. And it's okay if I have typing mistakes at this point because tired. Description. This is the long description. Yeah, everybody's going to be making fun of me because I can't type in. I'm going to type in parameter. Parameter. And I'm going to say computer name. And I'm going to say this is for remote computers. And just a couple more things here real quick. Example. Let's do an example of, let's do disk info, dash computer name, remote. And let's do one more. This is for this.
Can we do an example?
This. Oh. I can't type it all. This is for a remote Computer, watch. Look, guys, just a couple of things. This is going to be totally amazing. Do this all over. Watch. Get help. Looky. Does it look like PowerShell help now?
Woo-woo.
Woo-hoo! So I've got name, synopsis. Look, it's building the syntax. I got description, but wait, that's the short help. Watch. Full. Oh, now look what PowerShell's built for me. It shows me the parameters, the parameter definitions. I've got an example down here, for crying out loud. This is what I want. I want to give this to somebody else that works with PowerShell because this is what they expect. Oh, this is making me so happy.
Now, can I just point something out?
Yes, absolutely.
I can never remember any of this.
I can't remember any of this either.
Well, you did.
Well,
that's pretty good.
Well,
I can't do that. So show them the amazing Control-J.
So, guys, I'm going to hit.
That's the only way I can deal with it.
And here's the thing. And when we come back on August 1st, this is going to become one of your best friends. Yeah. So I'm going to start a new tab. Just say I'm going to hit Control-J. It's going to bring up snippets. Now, I want to point something out. I'm not quite done with this demonstration yet. But these snippets, look at this. Commandlet snippet. It gives you the basics of putting this together. And the advanced one, the complete one, is super rockin' cool. Yeah. But we've got comment blocks, and we've got some of the constructs and the loops that we're going to be using on August 1st that you'll be able to work with to help you build this. So you could actually pick a snippet, and look, it auto-creates all these possibilities for you. And oh, look, see, all you got to do now is just go in and...
And so if you are a deeply flawed human like me and cannot spell synopsis, Control-J.
Yeah, this is what my problem is. So you can use this as a template and to fill it out. But wait, there's more. We're not done yet, because here's the deal. This is nice. This is a parameterized script, and you can do a lot of powerful things with parameterized scripts. But, you know, I want to take this to the next level just a little bit more so you can get an idea of where we're going to go on August 1st.
Take it to 11.
Take it to 11. My app goes to 11, it does. So we're gonna crank this bad boy up because my ISE goes to 11. Save script, no, let's do this. So that you can see the typing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the help for it right now. Okay, so don't freak out on me. I'm just going to remove.
Why are you doing that?
Well, because I want him to. Oh, I guess I can just scroll. Yeah, let's do this.
No. Click the button.
Oh, click the button. Just
collapse. Yeah.
Oh,
because ISE goes to 11, dude.
Because ISE goes to 11. So here we go, guys. Right now we're running this like a script. I don't know about you, but we ain't done this all day long. We haven't typed in and run this script. What we've been doing is we've been running things like verb dash noun, verb dash noun. God, I'd like to do the same thing too, if only I knew how. Well, here's how. I'm going to add one more keyword to your day of fun. Function. You need to give it a name. Now, we're going to give it a proper name. Verb dash noun. Don't do this. Gimme dash stuff. No, gimme is not on the approved verb list, so knock it off with making up your own verbs. And everybody, you got to do it at least once, right? But here, we're going to do get dash, and we're just going to call it disk info. Now, the function, it has an open squiggly, and then when you're done with your code, all the way at the end.
But wait, show them. We're going to do ISE later.
We're going to do what?
We're going to talk about ISE a lot next time.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, what do you want them to see?
Get rid of the last squiggle.
The last squiggle?
Yeah, get rid of that.
Get rid of the last squiggle.
Yeah. Okay, see the first squiggle? See that squiggle?
See the red? Oh, yeah.
Missing closing
So it's trying to help us understand where we're making mistakes.
Isn't that cool? So you see that little squiggle. It's actually pretty useful.
And you guys see on the screen the little red squiggly that Jeffrey's talking about is this one right here. And so if you leave your mouse over it, it tells you, hey, you're missing something here, bro. And in this case, dude. And so we're missing that bottom squiggly. Now,
you only go into like 2.
Yeah, that's exactly. So I'm going to indent this so that it's easier to read. So you can see that I have a function. Now, don't do what I'm about to do, because this is just, I'm going to show you something much cooler than this. I'm going to save this. And I want to show you, here's one of the interesting things. I'd like to run that script and then use that function. Well, here's the challenging thing. Watch, if I run disk info and I hit enter, what happens when you run a script is the script runs, it executes, and then everything is discarded out of memory. This is a good thing. But here's the problem. I just ran a script, and it has a function called get disk info. So what happened is the script just ran. It just made this function up in memory for me, and when the script ended, it just killed it. So there is no get disk info.
No, not
so
much.
I'm going to show you a unique way to do this. Now, this is a great way for testing, but I got a better solution for you. Dot space.
Ooh,
dot
showing them the
backslash.
dot.
I know.
I love it. No, it's awesome.
This retains the stuff in your script in memory. So watch, I'm going to run
That's
it.
not the right explanation.
Okay, but then you tell them.
Okay, so here's the way it works. So what happens is there's a stack, right? And so what happens is when you run something in general, you create a new stack and you put all your variables in that stack. And then when you do an exit or a return, that stack goes away and they all get cleared up. When you dot something, what happens is it doesn't create a new stack. It runs it in the current stack. So any new variables or anything that gets created, they get created here. When you exit, you just exit, but they stick around.
But they stick around.
Yeah.
So
it's called dot sourcing. You Unix guys will like cotton right onto this. This is dot sourcing.
But isn't that what I said? Only not nearly as well as you said it.
Okay.
Okay, so watch, get disk. Watch, I'm going to hit tab completion at this point. Get disk image, get disk. Hey, tab completion. Looks like a commandlet. Looky. Computer name DC. Oh, we are rock and roll.
Okay.
I don't like having to do this dot source stuff.
Boy, did you when you hit that commandlet? Wait, do it again. Do it again. Up arrow.
Up arrow.
Dash. O. Tab. Ooh.
Out variable.
Out variable.
So let's
A.
What do you want to call it? A?
Hey, everything's A.
Everything's A.
Now $A.
Now $A. So now I don't.
yeah.
You guys see that it just sent it out to the variable. It's some of those common parameters that we can use. So now we've got this stuffed into a variable. It's awesome.
So what that meant was when you put that commandlet binding there, it said common parameters. There's a bunch of common parameters, and these are functions. Just by putting that one thing in, you say, "Hey, PowerShell engine, could you do some work for me? Could you give them output variable, and then could you do error action and error variable and warning action and warning variable? All really cool stuff."
Well, let's take this one step further, and you can certainly throw stuff into this, but guys, this is going to be the meat of what we do on August 1st.
Yeah.
And that's, this is nice, but this isn't something quite yet what we refer to as an advanced function, although it's getting there. And what I want to be able to do is I don't want to have to dot source and run this as a script. That doesn't make sense to the junior admin that I want to give this to.
It's really worth the investment. It's going to take some time.
Right.
It's not going to be the simplest thing in the world. It's going to take some time, but you really need to invest in learning about modules. Okay? Because modules are the future. They're really worth the investment.
Yes.
Why don't we just settle in and teach them how to do it?
And teach them how to do it. So, you guys ready? Hey, hardcore, here we go.
Yeah.
We're going to hardcore how to make a module.
Wake up.
First of all, I'm going to show you the cheesy way to make a module.
Oh, cheesy.
File. Save as. Notice my script. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's how you make a module. PSM1. Watch. What?
You can now go to sleep.
Yeah, you can watch. Now look, because it's not in the special place that we're going to talk about, I'm going to have to manually import this module, and this module is called PSM1. So this is kind of like the old V2 way we'd always have to work with modules. But watch.
Do it again.
Do it. What do you want to do?
Then / force / verbose.
You want to do
-force. That does it. Force.
Force.
The other force.
The other force.
And then -verbose.
Verbose.
And this just
verbose.
shows you verbose. Yeah. See?
Removing one and import. Oh, I love that. I love that.
So yeah, it's importing the get disk info.
And this is actually when you especially on August 1st when we're working with you have to reload modules. You have to do this is actually very useful to have around. So I've got a module that's imported now. I can just do get disk info, but this is still not exactly the way that I want it, because I don't want to have to say here's this thing. I made you this pretty module. It's a PSM1 file, and You're going to have to import it every time you want to use anything in it. That just doesn't make sense.
Dude,
so,
how hard was that? It was easy.
I know it was easy, but you guys have like magical locations.
Oh, there is the magic, yes.
Yeah, so...
You're going to let them in on the secrets.
Well, I don't know. I see.
Yes.
Can I cat env? Is it PS module path that shows us all the magic? So there are 2 paths here. These are the magic locations right now, as far as we're going to talk about them, the magic locations. If you put your module in these locations in a special way, they too will be dynamically loaded.
Dude, what are you doing there? That's odd.
What?
I never do it that way.
What are you going to do?
Show it my way.
Okay, we'll do it your way.
Can you switch me? So what I do is let's make this bigger. I do $, okay? And there, that looks the same, but check this out. Because when you do $, you can do split.
Split.
Let's
do it your way, yeah.
And then you break it out. There you can read it.
Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's do it
switch
as
back to him.
Split. Oops, so I can't spell split. I can spell spit, apparently. And what are we're doing on what, the semicolon? Yeah.
There's quotes.
Quotes. Ah. Oh,
Yeah,
now we
see?
can read the 2 paths. This makes a lot.
Much better.
So here's the first path that I want you guys to take notice of. This is the path, and I'm going to show this to you graphically for a second, just so you can kind of see this. I'm going to go out. This is where PowerShell gets installed, Windows System 32. And there's a reason I'm showing you graphically. Sometimes this makes more sense. And so I'm going to go out where it says Windows PowerShell. And you'll see this folder called Modules. You see all these modules? These are modules. Here's the thing. Don't put yours here.
Yeah.
This is not for you. A lot of guys will say, oh, just put it in there because I know where it is, all that kind of stuff. No, don't put your stuff there. This is the special place for Microsoft. You have your own special place, and that is this one. Your account, documents, Windows, PowerShell modules, but this doesn't exist. Let me show you. Let me show you graphically. Sometimes this makes a little bit more sense. So I'm going to go out here to users, and I'll go out to student company is my account, and it's my documents through here. You see, there's no module called Windows PowerShell, and there's nothing called modules. So you will need to make it. Now, I know I'm making it graphically just because I happen to be here, but you can do it with PowerShell, of course, Windows PowerShell. And then underneath of it, you make, it would have been faster if I'd done it in PowerShell.
Yeah,
oh my God, what the
easier.
hell's the matter with me? So modules.
Because now you're going to have to type it right.
Now I'm going to have to type it right. Now here's the thing, and this is very, very important. The name of your module, you know the thing I call diskinfo.psm1, needs to be the name of the folder that you're going to create here. They need to match. So I'm going to say new folder, and I'm going to say disk info. Now, I've got this folder. Let's do this. I need to put my module in there. So let me go grab my module, which was this PSM1, disk info. I'm going to take it, put it out to here. Oh yeah, I should have never done this graphically, but now I'm here. I'm going to put it. Now, here's the important thing. See, look, module name, the module folder name, and then the name of the duder inside. Watch. Let's close this so you know I'm not cheating. Let's see. I wonder if I can get some help on.
Wait, did you start a fresh window? Is that
Yeah,
a fresh
I started a
window?
brand
Ooh,
new one.
Missed it.
Started a brand new one. Oh, here, just in case anybody missed it. I don't want you to miss it. I'm not cheating. Let me close this thing out. I'm not cheating. Brand new window. Get help. Is there anything in commandlets on disk information? Wait a minute.
Ooh, right there first. Number one, baby.
Help found my commandlet inside my module, and well, let's just try it. Get disk info, or not image, info, dash computer name, DC.
Ooh.
Okay, the guys in the back, you can tell that we're getting up to the end of the day because the guys in the back are now going, ah! So let me just show you the code again, and Jeffrey, please go ahead and add in. So all we are really doing is doing functions. We're properly naming them so that they look like commandlets. Notice I just gave it a little bit of help. There are about_comment-based help files for this to help you with this, or you can use Control-J to get the snippets.
Yep.
And notice I took a working line of code. The only thing I did was I added param, couple of variables in there, maybe an attribute, and believe me, on August 1st, we'll talk a lot more about attributes.
Attributes rock.
Oh, they totally rock. So with this simple little bit of code and saving it in the special place as a PSM1 file, I've made a module. In fact, like all modules, I'm not just going to put one function in here. I'm going to put as many functions. I'm going to make as many tools as I need, and I'm going to put them into this module. So I'll just make it foo, and I'll make function bar. No, I know they're not properly named, but you get the idea. Now with that module, I'm just adding more and more tools to this module now.
Hey, do that. Save it. Save it and
Save
import
it? Import it.
Import.
Import module, and it's, I forgot what the name was, disk info, right? And
yeah.
we want to...
Minus force.
Force and verbose.
No, that's fine.
Oh, did you expect it to come up and do the whole, you're using a not improved? You know, what he's talking about is, and matter of fact, I have to play with this. I think, let's do this.
Bar.
Well, let's do gimme dash foo. And yeah, bar dash foo. And let me save it.
Oh, you know, it's the force. That's the problem.
Oh, it's the force that's doing it.
So remove it. Remove it.
So
remove module.
Remove module.
By the way, so force basically says, you're telling us we know what you're doing. Ignore all the errors. Just do what I told you to do. Dang it. So what happens if you don't type force?
And this is actually disk info. Oh, dude, I don't know why it's not saying it. Okay, I don't know why it's not saying, but here's what usually happens. If you use an unapproved verb, it comes up and it says in yellow, knock it off. Stop using unapproved verbs.
Don't be a dope.
Don't be a dope. So use approved verbs. And what are we doing on this? I see something up. It gives us. They were trying to. You guys don't understand what's up on the teleprompters in here right now. The guys, the production team, was trying to be effing funny.
They didn't use the appropriate verb.
And so, first of all, here's what they typed in so you all can see it. They said, $ mention this, pipe to, and I can't even read what character they're using.
Is that star?
This is, were you guys up on site? And then, was it a squiggly? It gives us good feedback in squeak. This is. Have you guys been awake at all today? This is the crappiest PowerShell I have ever seen. This is remarkable. We've been busting our bums all day long, and you type this in? Please, one of the MVPs in the forums, somebody, you don't even have to be an MVP, you take this and show them how it really should be done in the Cliff Note version.
Yeah,
but the
are
point
you guys
is,
good at AV?
I thought we had a Good Will Hunting moment there.
Not so much. Yeah,
so
good
I
at
guess,
AV? That's good.
Yeah,
Keep
you got stay in AV.
Keep doing that.
What I think they're trying to say is that there's a poll up. Am I correct? There's a poll up?
Yes.
And it's a real important poll. So make sure you do the poll up on the site because the feedback for this session is very important. As a matter of fact, we're starting to get kind of towards the end of what we've done for the day. But your feedback on the session is very important. Just so that you know, we're going to dive deep, and we're going to do it in a day. So it's going to be definitely a day of chewy stuff into tool making, basically making tools. You're going to show the different kind of parameter attributes, more about the help, how to see. We've only scratched the surface. Our commandlet right now doesn't accept pipeline input. It's not making changes, so we're not supporting what if and confirm. And we might want to make our own views. There's so many things that we're going to want to do. So we've actually still got a lot of work to do. We're just not going to do much more of it today. So Before we do a review, is there anything you want to add to the stuff that we've done today? Is it tell anybody?
No, I think we've been having fun. We walked through a bunch of stuff, ton more. But again, the key things I want you guys to walk away with are, one, this spirit of exploration, right? Go explore the help, explore the help. You explore the help, explore the forums, go out on the internet, try some things. And when you get confused, ask questions. Do not be embarrassed. Do not sit there and say, oh, that's a dumb question. No. Ask that question. You have a great community that will give you help. And just hopefully you've seen the sense of fun. There's just an incredible amount of power in PowerShell, and it's fun to do this exploration. By the way, and it's safe too, because you go and you have the minus what if and the confirm and verbose. So it's you can explore and you can have fun and do it safely.
And do it safely. And notice that we've been having a lot of fun today because it's been a joy for the two of us to be able to spend the day talking with everybody about PowerShell, because it is just a lot of fun, especially when you get past some of the learning curve stuff. So we did get help in the amazing discoverability of Get Help, of finding commandlets, regardless of what product that you're working with. It'll find it for you. And then you can go into the help files, the examples, the syntax that's in there, the definitions of the parameters. So Get Help is definitely #1 tool. Something you definitely want to get good at, though, is that middle piece we did just after the meal break of understanding the pipeline and how the pipeline works. Because if you can't figure out how to get two commandlets to work together, you're just not going to have a lot of fun. That's so very important. So remember, Don Jones has a great book on Learn Windows PowerShell in a Month of Lunches. It's chapter 9. I know it sounds like I'm trying to sell a book. I just want you to have more resource information on working through that. And go out to the forums on PowerShell.org and ask about that. Also, the thing that really changes, and I have to say, understanding the pipeline, that made a huge difference for me when V2 shipped and remoting. That's what changed administration for me, and it's changed it forever. The remoting, being able to hit multiple machines, being able to do multiple things at once, being able to put those into scripts, has really, really made a huge difference.
So that's the stuff everybody, PowerShell's running all of our websites, all of our big internet sites, and that's why. Because I got a gazillion of these things, how am I going to do things?
How am I going to do things? And I think you guys have seen today a great example that PowerShell, you can learn it. You've learned a lot of it today. And
you know what I didn't tell them about?
What did you tell them?
Our sacred vow. The sacred vow. So here's the sacred vow, the whole story behind the sacred vow. The sacred vow is basically the story that says, hey, you're IT pros, your hair's on fire. The last thing in the world, we know, the last thing in the world you want to do is take your time to go learn a new tool. And yet here I am, and I'm sitting here asking you to learn this new tool. And why? And the answer is because it's going to help you. And there's a set of things that you have to learn. You have to learn the verbs, you have to learn the syntax, you have to learn the pipeline, and you have to learn how to do things, how to explore, etc. But my sacred vow to you is that if you learn those things, I'm going to do everything in my power to reuse those words, those concepts, those techniques over and over and over and over again, so that your investment in learning is the best payback, the best investment you ever made. Now let me get concrete about what that means. When we decided, hey, we need to support workflow, the original design for workflow was this very unusual thing. Oh, you got some weird syntax for workflow steps and workflow sequences and all that. I said, guys, you forgot our sacred vow. Our sacred vow is they've already learned PowerShell. Use that over and over and over again. So now when we teach you about workflow, what you're going to see is you just type, instead of function, foo, you type workflow, foo. And then you write PowerShell. And the difference is that now it looks just like PowerShell, except it's got very different semantics. It isn't run by the traditional PowerShell engine. We take that PowerShell syntax and we transcode it into a Windows workflow object graph, and we give it to the Windows workflow engine to execute, its execution engine. But your experience looks just like PowerShell, even though underneath the covers, it's very, very different. Why? Because of our sacred vow. You learn this stuff, and we're going to do it over and over and over again. Use those techniques over and over and over again. You learn how to manage Exchange, you're going to be able to manage Link. Having learned those two things, you're going to be able to learn how to manage Azure and SQL and all that because of the sacred vow. And we take that super serious.
And I have to say, it's a great honor to sit here next to Jeffrey Snover, and it's been a great honor to be able to talk with members of the PowerShell team because, guys, you got to realize that sacred vow, they've stuck to it. They've stuck to it over several, the last 5-6 years that I've been doing this. There's one guarantee that I've always had, and that's if I'm going to take the investment to learn this, they're not going to screw me on the back end by suddenly ripping everything out, replacing it, and totally changing everything. Nope. I'm going to get commandlets. I'm going to get parameters. I've got a scripting environment that makes sense, that's stable, that's being moved forward. It's always going to be improved, but I know exactly what to expect. And I know what to expect when I go to Active Directory, to manage Exchange, to manage whatever. It's the same. And that experience makes this initial investment a little painful at first, but it will pay off, and it'll pay off for years and years and years. And you've heard it from the architect. They are so totally committed to that. So, a little bit of information of how you get some more information. So let me just, we're going to leave your guys' mistake up on there. Very embarrassing thing that you did. And I want to just put up a couple of things for y'all. First of all, you know that at the MVA, where you're at, MVA stuff, we're going to have another presentation. This is going to be on scripting and tool making. Now, it's on August 1st, but if you're watching this as a video, look for the next title, Scripting and Tool Making. So we're going to do that. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be totally awesome. A couple of other things. If you have a question, please, don't. The only mistake you're going to make if you have a question is not ask it. So there are a couple of places you can go to get an answer. Of course, PowerShell.org. I think I've said that like 15 times a day, but trust me, the community, nobody gets paid for this. We're doing it because we actually care and we want to help. Go ask a question, you'll get an answer. We've all been through this. I also want to give you something else, something that's kind of uncommon. I bet you guys do this, but every time I talk to a group of IT pros, something happens that's kind of bizarre. I'll ask this question to a bunch of IT pros. How many of you use Twitter? And everybody will go like this. That's not the correct answer. Knock it off. So I'm not saying I'm not saying set up Twitter and start tweeting us what you had for lunch. Matter of fact, don't do that, please. But you need to get a Twitter account, even if you just want to lurk, because where you're going to find the things that are going on is at a Twitter hashtag called #PowerShell. That's where you're going to hear him, you're going to hear the MVPs, and I'm not saying that they're just talking about, here's a cool command. No, you're going to see pointers to, here's how I solved this Exchange problem, here's how I solved this SCVMM issue, here's how I built this. This is where the latest and greatest information is happening, so get on Twitter, and while you're out there on Twitter following the PowerShell stuff, there's always at Jason Snover. That's him. See, you can
show them how to. Do they know how to use Twitter? Show them how to use. Bring up IE.
You want me to bring up the Tweetar?
The Tweetar. Yeah.
Oh well, no, I'm just the Tweetar and Twitter. I don't know if I can use it this way.
Go ahead.
You're gonna have to help me because this is actually.
How hard can it be?
Well, I have to sign in.
Don't you know how to do that?
Well, okay. You want me to sign in?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't laugh at my sign in. It is what it is, guys. It just is what it is. Oops, I think I did the password wrong. Let me. Wait a minute. I'm signing into my Twitter. You're going to see all the stuff that I follow.
Oh, just.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, for crying out loud! Why won't it let me in? Oh, wait a minute.
How hard can it be? How hard can it be?
Wait a minute. I know.
Oh my Lord.
I know. This isn't how I get to it. Oh, and now it's making me type in all the device stuff. Are you kidding me, guys?
How hard can it be? Here, switch to mine.
Switch to his. I think his probably works. Oh, there you go.
What, did you finally get it?
No, we're looking at yours.
See, there's mine.
There's. Let's see. Let me see if I can finally get in. KS. What is that? A W? I hate these things. E.
You're missing
B A. What am I missing? Last had a turkey sandwich for lunch.
Never mind.
That's. I can't get signed into
Twitter's
mine.
Awesome.
So
Yeah.
Twitter's awesome. So you're going to want to follow.
So here's the thing. Even if you can't get a hold of Twitter, like obviously can't even use Twitter, but can use PowerShell. So clearly,
Did you guys see the
PowerShell
problem I
is
had with the
far
internet
easier.
today? And he had to teach me, was it the host file?
Etsy hosts.
Etsy
Exactly.
hosts.
So if you can't use Twitter, doesn't mean you can't use PowerShell.
That's right. That's right. So use PowerShell. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the folks at MVA and of myself, I'd like to thank you for attending this full day session. And
Yeah.
I would really, sir, like to thank you
Oh.
for spending the entire day. It's been such a great fun.
blast.
It's been a blast.
I had a great time with you, and
I had a great time with you.
don't you guys forget? Remember, fill out those polls. We really do. Microsoft really pays attention to that stuff. I know everywhere you go, they're like, "Oh yeah, fill out the poll." No. We pay attention to that stuff. If I get a bad mark, they'll fire me. So please. Just saying. Just saying.
Well,
Fill out the poll.
It's been a true honor to be able to.
Correctly.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a true honor to have the actual architect, distinguished engineer Jeffrey Snover, to be able to sit down and talk with us about PowerShell. God knows I've learned a lot, and now I have to go and study because now I've learned more and I have to study. Thank you, sir. This has been wonderful. Thanks a lot.
Great.
Thanks a lot, guys, and thanks for joining us. We're going to see you at the next one,
Next
Scripting
one.
and Toolmaking.